Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Asia Pacific E-commerce Policy Summit. We begin today with the plenary session, Collaborating for Growth, Enabling Women Empowerment. This session will explore frameworks to empower women through digital trade, domestic platforms, and cross-border partnerships. I would like to invite our chair and all speakers for this session to please join us on stage. I request you to all to join me in welcoming our chair, Dr. Nisha Taneja, Professor and Lead, Tier ICRIER. I would now like to invite Ms. K. Ratna Prabha, Founder President, UBUNTU Consortium, India. Next up, we have our very own Dr. Arpita Mukherjee, Professor ICRIER. I would also like to invite Dr. Shaun Ray, Visiting Professor, ICRIER, on the stage, please.
Formally is joining us and he is joining us. They are a bit on the top.
Can I also request Dr. Sriparna Basu to please join us on the stage? We also have 2 more speakers for this session. They're on their way and should be joining us shortly. So Dr. Bornali Bhandari, who is Professor and Co-Director, Center for Gender and Macroeconomy, National Council of Applied Economic Research, and Ms. Anshita Mehrotra, who's the founder of a startup called Fix My Curls. They'll be joining us shortly. I now hand over the proceedings of the session to our chair, Dr. Nisha Taneja. Thank you so much.
Mic is. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be chairing this very important session. This is a session on collaborating for growth, enabling women empowerment. And we all know that it's only in the last few years that the Indian government has given economic empowerment a big push. Even though we've always seen it through a lens of social justice, in the economic domain, the fact that women can contribute to economic growth, that's got traction in recent years. And now it's at a different level altogether, where at the G20 presidency, India actually announced how important women-led development was for the growth of the economy. We have with us very distinguished speakers, panelists. I would like to first request Ms. K. Ratna Prabha to give the special address. And when I was going through her bio, I was really struck by the range of issues she has worked on. And she belongs to the Karnataka cadre. But later she was responsible for framing the IT policy when she was in Andhra Pradesh. And what is really interesting is that how she brought in she used a gender lens in that policy. And I think
industry also.
And in industry. I'm sure I'll leave that to you to explain how you did it. But I think that could be a role model for where the entire country could move, because ultimately, if we can frame every policy in the country using a gender lens, that is what is going to be transformational. And this is only the beginning, and it sets an example of good practice for the entire country. Over to you, Ms. Prabha.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Arpita and the UNESCAP for giving me this opportunity. I have 7 minutes. Or
You continue.
I'll run. No, I'll go through. So I think yesterday I just gave a brief introduction about myself, but I'll just give a background that, I belong to 81 batch and belong to Karnataka cadre. I was, throughout my service, somehow I had the opportunity to work with women, for women, or I created an opportunity to work for women. And that's how finally, when I landed up as Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and Commerce, I worked with women entrepreneurs and brought about a special policy exclusively for women entrepreneurs in Karnataka. And while working with them, I sort of got to know that there's so many women entrepreneurs associations in Karnataka and across India who are working for women entrepreneurs on their own. Some of them getting support from the government, some not getting support from the government, or support from corporates, NGOs, and they were mostly fending for themselves. So that is how, when I retired, these associations, which were, we had brought them up on a WhatsApp group during Invest Karnataka. They suggested, why not we continue this association, and we sort of registered this whole WhatsApp group members into a consortium called Ubuntu Consortium. And why we call it Ubuntu? Because one of the members gave a suggestion that it's the African philosophy which says, I am because you are. And I cannot live alone without you. So together, we have to survive. So my happiness lies in your happiness. How can I be happy when you're not happy? So I think we like this idea and we tried to register this. Then there was an objection that Ubuntu is a software, Linux software. So we called it Ubuntu Consortium, a platform for women entrepreneurs associations. And as we started working, and a lot of women entrepreneurs like me, when I used to go to various seminars, I used to meet women entrepreneurs associations, and we made them members. And now we are 60 plus women entrepreneurs associations across 11 states with around 30,000 secondary members. So once, when we had this COVID, what happened was COVID, as you know, everybody was stuck to their homes. And then somebody told me that UNESCAP is doing an online training for women entrepreneurs across Southeast Asian countries, and got me in touch with Rajan, and we circulated it amongst our members, and 100 women applied, and they were trained on digital marketing. And some of them were called to Nepal and other places by Rajan, and they were really very happy. They came back and said they had very good experience, very good business. And then once COVID was over, then I requested Rajan, why not we do it offline in Karnataka and rest of India? Because online failed after COVID. We realized I told yesterday, we had several experiments. Very difficult to get women for 2 days. Very difficult to get women online. Offline, our experiment proved from 9 o'clock to evening 5. Quickly put in some inputs which are really useful for them. Laptops couldn't be a success. They said, we thought we'll do training over mobile. That is what women are comfortable with. So now we have trained 3,300 women across basically Karnataka, some from Telangana and Tamil Nadu. And we want to work across India, but lack of funds, we haven't really moved across India. So I just brought a presentation. We did a quick survey of some of these women, 85 women who sort of participated in the digital marketing training. And this is what is the experience has proved, that less than women who had business experience from newly launched startup to long-standing establishments, less than 1 year, they were about 10, 1 to 3 years, 18%. Okay, you moved it. So fast. Anyway, it showed that there were women from different categories, ranging from 1 year to over 20 years. Next. And then we asked them what was the attendance? You see, 96%, 90%, 92%, all of them found the training very interesting. And they also observed 60% that there was a enhancement in their turnover. Then we have trained not only in Bangalore, we went to Mysore, Hubli, Gulbarga, Mangalore, different tier 2, because we are working with women entrepreneurs across 2 tier cities. And many of them, this is the figure, they've experienced 25 to 50,000 increase in their business, 50 to 20,000. 20,000 to 50,000, some of the participants have. So basically, most of the participants got 10 to 20% increase in their revenue. And they were very happy. They got new markets and they got new leads and they got a reduction in the marketing costs because of the online training they had got. Next. So now Arpita was telling me that what was the suggestions we want to, give. Now, most of the participants suggested that they required more advanced modules, training on SEO, Google Ads, Instagram. These were all covered. In fact, we have also covered AI and other tools, which will help the women to, enhance their digital capacities. Then real life examples they wanted, hands-on training sessions, all this has been done. And then some of them suggested hybrid model because we had women coming from rest of India. They said, we can't come to Bangalore and you can't come there. So why don't we have some online training and also once in a way offline training? And then because of shortage of funds, we used to have training for more than 100 or 150 in one day. So they said smaller groups would be better and shorter and more frequent sessions. As I said, we used to pack in a lot of sessions. So some of them said we couldn't catch up with the speed. So why don't we have shorter and more frequent sessions? More Q&A and follow-up support. That is what was the suggestion. And interactive and gamified learnings. And some of them also suggested that because we are a multi-sector organization, so they said, why don't we have sector-specific training programs, export documentations, international licensing? These are all what they wanted to learn. E-commerce store creation, soft skills, sales, all that. I think basically you all know how to. They wanted various other. See, once we exposed them to the digital marketing training, the basics, then many of them came up with these suggestions. And some of them, they gave the feedback, great effort, very informative, good work, no changes required. Some wanted changes. Content was relevant and well delivered. Thank you for the training. I'm more confident now. These are some of the comments. It helped me to bounce back post-COVID. So I've just put in a few comments. So that is how I've concluded. Recently, we had an advanced training in Bangalore where Mikiko and Mr. Rajan had come, and around 65 women came ahead forward for the training program for advanced training. So I wanted to make my final conclusion that the digital marketing, digital transformation is the need of the hour, not only to bridge the rural and urban divide, but the divide between male and women entrepreneurs, but also it is the, I think, need of the hour because everything is online. Since yesterday we have been having these sessions, and I'm very grateful that when I interacted with the Amazon team, which made a presentation here, and they are going to come participate in our event on the 12th. We have two events. One is Together We Grow, which we celebrate International Women's Entrepreneurship Day. And we have WOW, Women of Worth, which we do to celebrate Women's Day. And we recognize women entrepreneurs on these occasions who have done well for themselves across Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And we also have several learning sessions on how the women entrepreneurs can improve themselves. So today I'm looking forward to having some participation in doing a greater and bigger survey, any organization which could tie up with us, because I saw a lot of documents released yesterday in every session. And I was just thinking that if somebody also comes forward and does a study of these women entrepreneurs from the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities who have upskilled in business, who have learned a lot of digital techniques to grow in business, would be a great study and a document to take it before Government of India. Because I can see that in Government of India, there's no specific scheme as such for women for digital transformation, digital marketing. There are schemes which fund women to go on exhibitions. There are schemes which fund for foreign travel and and such kind of things. But I think for this now, economic development, I think, is the need of the hour. So before I end, I always say that I love this Chinese proverb which says, don't give me a fish to eat, teach me how to catch a fish. I think that is what we have to do for women entrepreneurs, not give them doles and doles and doles. that is okay. But at the same time, give them the strength and the stamina to be economically independent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prabha, for very eloquently and in a very short time explaining what this the digital skilling program is about and how effective it has been, and what is really telling about what you do is that you upgrade it and you take into account the feedback and you bring it back into your module, and that is what is very, very praiseworthy. Thank you very much. And we now move to our two presentations, one by Dr. Arpita Mukherjee and the second one by Dr. Shaun Ray. I would request Dr. Arpita Mukherjee to give her presentation. She's a professor at ICRIER and she's worked on a very wide range of subjects. I don't think I want to go into that, but this is one of the hats she wears. And over to you, Arpita.
Thank you, Nisha. So what we are trying to say is that when you talk about women in the APAC context, you first have to make a woman digitally equipped and empowered. Empowerment, digital equipment are two different things. And then you move into trade and gender. So what we try to do is, this is a part of a paper that we wrote for a Bangladesh think tank. And the broader concept is, in South Asia, how do you ensure a women in South Asia going up to the digital platform to export, and what needs to be done by the companies as by the policymakers? So basically, my job was to look at India. They were looking at other South Asia regions. So what do you find in India? We are growing very fast. We have the youngest population. Half of the population is women. But when you look at global gender gap index, you will see Bangladesh is the only country in South Asia which has done a big jump. All of them are in a very low rank, and not to mention that India's rank is worsening. When whatever effort may we put in, we see that growing worsening. And kind of this is kind of taking us much behind the sustainable development goals. Women are in informal sector, less paid job, wages are low. You mention all of the things, you will get it in terms of the women. Now, there are two differences here. When you look at the Indian manufacturing sector, they are employing women in largely in the informal contractual job, not having security. Of course, the occupational codes are trying to change those things, not uniformly implemented across states. When you look at services, and that's where the IT comes into the picture, it has a disproportionate high level of women. So women workforce in India is actually fragmented. On the one hand, you have a very high amount of women in STEM, much higher than Americans do. You have a very high amount of women in IT, and you have, so technology spheres, you see a lot of women. In many companies, you see a lot of women face. So they just put in women in certain jobs simply because those jobs have been created to maintain the UN SDGs, but you don't see women at decision-making positions. And you do not open up the streamline for women to be, leaders and board members. So that is where the problem are. Now, when you look at the impact of fourth IR technology, and that's the concept that we are thinking about, the impact is in all sectors. You cannot talk about labor intensive sector anymore, because Swebot, etc. are coming into even textiles. So sectoral impact is based on female labor force participation, which is actually lower for women in poor quality jobs. But there are certain sectors where women are present and you cannot really take them off. Like, for example, in healthcare, where you need a nurse, you really cannot replace a nurse by robot very quickly in the next 10 years. So we are thinking about next 10 years. What happens in next 20 years can be simply different. If you look at India, India has one of the highest number of women-led startups. So startups, women growing, and these startups are also using different social media, e-commerce, and other platforms to grow. So there is a lot of training for women in e-commerce, social media, both by the companies, by the women, even by the payment companies. They are also doing a lot of training. Now, when you come to the digital equipment ownership, smartphone ownership among women is rising. Of course, internet connectivity in a household, first the best equipment is given to the son, then the equipment is given to the daughter. So that divides continues to stay, but things are improving. So what do you see? There are sectors where low and semi-skilled job, the whole concept of cheap labor, low semi-skilled job worker in areas are going to go. And this is going to go not only because of technology, this is also going to go by the pressure of many countries, including the trade agreements that we are signing with the UK, European Union, which calls for the tier one partner to have a full control of the supply chain. So you cannot do any more job work at home and supply because the tier one partner is not able to have the control over its supply chain. So there will be some job going whether you have technology or not. They have to be replaced by a different kind of a job environment, job setup, and traceability of the women in your supply chain for the companies to be. It is very important that if you are of a big size, yesterday we talked a lot about Amazon and women in Amazon. Now these companies are also by the EU CS-DDD directive are supposed to trace their sellers down to the supply chain. So that is the very important thing. Now, when you look at the information technology center, you see huge amount of Indian women are educated, but they are underrepresented in electronics and hardware sector. That is a skill mismatch, and they would like to work a lot in sectors which offer flexible time, online work, entrepreneurial ventures. IT has been a pet project because of that. Now, if you look at the other part of the story, the general challenges that face women actually supersedes the benefits that women gets from digital inclusion. So you have to first reduce the general challenge. You have to parallelly do digital inclusion. It is not either or. So the gender discrimination, infrastructure issue is not common to women. If you are in a village and a SME, you will have connectivity problem. Unfortunately, we call it rural-urban divide, but if you are in Delhi also, you can have connectivity problem. So that is where the issues lie. But women face sexual harassment, social cultural barrier, workplace infrastructural issues like women toilets and stuff like that, inequality in pay, inability to be in the supervisory position. So these are all impacting the women adoption to technology. So when it comes to within industry also, the technology training are mostly skewed in favor of the men. With the women are told like you try to continue to do what you are doing. Now, at the national level policy, if you look at all the broader policy for digital inclusion and this thing, they are, as Ratna Prabhaji has already said, so I don't need to really talk about it, is that mostly these policies are very broad, generic, without targets and without monitoring. And there is no policy as of now which broadly looks at women entrepreneurs or women into the, like, very clear, women onboarding into, say, platforms. Many countries have it. If you look at Bangladesh and others, that's how they go. Like women education process to their empowerment into an industrial area. That kind of policy is missing. Some state level policies are there, not at the national level. Now the problems that women face, and when you talk to the industry says that my bigger problem is in many states women are not allowed to work at night. So I cannot run a 3 shift without a woman. So they don't. So one shift has to be run by a man. So now these labor codes may be bringing into some changes into those policies and programs. Secondly, the training institutes and capacities. Like, there are ITIs are created, but if you go to the ITIs, and we really quoted some surveys. If you go to the ITIs, if they see you are a woman, will say you do beautician course and you do a course on, all the women related. You do a sewing machine course and push the men towards a man may like to take a sewing machine course, but he is pushed towards a direction. Women is pushed towards another direction. So that's a problem that we face in many of our countries, whether actually the government or the institutes are not trained to equip people to the passion of their jobs rather than they are equipped to which course suits them better. Now, there are a lot of studies of the UN and others, World Bank, which says that India can boost a 1.5 percentage point in export and 9% per year if 50% of the women can join the workforce. So the workforce participation has been the real story. Now, if the workforce participation has been the real story, the bigger gap is Indian government doesn't have a vision document or roadmap for making India fourth IR. So everywhere the efforts are very sporadic, the efforts are not able to scale up. So one is the ILO codes have to be implemented, restrictions on women in certain jobs have to be removed, because now women are, from pilots to everything, women have proven they can do it. So you have to remove those restrictions. Skilling and reskilling is needed. Like even Ola, Uber drivers, these are all kind of Rapido drivers. These are like showcasing principle. It should not be showcasing principle. It should be a significant part of the women workforce into areas like driving, which has not so far been a women-oriented job. The reason for this also means that you have to create the infrastructure like public toilets, you have to create safety for women to drive at night. Affordability and access to digital tool is again a very important thing, because many a times women don't have access to laptops, as Ratna ji has already pointed out. Companies' best practices, where is the ESR funding going? We don't know actually. The training, that's a big question, that everywhere there is ESR, and they talk about it a lot. But when it comes to training and when it comes to survey, impact analysis, there is no ESR funding. So companies need to, do more. And this is what the actual thing is coming, that everything cannot be left to the government. The government has to create a vision document with a clear path line, target and monitoring, go into public-private partnerships, and that's where the company funding comes. Until the government creates a vision document and a roadmap, companies are not keen to fund in that area. So the CSR funding is completely missing from this area. And then the trainings and scaling up. Now the trainings is a continuous process. First, if you train me to enter and use a platform, then you have to train me to click better pictures to use a platform. Then the process goes on and on and on. So digital literacy, financial inclusion, scaling up, beginning partnerships with companies to scale up. And bigger issue is that all of that, if it is in a vision document, companies also like to do things which are actually part of a vision document and roadmap, because then they can show that they are contributing to a government policy. Beyond borders, as you go within South Asia and as you go within the APAC region, you have to bring in NGOs, international organization, think tank, academics who have the abilities to talk to government in their respective countries to join things together. Collaborations and multi-stakeholder partnerships actually helps these programs to scale up, helps in cross-border trade. Now, when you go to cross-border trade, the training is very, very different from domestic trade. And that is something that we need to look into. But there, we need to think beyond that. We need to think about cross-border internship, cross-border mentoring, cross-border certification program, which cannot always be dependent upon international organizations. With America taking the funding of many UN organizations, when we did the study, a suggestion was that you need to bring in some kind of a government-to-government partnership along with private-to-private partnerships, bringing in the multinational firms and moving forward. Last but not the least, identify and promote women role models. And when you identify and promote women role models, it happens that, others get inspired. So inspiration is a big thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have last question answer at the end.
Yeah. Thank you, Arpita, for that very, very informative presentation. I'd just like to add one thing, because everything seems to be hinging on capacity building and what kind of models should be used. And we're all veering towards a public-private partnership model, which we think is going to work the best. But I'd like to highlight one example, a very successful example in this field. India started for the first time, it introduced something called the skill impact bond. And that was a very unique model that they tried, which is, and it was the large, it's perhaps one of the largest in the world, $14 million worth of this program. What they did was that basically the government, along with the partner, is bearing the risk, and the money is all based on outcomes. So all the finances are coming only when the outcomes are met. So the outcomes, and there are targets and there are outcomes. So and within those outcomes, inclusiveness is one of the outcomes. So if they plan to have 60% women trained in that program, then the financing will come only after the 60% is met. Or if they are saying that so many will be employed after the so many will be trained, so many will be employed, and so many will be retained. So the entire life cycle is linked to the outcomes are based to the various stages, and the finances are linked to the outcomes. So I think that's an excellent model, because it had the private sector, public sector, it had all major MNCs, all major Indian private firms. So it was like, a huge coalition of partners that, came together to deliver this model. And I think that can be replicated. I would now request Dr. Shaun Ray to make a presentation. Shaun is a visiting professor at ICRIER, and she has also worked on a large number of issues spanning environment, trade, development issues, and this one is on women and the financial inclusion, basically. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to take a step back. We've been talking about women's labor force participation for some time now. My paper, this was basically part of what is known as the Asian Think Tank Network, presented last year in Jakarta, supported by SCAP, ADB, and ADBI. Now, what drives women's labor force participation? And I've looked at basically whether digitalization actually is playing a role there. One of the very interesting things that has come out of this paper is time use. How much time do women have for anything, for formal work, informal work, etc.? So this is an overview of the paper. I'll look at gender digital divide, and then look at women's unpaid and care work and time available for formal work. And then I'll skip the main part of the paper and come to the policy implications and recommendations because of paucity of time. So the objective of the paper is basically looking at the impact of digitalization on labor force participation for countries in the Asia Pacific for 1991 to 2023. This feeds into SDG 5, 8, and 10. 5 is on gender equality. And so since yesterday, we've been hearing about what is gender digital divide. And instead of the text, I'll go to this chart, which is much more informative. Basically, this shows, this is from ITU. The left one shows the internet use gender parity score between 2019 and 2023. And the right one shows you the gender parity score for mobile phone ownership in 2020 and 2023. The light blue dots are for 2019. The dark blue dots are for 2023. Now, you can see that Asia Pacific actually is doing better in terms of gender parity, but especially for mobile ownership. But the low income countries, the gender parity is actually really bad. And so there is obviously a lot of scope for improvement here. So this paper is looking at how to address the gender gap in mobile phone ownership and internet use. Not only as access, also the other addressing the issue of digitalization. And one of the unstudied aspects of this is the allocation of time available to women, because this is not being studied that well. There are some time use surveys and studies which have looked at it, but not enough has been looked at. And I'll just go to this chart. This is actually the time use data for women in Asia Pacific. This is minutes per day, and so the columns give you the time that is available to women to do certain activities. The second column is, for example, employment related activity. The next one is the unpaid domestic work and care services, which is of course the highest among all the countries. Now, certain things about this chart that needs to be pointed out. First of all, the data is available only for 14 countries of the Asia Pacific, not for all countries. Secondly, in some cases, the data is quite old, 2019. In some cases, it is even older. For example, for New Zealand, it's 1999, which is really, really old. Now, the problem is that there is overlap in the definition, which is why this does not add up to 1440 minutes per day. It is much more than that. And so one of the problems that is stemming is that the clear definition of what is unpaid work and care services, and of course, time spent on employment related activities. So in the paper, what I've done is basically looked at the labor force participation and internet use, and this is the scatter plot of the log of these variables in the paper. Now, let me skip all of this and come to the results of the paper. The paper shows that digitalization is significant and positive in explaining labor force participation. Mobile penetration is positive and significant, but it is insignificant when it is included with other variables. Some of the other variables that I have tried are things like expenditure on primary education, GDP per capita, and agriculture's share in value added, services share in value added, trade openness, etc. Maybe I can show you this chart, the results. And you can see that, the other thing that has been taken is basically that unpaid work, how the unpaid work is fitting into this. And for this, what I have done is that a variable has been constructed by using the unpaid domestic work and care services as an interaction term with a time dummy. And this actually turns out to be negatively impacting women's labor force participation, and it's quite significant. So then, what are the recommendations of the paper? So there is limited data on women's on the time that women spend on using digital devices, underscoring the need for improved time use surveys. And so basically what we need is to improve time use collection data and incorporate them in policy making. Time use surveys are very expensive and need also a lot of support of the governments, and they need to be regularly collected and analyzed for any decision making on gender related work. And this actually drives home the point that has been made by several speakers before me, Ms. Ratna, Prabha particularly. While internet use alone has mixed impact, the combined effect with broader economic development, like digital infrastructure, enhances female labor force participation. So thus ensuring women have an equal access to these services will help leverage digital tools for economic empowerment. And so the recommendation is to expand digital access, particularly digital infrastructure, mobile and internet access, while integrating digital literacy and skills programs specifically targeted at women, including STEM education. So the policy implications from this paper is to increase the labor force participation of women. Not only do we need labor-friendly, women-friendly labor policies, but we also need investment projects which include this gender design aspects, and not enough attention is actually given to this. Moreover, capacity, as has been talked about since the morning, and public awareness needs to be increased on gender-related issues for better labor outcomes for women. And so in summary, to address the digital gender divide requires multifaceted approach, incorporating gender-sensitive statistics, implementing gender-responsive policies, and promoting digitalization in education. And these steps are crucial for advancing gender equality and enabling women and girls to participate and benefit from the digital economy fully. And by not including women, we are actually missing out on not only GDP, but many other aspects of the economy. And I'll just conclude by saying that the persistence of gender digital gaps is well acknowledged and can be resolved through access to internet and digital resources. But access alone is not sufficient, as was shown. And basically, the gender biases, which are quite pervasive, they need to be addressed, which is very difficult to do, and it will take a lot of time to do. But one has to start. And of course, empowering women and girls through ICT and other kinds of programs need to be done. And I'm really happy to see there's an woman entrepreneur on the panel today, and we expect to hear a lot of interesting things from her. Thank you for the attention. This paper was actually also published in the Asia Pacific Sustainable Development Journal, which has just come out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shaun. Yeah, you're absolutely right about the gender digital gap. Not only is it important in terms of access, but also at various stages. Once women have access to digital devices, then it's like what Ratna ji pointed out, that there is a growth trajectory in the digital space which women should have access to. So to that entire spectrum, digitalization, access to digitalization has to be woven into how women entrepreneurs or women workers can grow. Thank you. Now I will turn to the discussants. May I request Siparna Vasu, who is the Dean at Ford School of Management, and I'm sure she'll bring in a different perspective because she's an anthropologist. And over to you.
Should I go there?
Whatever's comfortable.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's very difficult to bring different perspectives after the previous speakers. They have been very comprehensive in laying out what are we facing and what are some of the persisting key issues. And these are more than wrinkles, which generic policy structures have not been able to remove. And without integration, vulnerabilities rise, if I sort of cut it to the chase. I ran some surveys in digital clusters, and particularly in the case of handlooms. This was in Odisha, which was in a more nascent stage at that point, and in Madhya Pradesh. So at that time, I'm talking pre-COVID, some of the things that these are not counterintuitive, actually. It's not rocket science. All of us know limited digital skills, access to finance, unpaid care burdens. These seem to be the general aspect of things. So when my purpose was to see how CSR fundings are getting used. For example, companies like Qualcomm, Microsoft, Ericsson give a lot of funding, but do they visit these contexts? How is the funding getting used in sort of enhancing digitalization with self-help groups and NGOs who are providing on-the-ground services? So yes, one of the things which came out is one, access was an issue. Two, access is not enough. Even if you have access, do you know what to do with it? And if I try to give training, that distracts me from my work. So it can be paid work or unpaid work. So do I have time to train? So in my case, in our case rather, I was looking at weaver communities. So when it is time for me to weave, when should I sit for training? So, but training is required. Software training is required because if I try to design and the retailers don't like the design, to remove it, redraw it, put the thread onto the loom takes almost more than half a month, and I don't get paid wages during that time. But in a software, I can change colors very quickly, and therefore my entire sort of don't have to pay so much of cost. Transaction cost reduces.
So this was one of the things that came out of that survey. When do I have time to train? So we realized that they have to earn while they learn. We can't say come for training and sacrifice your work time. So this one will have to figure out. This was also one of the contexts. I look at technology and cultures. And I work in the area of digital responsibility in corporations. I work in the area of responsible AI now. Having said that, I work in the area of responsible technologies. And part of the things that we do with technology is to carry out some of these ESG responsibilities as well. So I tried to look at what are the reports saying right now, because what is happening? And I'll try to bring some counterintuitive factors, because much has been said about the logical and the causal relationships so far. Some of I'm very grateful to Arpita. I read her APAC report from January 2024 to December 2024. And when I was beginning, I was thinking, this sounds positive, but let's face the tariffs and let's see what's going to happen. When I read through the report, I found it's quite seminal in sort of giving a fantastic direction to policymakers that do we require a massive kind of a digital overhaul to build capacity? Capacity building is another word which is often in use. And so the main issue which is happening, and I took some notes from the report and I tried to think through, is if you look at 2025, we have high sort of entry barriers. Now, without sort of digital overhauls, when we look at can women-led enterprises, small enterprises, be winners? So one of the things I feel, we need some intermediaries, because if policy is broad, and correct me if I'm wrong, earlier speakers, if policy is broad and I require funding for whatever data points, whatever surveys I need to gather, can some of the trade bodies function as intermediaries? But what Arpita seems to be saying is CPTA reduces our transaction cost, and CPTA is not high profile digital, isn't it? You can use existing systems of SWIFT and e-signatures, but you need that to happen. You need that facilitation to happen. And we have very good things like 100% FTA and WTO implementation. Now, this kind of flips the narrative that we do have a certain internal readiness. We may not have fabulous digital capacity, but a basic digitalization infrastructure we do have, like electronic certificates, custom declarations. Now, how does this impact women entrepreneurs, particularly in 2-3 tier cities and informal export clusters? So one of the things is, if the trade bodies can function to sort of facilitate these transactions, many women can take sort of the many women can take the benefit of the basic systems which are already in place. Secondly, I think the trade bodies like CII, like FICCI, can play a role in building trust-based relationships, which we are doing anyway in 2025, where we are in a position to pick partners in a low-risk sort of markets. And MSMEs in general will gain, and that includes women-owned MSMEs as well, and those in informal clusters as well. So inclusive, I think when we talk about inclusive trade, and if I try to position with that with the CPTA compliance, which Arpita has been talking about, so we can, regional flexibility, the received wisdom is that if I don't have a lot of internal capability, it's going to expose me to risk. But it is time for a counterintuitive wisdom to emerge that how can I leverage my basic infrastructure to bring more women to sort of push their services and their products forward. And this happened actually during COVID, where most of the masks and all these sort of jumpsuits which the doctors were wearing came from small sectors and came from a lot of women. Yeah, exactly. So there are use cases as well. And there were a lot of exports as well, because many countries were not in a position to make them. We made them, we profited out of them, and using some of the existing basic infrastructures. So all that needs to be done, I think. If we say huge things, I don't think our policy makers listen. If we talk about leveraging some of the ground factors which are already there, maybe it's time to think that, okay, now bring in the gender lens and see what it does. So these are some of the thoughts, not very well organized, but mainly based on the discussions which took place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those were very insightful comments. We will now turn to Dr. Bornali Bhandari, who's a professor and the co-director of Center for Gender and Macroeconomy at NCAER. She has worked on a wide range of issues on trade and development. Over to you.
Thank you, Nisha, and thank you, Arpita, for inviting me here. It's a privilege to be part of this very august panel and listen to all the comments. So instead of, what I'm going to do is try to build a broad frame. And I've just done some recent work on skilling. I will try to also weave that narrative into this. The results are broadly similar to what Arpita has already talked about, Doctor. So what we hear is there are two sets of issues. The one is that when you use digitalization, when you use devices, one is getting females into the workforce, into the labor force. And the second problem is once you get them into the workforce, how to enable them to work better or how to rise up through the ranks. What we call as a glass ceiling, does it exist? Yes, it does. And the third part of the working problem is getting better entrepreneurships. But even I'll just take the liberty and take a step back that I've done some work on digitalization and in the schooling. And what we find is that secondary school students, because in India, nobody leads a linear life, they might not even continue with schools after secondary schooling, secondary school completion of their high schools. So we've looked at digital skills, and what we found is that access matters. And we found that a government policy program where in states where access to lab computers was mandatory, it actually made a difference in having higher digital skills for women. So it is when you think about employability for women, it is absolutely important that from secondary school onwards, we introduce access to digital devices in schools. And that's something the government can do, and it can be part of, there have been many CSR programs on that. The second thing we have to think carefully is maybe, everybody doesn't have a laptop. Access and ownership and access to laptops and computers is pretty limited. We should also look at cyber cafes because in India, more than ownership, it's access that matters. So I think the technology itself has changed. But now that we all have a smartphone, we actually have access to many computer devices. And we need to really think through, given the Indian context, that more people have access to smartphones than to computers. Is it something that we can do with our training programs or with our thought process or with the way we design programs, that women have access to smartphones and they can use these smartphones to actually access the digital world better? But when it comes to labor force participation, as Shahun's work has clearly showed that there are other, it works along with a correlation of factors. It's not the only factor that matters. And that's obviously true. I looked at some work with my colleague, Dr. Isha Dayal, and we found that when we looked at women outside the labor force, one of the reasons they were outside the labor force is care work. The burden is high, families don't allow them. So gender norms are could be one of the reasons. Of course, my colleagues, there's a debate whether gender norms matter or not in the feminist literature. Well, one of the clear things that we find that it's the women don't have skills to be part of the workforce, because during, say, the most productive years, they are not part of the workforce. So when they want to get back, that is after maybe after 35, after 40, the kids are in high school, they don't need to be at home all the time, or the kids are in college, they want to get back, but by that time the women don't actually have skill. Older women don't have the appropriate skills. So they need upskilling and reskilling. So they need those digital skills. So that's the second part of the work. And even the younger women, of course, need digital skilling, this thing. So let me, and in India, everything is very complicated. Well, everything is very complicated. Rather. But there is, in India, there's agriculture, there is industry and services. And in some recent work that I did with, we did with the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, what we find is very interesting is digital skills are a necessity. I'm not even getting into that. In India, most of the occupations, and Norpita, we talked about this, the occupations of most of the women in, say, livelihood, 80% of the women are female workers, if you just look at the stats. But before you feel happy about it, we find that most of them are employed as caregivers or helpers, which is not even recognized as work, or was not recognized as work, as an economic activity. It's only when you're very careful, you recognize that as work. So if the women are the ones who are taking care of the animals, and all the AI interventions and technologies are happening in case of animals, what we find is the women need to actually use those skills, because they need to have those thermometers around the animals who can test the animals' health. So how do you train these women in the work conditions that they live in and work in to give them the necessary digital skills? It's not just mobile or internet. It's about using them in the work that they are doing on a regular basis, which will improve the productivity. We are one of the largest milk producers, but when you look at productivity, we are not. So if you want to improve the productivity of milk production in India, you have to improve the milk productivity of the women workers who are actually working in the dairy stock industry. We looked at 7 sectors. I can go off from industry to industry. Orpita talked about the IT sector. There we find why are women preferred. Yes, we find that women are employed in large numbers. But in one of the interviews, we were talking to firms. In one of the interviews, I find out, oh, women are better listeners. They're better at multitasking. So when we are talking to clients, we don't like the men in the room, we like the women in the room. Again, they're relegated to particular job roles, is exactly what Orpita is talking about. So we need to be, when we talk about, so the one thing is work, getting them into work. So you need digital skills, you need financial skills. And when we talk about entrepreneurship, so we looked at drone DDs in agriculture. We said that you need to actually pre-think what you're going to do. When you look at agriculture workers, most of them are going to be self-employed. So what you're going to do is you need entrepreneurship in your skilling programs itself. Prepare them that they potentially might end up as potential entrepreneurs. So that means is give them financial skills, give them digital skills, give them other entrepreneurships, negotiating skills, bargaining skills right from the beginning, so that they're prepared, and whether they get into a formal job or they don't get into a self-employed worker, they are ready. That is the point. So we were looking at the drone DD program. It's not just enough to fly the drone. That helps, of course, so that's a necessary condition, but it's not sufficient, because when you look at women, we find that even digital skills by itself, if we look at different definitions of digital skills by itself is not just learning how to use the computer or the mobile. That is along with that, you need the life skills, what we call as socio-emotional skills, the big 5 traits. You need bargaining, you need to be able to work in a team, you need negotiating skills. And while I was also told that women are naturally better at that. Yes, I agree, we are naturally better at the bargaining skills perhaps, but are we better at negotiating at work? Maybe we're better at home, but are we able to take those skills and bring it to our betterment at work? And that's where that is where it's important. So we need to think in a stepwise program, in a macro framework, to understand that how women need to be skilled and what are the additional skills that require women who have been at home are not having given the appropriate skill sets at home to actually participate in the work job market, how they need to the digital skills need to accompany by social emotional skills to actually them perform them better. And clearly we can if we are given the right set of inputs. And I don't think I think Sunday's cricket results sums up it's possible and feasible. We just have to dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were very interesting findings, and I'm so struck by the sector-wise findings and the nuances of how technology can be used, particularly in the livelihood sector, which is completely ignored. We're thinking of we always think of technology in maybe in STEM or maybe in high technologies, not at how it can be used at every level, including in rural households. So that was really very interesting. We now turn to Anshita Mehrotra, who's an entrepreneur, and we've been talking about entrepreneurship without actually talking specifically to an entrepreneur. So we're all looking forward to what you have to say as an entrepreneur. You've had a very successful journey as a young entrepreneur, if I may add. So please take us through your journey and what lessons do policymakers have from your experience?
I think one of the things I have to say is that there is a huge funding gap from my perspective. That is the number one thing. And I feel like I don't hear a lot of women entrepreneurs openly talking about it, because then it seems like they're not part of the group that they've now made their way into, which is mostly men. I think I'm very lucky to have been supported by the Amazon Sambhav Fund, DSG, India Quotient, even Peak 15, which was previously Sequoia India. We've gotten funding from almost all of them, but I've been in this journey. This is my 7th year. We'll do, just shy of maybe $5 million in revenue this financial year. I think after 7 years, I've gotten maybe 1/5 of the funding that my counterparts have, and it has been much harder. And I have to say that, yes, all of this does start with just having a mobile phone, because if I go back to 2019, I was a 19-year-old who found that you could start a website on Shopify for basically free. You could learn everything about Google Ads and SEO through YouTube videos. There's really not much more than that. And I was running Meta ads myself. And I'm a dropout. I didn't even complete my undergrad degree. So that should help when it comes to, there is plenty available in terms of resources that is genuinely free, that women don't require money for just to start. However, yes, I think once you have a product and you're talking to manufacturers and minimum order quantities come into play, that's where you need to be supported either by another woman in your life or by men. And I think today, majority of the people giving out funding or grants, men are in control in those rooms. And I wish more women were in control, because then women would understand that unpaid labor plays a huge part. And I speak on behalf of a lot of the people that I employ, right? They are incredibly smart, and I have a 50-50 split, gender split in my office. But so many of the women, they can't take so many of the roles that I wish they could take just because of safety. They simply cannot, and I will not put them in those spaces until I'm absolutely sure of their safety. So number one, if we could change anything, I would want them to feel more safe and be able to work after 5 p.m. and not have to worry about sitting in a cab to go home for 2 hours. I think there's a lot of things that digitization sort of solves for, but it still does make it hard, even as an entrepreneur, because you need to make decisions on the efficiency of work. And people coming in, of course, they can sit at home and work. And as a women entrepreneur, I understand that, and I also allow for it in a lot of cases. But I think that only if more women are in positions of power will we begin to understand just how important something as simple as safety is, and also something as simple as funding. I think I read about, even just in the UK, I think still 2% of venture capital funding is given to women, and that's in the UK. So I just cannot imagine how bad that number must be in our country. Probably worse, if not the same. So of course, my perspective is still as somebody who had access to a lot of education, is extremely privileged, and was still able to get access to such wonderful funding opportunities. And we actually started as a seller on Amazon, which is why we were scouted, years later by Amazon. And I'm so thankful that they did look at us. However, I think that if we had organized spaces and mentors that were women that were talking to women, maybe I would have known about these opportunities like a lot sooner. And I speak to a lot of women founders that I know. In fact, I know a lot of women founders now that aren't aware of the opportunities that they could have when it comes to funding. And at the end of the day, we need money. I think it's that simple. I'm not going to say we don't need a lot of things. We need money, though. Money gives you access. And I think over the last 7 years, I have realized that putting content on Instagram also pushes this narrative a lot. I reach out and speak to a lot of women founders. I, in fact, mentor a lot of women founders myself. I think we could be doing a lot more of this. I definitely can't say more than what has already been said. I think everything has been said. I can only add that as someone who has basically everything available to me, I still think that funding opportunities are what we lack. And I'm still super grateful to have been getting those opportunities. But I think to further women entrepreneurship, you need to give them money. You need to trust that they will do a wonderful job, because they will. I think that trust is missing, and the glass ceiling is most definitely still there.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that was, you said something very different from what the other panelists said. So that's a first-hand story. So there is no replication. We are 7 billion people on this earth, and every individual is unique. So, and everyone brings something different. So thank you for sharing your journey. One thing that I was struck by what you said about being a dropout. Today, I think all the large companies, especially the tech companies, the AI companies, are hiring people out of school.
Yeah.
Because it's all learning on the job, and what AI can teach you,
100%.
no classroom can, because you know where your gaps are, you know in which direction you want to go, where is it that you want to learn, what is it that you want to learn. So you navigate your own thought process in the learning process.
No, it's all
So
available.
it's a completely different.
I think textbook learning is of the past, to be super honest with you, especially with AI. If you want to learn something, it is available for you to learn. You just need to
Correct.
go out there and grab it. But yes, first thing is that we need access to it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for sharing what you did. Funding, yes, is a huge issue, and you've brought it out very clearly. I think also what's very important is access to networks. And when we think of networks, we always think of women with women. But actually, it is men and women in a network, because yes, the women-owned network is important, but what we don't put our heads together to is how can more women be part of, or can there be a gender equal network?
No, I
That
think
is where, because otherwise the narrative will never change.
no, and most networking opportunities available start at night when women go home. So
It's all, yeah.
how are they supposed to be part of these opportunities?
Yes, absolutely. So even a gender lens has to be used in the networking space. Thank you. Do we have time for
Kind of running out of time because we started late.
late?
So we need that additional 10 minutes. Can I just one suggestion?
Can I give everybody all the speakers one
Yes,
minute?
yes.
Just 1 minute
Just
to
give 1
everyone?
minute.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I had a suggestion that, so many ideas have cropped up. Can we all sit together as a team and prepare one program for the government, which we can submit to Government of India, which gets an, wholesome or integrated development of the women entrepreneurs, focusing more on the digital transformation. That was one idea of mine. But recently, MSME has started a program called RAMP, which it's a World Bank assisted program. They've sent it to the state governments, which talks little bit of, mentorship, digital training and things like that. But at the state level, it gets diluted. I'll tell you one very interesting thing. Now that we started working on women entrepreneurs exclusively, all the male associations have started pouncing on MSME and asking them to give funding for women-oriented programs. So all these days they were not doing it, but now they have. So RAMP is, I think, one small model which we can work on it and come up with a proper program which we can showcase to Government of India exclusively for women in business.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I leave that to Arpita to take that decision. Over to you, Shaun. No?
Just one thing, I think, trust-based digital networks. I think Facebook did a great thing for many business models. And when it comes to giving people information, you require trust-based networks. Now, if trust-based networks are difficult to put together physically, I think they can be put together digitally. And a lot of informal training can happen without distracting women from work.
Bernal?
I actually agree with Shriporna because I just want to say that my personal experience that during the pandemic when we couldn't meet, the WhatsApp came to be a very useful device for networking because people would call up and say, what's the GDP number going to be? And we could discuss everything, male and females, through WhatsApp. It was a very, for me, it's a safe device. If you don't like someone, you can block them off, right? So essentially, I found social media or WhatsApp or devices like that very useful. So it is, but again, safe usage to protect yourself. There's a lot of digital exploitation that takes place. One needs to be careful. But again, it's very easy to say for people like me who are ready, digitally ready, active ready. It's a completely different ball game for people who are not technically maybe literate, who are not even aware. So getting them and then using it for work. It's one thing is you know it, another thing is using it for work.
The delegate registration.
Absolutely different. So I think that's where we need to recognize and work.
Just a
Thank you.
training. I just wanted to mention it's not just a training on doing business, but lot of things happen online. I was just showing to her the delegate registration from the districts is happening online. The profiles are coming online. Everything is happening online from the districts. So I think this training really helps. It has a lot of tangible and intangible benefits. When later on sometime we can share our thoughts. Thank you.
We will discuss it over that. We are actually running very behind schedule and we have policymakers here who have taken time also the next session. So we will go there. Only the speakers, please. Now.
I think I just spoke. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Taneja and esteemed speakers. Can I please request you for a photo opportunity?
Come close. Are you taking a group photo? My एक मोबाइल पे ले लो so that immediately we can.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now take a short break. Request you all to please take your teas and coffees and return to the seats. We'll start in 5 minutes flat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So inspiring. Thank you.
You're so much.
I think I am the youngest person everywhere.
Maybe it's making
My own hair. Yes, I have very curly hair and I need by the end of it, I was like, oh my God, what can I add really here? Because I feel I'm yourself. I'm also I'm extremely privileged to have all the opportunities I have. So hard to say what do I have. But I do think I know the funding of this. Just try to get a survey. Collect actions on our I wish I had got it. Yes. Yes. We have a very large population with technology. But I think we, for a long time, in beauty at least, was shaped as a bit, so much trying to share that. Can somebody please for the panel
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, slight change. Mr. Rajat is no longer here. Mr. Rajat is not here anymore. Okay. We start with the virtual person. Okay. No. Kiam Hee. Yes. Oh my God, we are in trouble. We'll take the whole session to read this out. Huh? Your turn. There it is. No, I'm just kidding. No. Huh? Hello, nice to meet you. Oh, please. Yes, yeah. You're from PayPal. You'll be happy to know I have a PayPal account. Is PayPal big here in India?
Yes.
I was using it mostly when I was in the US. So.
Fairly big. We help small entrepreneurs
Yeah.
sell goods, export goods and services. India has a very large services economy.
Yeah.
So they export and we help them receive payments from 200 markets. It's grown very well. We are here for about 10, 12 years now. So very good.
So are you telling me that your international
We are only
is
international.
Oh, you're only international, so domestic or not?
No.
That's good.
So it is cross-border trade, cross-border payments, all small value export of goods and services, everything online.
So how do you define small value?
Small value is really small value. Average ticket size is not more than $200. Okay, but the limits are much higher. See, the game here is that if it is a much larger value payment and it's B2B, we are not the mechanism. We would actually encourage the small business to go to a bank.
I see.
But it is really the consumer which is shopping online globally,
Okay.
looking for goods and services from India, we can.
Professor.
You are John, now, APAC.
How do you pronounce?
TM is easy.
Yeah.
TM.
And how do you pronounce it?
All set? I think it's exciting.
Yeah.
Got government and they got private sector together.
We have been in touch. We're happy to kind of. The earlier secretary and team. Huh? Yes, Swainji. Swainji and his team. And Sonia ji also. Sonia. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Can I request everyone to please start taking the seat? We'll start in exactly 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Just guide me, just guide us. Yeah, policy is very important. Many of the time, unintentional friction is created for the SMEs.
What the girl said was very right, as I said. No, it was a lot of businesses. I'm sure Thomas has the right advice.
Morning, how are you?
Federation of
India.
Taking out the
Wow.
the cross-border and we help
It's a
facilitate.
big role.
Even doing it for now 10 years, it's a person.
How do you have kind of credit guarantee or support in terms of
Black tea? Black tea. Black tea.
What we do is.
Thank you.
Foundation help them increase the sale, they get the payment. It provides them the foundation in terms of the payment flow, right? So somehow they can go to traditional or modern lenders and get the credit based on this history. Because history में the
History.
So now they copy this through a strong. This is the, we lay the foundation of this and with this, now instead of just a domestic seller, they get digital bank.
Oh, yeah. Who are you working with there? I mean, who are you meeting there?
Very fascinating.
I see.
We are not taking lending directly.
Yeah, because you are doing a lot, I think, on the SME front.
Yes, that's right. Stable payment flow.
Priority for many countries. And India, I think, is a good example of.
The track record they built with us, it can be excellent input for them to get credit to any private or public sector lender. So then we can get any credit, people can actually have, even existing fellows.
who are new to the
Going to a bank back as a domestic seller as an versus an exporter, absolutely. Number of people realize the power of it. Number they build this history over a period of time, of course they get this model. We also help them with the compliance in such a way that they can go and get the GST refund back for the exports that they have done.
Hi, can I please request everybody to start taking their seats? We'll make sure that tea and coffee is served during the session as well. So kindly please come back to the seat so that we can start.
नया मार्केट दिलाइए और जो मेरा सेल हो रहा है उसका पैसा दिलाइए जल्दी से
जल्दी से is important.
Here is the big man on MSME and then what do we need to tell? You will take care of everything. And I'm Prabha. Can't see. But they're not exactly working on this e-commerce.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. We will now begin with our first panel of the day, integrating MSMEs in cross-border trade and industrial infrastructure. This session will discuss initiatives by policymakers and companies to facilitate the integration of MSMEs into the global value chains, focusing on both hard and soft infrastructure. I would like to introduce our moderator and chair along with the other panelists. Please welcome Mr. Thiam Hee Hin, Director, Asian Development Bank, Dr. Prabhakar Sahu, Program Director, Economic and Finance, Niti Aayog, Srimati Anuja Bapat, Deputy Director General, Ministry of MSMEs, Mr. Nath Parmeshwaram, Senior Director and Board, PayPal India Entities, and we also have Mr. Anil Bharadwaj, Secretary General of FISME. We are also joined virtually by Ms. Buithe Tan Han and Ms. Chanti Mazumdar. Thank you. I now hand over the session to our moderator. Thank you so much, sir.
The show. Oh, is it coming on now? Finally, yes. So yeah, so thank you. Thank you for coming back, everyone. It's a very exciting session that we're going to have today. This session will discuss how the government policy makers and the private sectors have been working together to facilitate the integration of MSMEs in the global value chain. So we are looking at particularly also at both the hard and the soft infrastructure. So I think what we have seen is that maybe we can learn from some other countries' experience first. So Vietnam has been very successful in its MSME e-commerce exports. And I think we are very lucky today to have Ms. Bui, who will be presenting on this, who will be sort of sharing some of the Vietnam experience on this. So Ms. Bui Thanh Ha has been working at the Ministry of Science and Technology for over 3 years in the field of startup and innovation ecosystem development. And she has also more than 10 years of experience in communication and public relation management across a wide variety of companies. She's leading the setting up of the National Innovative Communication Network in Vietnam. So Ms. Bui Thanh Ha, what are the key policy interventions that have helped Vietnamese MSME successfully integrate into cross-border e-commerce? Can you share some of Vietnam's secret sauce?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the host of the APAC Cross-Border E-Commerce Policy Summit today. And it is a great pleasure for me to have an opportunity to present, to share with you about the e-commerce landscape of Vietnam. So coming back to the question of the moderator, Mr. Thiam, that I'd like to share about the development, very overall picture of the e-commerce in Vietnam, that we have achieved the growth, the average of growth from 20 to 25% of each year. And the turnover of the B2C in e-commerce 2024 is around 25 billion US dollars. And for the e-commerce, the cross-border e-commerce, all the e-commerce export revenue provided by the Vietnamese businesses is around 26 trillion Vietnam dong by 2023, and it is expected to get around 145.2 trillion Vietnam dong by 2028, with the average growth about 11%. And it is very surprised that around 25 and 26% of the share comes from the MSMEs. So it is a potential signal for us to see that the e-commerce or the cross-border e-commerce will be a good way for the MSMEs to expand the market or to approach to the international market. So what is the main or the most important policies of Vietnam to facilitate cross-border e-commerce? The first of all, I think that it is due to very timely visions from my government to see the e-commerce generally will play an important role in the economic growth. So it is a good opportunity for us, like our department or my ministries, to contribute or to have more facilitating activities to the private sector to apply the e-commerce in their business. So I could be list out some main policies to support the cross-border e-commerce. Like I think the most important is master plan for the e-commerce development in 5 years, 2021 and 2025. And now we are already ratified the new master plan on e-commerce development from 26 to 30 in 5-year period. And in each master plan in 5 years, we highlighted the roles of the cross-border e-commerce as an incubator and a good engine for all the MSMEs to expand the business, to increase the export capabilities. And it is a good way to promote the Vietnamese product, especially for some like agricultural products like coffee, pepper, for example, so that to the global market. So it is the one of the most important is the master plan on the e-commerce. And besides that, we also have national strategy on the digital economy and the digital transformation as well. So in this national strategy, we focus on the 3 pillars. The first one is digital government, so that all the government administrative service or the government services will be digitalized, so that to have the MSMEs to adopt digitalization for all the government services in a smooth way. The second pillar is digital economy, and e-commerce is one of the major contributing to the digital economy. And the last one is the digital society, to have increased the awareness and the digital skills. So it cover not only cover all the businesses or any relevant stakeholders to the e-commerce, but we focus much on the MSMEs and the businesses in the remote areas, how to facilitate them to use e-commerce as a good way to promote their products to the consumers, not only in domestic market, but also to the export to the international market as well. So, and when we implementing these policies, we have developed some initiative, very specific program to support the MSMEs to apply e-commerce. And it can be done from the government agencies, like my agencies belong to the Ministry of Industry and Trade, or it can be done by the collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. For example, like Amazon and my ministry, for example, and we conducted a lot of capacity buildings to the MSMEs, specific sectors like fishery sector, for example, craft sector, to help all the MSMEs and even household or individuals to join the Amazon fulfillment service to export their product to the foreign markets. We also have a collaboration between government and Shopee, for example, to help to support or facilitate the MSMEs go digitalized through the e-marketplace or the well-known marketplace, so that it will be a good way, a good place for all the MSMEs to increase their presence and their export capacities. So it is a very brief about the policies as well as some specific initiative that can be done by both the Vietnamese government and the collaboration between public and the private sector to facilitate the cross-border e-commerce, especially for the MSMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pui Thi Thang Hoang. Very, very good. So we can. So now that we learn about, Vietnam's strategy, let us now turn to what has India been doing to support its own MSME to integrate into the global value chain. Niti Aayog has been working on policies that support inclusive growth, digitalization, and competitiveness of MSME. So we are very lucky here to have someone from Niti Aayog. So Mr. Prabhashkar Sahu, he's a professor of economics at the Institute of Economic Growth, and he teaches on macroeconomics, international economics, and issues related to development economics. Also, he has worked on policy-relevant projects for both national and international agencies. So, Dr. Sahu, from a policy standpoint, what are the top 3 enablers that can accelerate MSME integration into cross-border trade and value chains?
Yeah.
Sure, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for having me, and happy to be here. Though I'm not very sure that I'm an expert in e-commerce, but I have some random thoughts I'll just share with. I do work on trade issues, particularly right now we are working on non-financial deregulations. And one of the sectors we are looking at seriously is what is called trade reforms, the ease of doing, and phase-wise, how can we really facilitate trade? And before that, let me just thank you, ICRIER, all these collaborating organizations, and also the knowledge partners putting a mega summit on e-commerce, particularly focusing on MSME integration for e-commerce exports. As we know that whenever it comes to goods and services, and more so over last 15 years, it is the e-commerce that has been really growing. In terms of goods, it's growing at something like e-commerce exports 15 to 20%, when the general trade is growing something like 3 to 5%. So that is the area to really focus on. And the MSME, the importance of that, I think all of us, we know. If you look at the APAC countries, it's something like 97% of their businesses actually are happening because of the MSME. Their contribution is something like 40% in GDP and 80% of the total exports. And this more or less, it's 1/3 of GDP in case of India. And it supports 45% of the total exports. So we know that the backbone of any industrial, society or economy is the MSME. And as long as actually they get integrated, not only with the domestic economy, but the rest of the world, with huge potential demand, that is where actually you will get the return. In case of services also, we see the rise of commercial services over goods over a period of time. And this rise is being actually kind of more capitalized by developing and least developing countries. They are doing much more than world on an average. And in that commercial services, you would see that digitally delivered services is growing much faster. And some of these countries, actually, we are doing well, particularly the developing countries. So I see huge potential when it comes to e-commerce trade, both in goods and services. And that is where I wanted to really congratulate ICRIER and all these knowledge partners doing a summit like this. The second point I would like to focus on this APAC countries. How important are they? It's like 35% of the world GDP. It's almost more than the total GDP of the North America and Europe. So it's a huge market. The 58% of world's e-commerce that happens in the APAC countries. In fact, it's little over 3 trillion right now. and it is expected to reach 6 trillion market, the APEC countries. So that is where actually it throws huge opportunities for Indian MSMEs, and what we need to do, I'll come to that part little later. And the e-commerce in APEC countries is rising something close to 12%, whereas the world average is 6%. So here, when it comes to the depth of the market, it's very huge. It's the growing market. And with the per capita income, something around $10,000. And when it is growing it to 11 to 12%, and we need to actually do well. Are we really doing well? Yes, in recent years, because of all the initiatives that government of India has taken, we are doing relatively better. But if you compare with China, South Korea, we need to do much more. For example, India's e-commerce trade today is close to 4%, whereas it is like 30% in China, 28% in South Korea, 16% in Australia. So we need to do much more. And what is relevant for the domestic industries, that is relevant for the, this MSMEs actually to get integrated with the APEC countries. Now, after this, what you call ONDC, Open Network for Commercial, what we find is there is substantial growth. The substantial growth of MSMEs, in participation of the e-commerce. There are few statistics. I won't be going to that, but there is some startling data. You see, particularly the tier 2 and tier 3 cities are participating into the e-commerce, and that is the good point, because that gives us the options actually. How do we really connect these MSMEs coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities, and then what you call capitalize the leverage the potential that the market offers, both domestically and also outside. Now, when it comes to the e-commerce or the success of e-commerce, you would find there are some standardizations. I'll give you some of the best practices, not telling the countries, but on an average, the factors that really matter for the success of the e-commerce. The one is 24 hours digital custom clearance. It's, point to point. It's a one-day efficiency-based clearance. And almost the logistics, the warehouses, the certifications, and also the foreign exchange compliances, they are taken care in one place. Those who are successful, they have these facilities. We have export hub, but we are still yet to kind of really scale up and operationalize. Dedicated export hub, which we announced actually in Foreign Trade Policy 2023. There are progress, but I think we need to reach there compared to some of these countries. Those were hugely successful when it comes to the e-commerce. Unified reverse logistics systems, then what happens is when there are returns, some of the MSMEs, they find it very difficult, to reapply for export duties. There are physical verifications of that, which makes things difficult, particularly for MSME. That in other countries, we find there is a unified system. It is done very efficiently and quickly, and there are mechanisms actually to deal with, because these MSMEs are very small, and they find it very difficult actually to comply with this, refunds. Simplified seller platform role division. Okay, I'll take 2 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. Okay. Because I just made some random thoughts, I wanted to cover it, and so that I can take more questions. Anyway, simplified seller platform, what I wanted is, this platform actually takes care of most of the compliances without bothering the MSME. They deal with the customs, they deal with the forex, they deal with the refunds, they deal almost with all the issues. Distinct customs supervision code like China has done it, so you need to streamline. It is meant only for e-commerce exports, that helps. And institutional MSME export support, like we are supporting for traditional exports. I think we need to do that. So what are the challenges that we need to take care? Very quickly, I'll take 1 minute, not even 2. Multiple compliance frameworks. Actually, MSMEs, they have to deal separately with the customs, with the digital platforms, with the forex. And it's very difficult for this actually small units, because they have not really grown up. Of course, all the MNCs in the world, I can always tell that all the MNCs in the world, they were part of MSC at one point of time. But then there are different layers, and then the scale are very different. So that is where I think the compliance is a big cost. Limited logistic integrations, that is where we need to work. Customs, courier services, e-platforms, they need to be all integrated, which would really help MSME. We have done that. Actually, ONDC, in some extent, it is really taking care of that. The reverse logistic refund variation, that 9 months rule, and of course, 25% variation in the invoice, that is making things difficult, or it is kind of not really flexible for the MSME to, vary the prices. Sometimes the lack of coordinated ecosystem across all the organizations, again, the same point, I think we need to have, we need to bring the synergy. International cooperation, you see, all these countries, they are kind of very heterogeneous. The last point delivery, it's not going to be easy. That is where I think India needs to get into the FTAs, bilateral trading agreements with it, so that there kind of collaboration when it comes to the logistics, the market access, and also last minute delivery. And of course, like we are going through this Vietnam experience, the kind of capacity building, you see, it's only out of 65 million MSMEs today, 1 million is only participating in India. So that means we need to really not only support, skill them, train them, like the US has done, what is called the facilitation, China has done. I think we need to improve the capability and coordinate and ensure that they are effectively part of this e-commerce that is offering a lot of opportunities. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prabha Sahu, for sharing your ideas about how we can support the SMBs. For our next, I think we have also someone who is working very closely with coming up with ideas on how we can further promote MSME development. I would like to introduce Ms. Anuja Bapat. She's the Deputy Director General Development Commissioner of MSME. She's been handling schemes relating to policy, entrepreneurial skills, cluster development, data, and statistics. In particular, she likes to work on gender issue, especially mainstreaming on gender into policy discourse. So for Ms. Bapat, how is the MS Ministry supporting MSME to become export ready and digitally equipped for participation in cross-border e-commerce?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you organizers, ICRIER, for inviting me for this. Sorry for all the trouble that I gave you because of my dwindling schedules all the time, whether I'm coming or not. So I'm happy to be here. Yeah, it is a subject close to us, and we look at the opportunity and the challenges that both this subject poses to MSMEs. As it has been already said that MSMEs are key to the Indian developmental story. Now, because for Ministry of MSME, an MSME is recognized by the Udyam registration and Udyam number. So I'll start with, and as he said, I'm a data person, so I usually talk in numbers and then numbered further tell a story. So we have around 7 crore MSMEs registered on Udyam today, out of which only 2.6 lakhs are exporting MSMEs, and out of which only 1 lakh are the manufacturing exporting. So the first challenge that we see, and also if you know the way definition of MSME has been devised, the exporting turnover is kept out of the definition of MSME when we classify them. So that is one interesting detail probably many of you may not be aware of, but that was primarily done to make sure that the exporting MSMEs do not face the hurdle of larger volumes, and they continue to get the support that they require to have a firmer base in India. So that was one aspect which I thought I would bring out. MSMEs have a large share in exports. So I think the first job that we are doing is that we are trying to bring everybody on board. We are collaborating with DGFT, which is the key organization in terms of exports from India, and we're trying to match the databases also. We're trying to match the field level officials also work together in tandem. So what we have done is we have reached out to the MSMEs we are trying to reach out to the MSMEs through the export facilitation centers that we have set up across 65 locations in the country. And we hope that, the tier 2 and tier 3 people also, and the women MSMEs, as you say, will be able to reach out to us. We will be able to reach out to them. So broadly, if you look at the preparedness of MSMEs for exports, I think we look at it from 2 points. One is creating the platforms available, you're making the platforms available to them. And before that, making MSMEs ready or competitive enough to participate in the global value chain. So I think when we talk about competitiveness of MSMEs, the first part itself is a lot of importance to us, that MSMEs should have the capacity to create such products and services which are able to compete in the global market. And for that also we are reaching out to people in terms of through our cluster development program, through our capacity building programs, through our a recent initiative where we are actually going out in various locations, cluster-based locations. In Ministry of MSME has taken up this initiative where we are going out to the clusters, and I was supposed to participate in one such program today when I said I would not be coming, where we are reaching out to the local clusters and asking the MSMEs sitting on the ground what are their issues in terms of export and in terms of creating a better quality product, because the cost and the competitiveness both are major challenges for MSME in terms of scaling up their operations. And I must tell you that these interactions are becoming very fruitful, and we are getting very constructive inputs and suggestions which will help us create certain policy interventions which will be really helpful to them. The other thing that ministry is doing on the policy level is it is a co-leading ministry with in the recently announced export promotion mission, which is being led by the Ministry of Commerce, and ministry is the co-lead in the process. And there also again as my previous speaker said, Mr. Sahu, that you need to bring out a uniform platform where MSMEs can go to. They need not go to. There is an integrated platform should be made available. So that is one of the things that export promotion will do, besides identifying many other challenges that MSMEs face. Madam talked about the RAMP program, which is one of the flagship programs that we have started. It is one program which we are doing with all the states and union territories of the country. It's a World Bank supported program, but it is also supported by the Consolidated Fund of India. It's a partnership program, and where we are actually helping the states do the capacity building. One of the schemes under this program is the TEAM scheme, which is the Trade Enablement and Marketing scheme, which is one of the first schemes that ministry is running exclusively for the e-commerce. So here we are collaborating with, it started only last year on the MSME Day, June 2024, and the portal was organized. It was inaugurated sometimes in December. Since then, we have had lots of workshops. We have done more than, I think, a few thousand MSMEs have registered on board on that, and in the seller network also. So that is one work in progress. We do hope that we will be able to scale it up more. And we are reaching out to all the states. We have partnered with ONDC. We are partnering with other platforms also. And we hope that this team project will scale up sufficiently to onboard as many as MSMEs to join the e-commerce channel. But, we also realize that while e-commerce may look simple, there are many hidden challenges which MSMEs are not aware of. We are talking to, say, for example, when you talk to the Export Credit Guarantee Corporation, who are supporting the MSMEs in their export, funding issues, and you realize that sometimes when MSMEs do a direct selling, they bypass many regulations which are or many requirements which are a part of the export regime. So there is a issue of capacity building. So we are taking up up that on a large scale, digital marketing and financial literacy, particularly for women. Ministry is also partnering with Niti Aayog on a specific initiative, which is for the women entrepreneurs, which is the Women Entrepreneurship Platform, WEP it is called. And we have our own program called Yashaswini, where we're essentially targeting the women entrepreneurs, including those who are in the export arena, to bring them on board in terms of financial literacy and the facets of digital marketing. Another thing that I would like to take opportunity to tell this, and that will be the last thing. I think I'm not overshot my time given to me. So one thing that I would like to bring on is that when we talk about cost and competitiveness and the manufacturing MSMEs who may also be able to export in the time. So we have a network of technology centers. There are around 30 plus technology. 18 were working for a long time. Now we have increased the numbers. We are increasing. So there are technology centers. These technology centers essentially help the MSMEs develop tools and dies for the products that they want to manufacture and bring out in the and they also help them. So these technology centers are actually working in creating what we call import substitution traditionally, or now we call them Atmanirbhar, or whichever way you want to look at it. But they are helping MSMEs develop such indigenous products which can be globally competitive. And the MSMEs across, we have had several successful examples. If you talk about one successful example, is that one of our technology centers in Bhubaneswar has been closely working with ISRO in the space technology, and a sizable number of components of the Chandrayaan and the now Gaganyaan have been developed exclusively by the technology center in Bhubaneswar and then in the Mumbai technology centers. They have been working in the field of defense. They have been working in the field of medical equipments. And then we have cluster development programs where we provide clusters with common facility centers, which they can take benefit of to create such facilities, which will help them make their products more competitive. And these clusters are formed in across the sectors. Maybe it is automobile, maybe it is services. So both services and manufacturing industry 4.0 clusters, logistics, common logistics centers, or any kind of vertical value chain integration that can be done. So I think when we look at the e-commerce and when we look at the trade support to MSMEs, we do not look at only creating a platform, but we look at the complete chain of initiatives, right from making them aware, creating capacity with them, and then handholding them through these platforms. And that will be our endeavor in the coming days as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've been hearing a lot from government, official, policymakers. Now let's turn to someone who can tell us what is happening on the side of the MSME. So we are very lucky to have Mr. Anil Babwaj, who is the Secretary General of the Federation of Indian Micro and Small and Medium Enterprises, FISME. He is a recognized voice in India's MSME ecosystem with substantial involvement in trade policy, regulatory advocacy, and enterprise development. Mr. Babwaj,
Thank you.
From your experience in engaging with MSME across India, what are the most pressing challenges that they face in assessing international markets? And how can a trade association like yours work together with government to help them?
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, as a matter of fact. So I represent Federation of Indian Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. It's a federation having 746 MSME associations as its members. We are politically neutral, sector agnostic organization. And we operate in 3 thematic areas, primarily market access, regulatory reforms for ease of doing business, and we carry out MSME development projects which are sponsored by bilateral, multilateral agencies. E-commerce itself is challenging. as Ms. Bapat has already said. And when it comes to cross-border e-commerce, the challenges actually push up several notches. And especially the kind of speed that e-commerce is gaining, with the breakneck speed that is growing as a sector itself. And secondly, also the kind of delivery times that are getting compressed. So from e-commerce now, we are into quick commerce already. So when it comes to cross-border trade, these challenges become manifold. For the point of discussion today, I think I have tried to bucket up these issues in two segments. One is the exogenous factors and the other endogenous factors. In exogenous factors, as the previous speaker, Anshika Mehrotra, has very rightly said that, the two issues that pose the greatest challenge, one is the information. And she wished that if she could get the right information at the early stage and perhaps could compress the growth prospects, might have achieved growth prospects early. And second is finance. So in the first part, I think information is very, very important. And especially we have to see that, government is spending quite a lot of money on hard infrastructure, but soft infrastructure, particularly of information, is also important. It also has the attributes of public good. Individually, you can't create information that is needed, actionable, and reliable, trustworthy. And second component is the export logistics. We are growing, in terms of our exports through e-commerce. Our infrastructure also is getting upgraded in India, especially at the metros. But I think the speed needs to be increased, especially to keep pace with the growth. And one major challenge that MSMEs, they have shared with us is that, they face when they are exporting and there are costs attached, for example, for the warehousing. So suppose, usually MSMEs exports through large platforms, especially for the cross-border purpose. And suppose you are exporting to US. Now a US customer would like to get its material maybe next day. But how you can really ship the goods from India to US in a day? It is impossible unless you have the warehouse facilities out there. So typically large platforms have their fulfilling centers almost in every major city in the US. So Indian goods, for example, from the MSME would be taken early, would be placed there, and then there would be warehouse charges. So what is happening is that, these warehouse charges are becoming more than the cost of the product itself. So what do you do is a catch-22 situation. If you don't send the goods in the warehouse, you would not be able to meet the needs of the customer to get the goods in time. And if you do that, the cost is going to be punishing. And if you increase the cost, unless you are doing something of a really branded jewelry, the cost is going to be more than the product itself. So that's one major challenge that they have said. And third is the complexity of global compliances, especially the regulatory compliances, non-tariff barriers, and India not having the mutual recognition agreements, especially the labs that we have in India. This is a very difficult situation. So I would like to maybe sell to US market, but the product that I'm exporting has to meet the standards there, and that a particular lab, for example, has to certify. And the lab, if I send the goods for you can say certification in US, the cost again, it could be prohibitive. So I need to have a lab which is having MRA with the US counterpart. So those challenges and those difficulties are yet to be fully resolved. So I think it's still work in progress. Coming to the endogenous factors, I think one major challenge is finance, and she rightly said that, because when we interact with the bankers, they are saying that, to be honest, we don't understand e-commerce. We don't understand the cycles of working capital in e-commerce. So for us, it's a challenge how to finance. What is the best way? I think so. One suggestion that could go from this platform is that, some training might be needed for the bankers for calculating the financial needs of the entrepreneurs, so that they can quickly ascertain that what kind and how they can really fulfill the needs of finance. Why finance is more important in e-commerce is because The moment your product clicks, suddenly it doesn't rain, it pours. And all the people are demanding that product at a very short period of time. But unfortunately, this is a time when you need a lot of financial support to really grow, scale it up very, very quickly. If you don't scale up quickly, unfortunately, you lose the business and other competitors come in. And sometimes that competitor is the platform itself. So the platform itself becomes the buyer and they start pushing their own white labeled product. So it's a double whammy for MSMEs. So they need to have access to finance that they can tap quickly, scale up quickly to fulfill a need that is arising fast. Also, in the endogenous factors range is the question of the e-commerce readiness. Actually, I mean, most of the MSMEs that I talked to, they shared that, there is hardly any structured program for training to how to really do justice with e-commerce requirements. I mean, in terms of processing returns, customer support, processing, packaging that too as per the requirement of the destination and so on. So I think there's a lot of learning curve there that they have to do. So I feel these are the challenges, but opportunities are also arising, and I hope that we would be able to meet as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So next, let's bring in someone who has, been working very much with the SMEs to assess the global market through secure, convenient, and compliant digital payment system. So I would like to invite Mr. Nah Parameshwaran, who is currently the Senior Director, Corporate Affairs for PayPal in India. He has been in PayPal for 13 years, and in his corporate affair roles over the years, Nah has expanded to board position and site lead responsibility for India business. From PayPal global and India perspectives, what are the most significant enablers that help MSME expand into international market through digital payments?
Thank you, TM. I'm very impressed you got my full name.
I'm from Malaysia.
Wonderful.
No problem.
No, welcome to India. I hope you get also time to enjoy the hospitality, the food and the culture. Thanks to the organizers, for having us here and to our partners here. In my intervention, I want to start with a kind of question, right? What is common between Tenkasi, Rajmundry, or a Sri Ganganagar or Namchi, right? Just wanted to throw that question out. These are not names of metro towns or even tier 2 towns. Okay, some of these names are spread across India. The commonality across all these towns is that there are very, very small micropreneurs or entrepreneurs who have been able to break the barriers of traditional trade. All of us know as experts or academia or policymakers that trade used to be the game of big businesses. You need to have access to finance, access to port in case of merchandise, and be able to export goods over a container shipping across, right? Or aircraft. The beauty about e-commerce led exports, which is actually the internet as the fabric, it has actually made geography history. All these entrepreneurs from the small towns, either selling goods or services, are able to, connect to the global market across multiple countries of millions of users. So for example, PayPal has been very, very lucky, very grateful to millions of small entrepreneurs who have trusted PayPal. What we do is entrepreneurs from the small towns and cities, majority, connect them to about 400, 500 million users globally who sit in 200 markets. And they sell their goods and services from India, India-made goods and services, and they are able to receive payments in a very trusted way back to their bank accounts. Increasing exports, directly selling to the end consumer, better margins, value realization is better, and across multiple channels. We don't compete with the actual seller directly or indirectly. A seller could sell through any platform of his choice. It could be a marketplace, through their website, through their social media chat facilities as well. So that is a revolution that is unfolding. It's a tsunami waiting to be unleashed. We are only at the beginning of it. It is supported by very strong tailwinds from the government as well as from the regulators. Thanks to Anuja and Prabhakarji, they have explained, what are the policies in place. So I'll not delve into it. But what is fascinating is to just for a moment realize, what is this seller wanting to do? Actually, it's pretty simple. We complicate the hell out of it. But when he's having a good product or service to sell, he's only looking at three or four fundamental things. Number one, how do I find customers globally? It's the number one thing. Number two, how do I build trust? Because finding a customer is one, but how do you get repeat sales? So building trust is super important cross-border e-commerce. Number three, paisa kab milega? Which means when do I get the money? Because for him it is not profit, it is cash flow which is more vital. But he's got a running small business, he needs to pay workers who may be on daily wages or suppliers who are going to be demanding, as Anilji said, as they grow the business. So getting the money. Okay, these are the fundamental things he's looking at. Okay, and of course, once he starts to get the money, it actually gives an input to access finance and credit. A small domestic seller who is actually selling internationally, when he is able to go back to his banker with the compliances, he can go back to him confidently as an exporter. Okay, that is the game here. So from a very fundamental thing is get me customers, get me trusted customers, get me my payment very quickly, and create the foundation to become actually a very proud Indian exporter. This is what the revolution that e-commerce led exports and digital payments platform like PayPal are trying to bring in. So as PayPal, we connect them to this millions of customers in 200 markets. The payment comes to them next day. So आज का sale कल पैसा bank में. I'm taking in Hindi, TM he for you is that, today's sale cash in the bank tomorrow is what they want. Okay. So very, very focused. And we also help them with compliances. How do they go to their bank and say that this particular credit of, say 8,000 rupees is actually not a Indian domestic sale, but an export transaction. So we work with our banker to produce compliance, which is called as FIRA certificate, which RBI requires under this compliance of export to show that there's a foreign remittance. He can go back and tell his banker there's a foreign remittance. They give him a certain set of documents with which he can actually go back and claim all the GST refunds from the from GST for all the input that he has, whether it's the bank charges, the courier charges, etc. So this is how this whole fascinating revolution is possible when you have commerce, payments, logistics, and digital single window systems all working together. Now, having said that, I want to bring attention to a point which policymakers in India miss out, which Prabhakarji explained. In e-commerce, we have an emphasis on merchandise. India, as we speak in this room, is the leader in digitally delivered online exports. It's the well-kept secret. There is no policy out to support this community. We are obsessed with the big IT folks of Infosys, TCS, all exporting. But do we know we have the largest community of small freelancers, ITs, exporters, women entrepreneurs who are dietitians, who actually offer nutritional services, yoga classes, fine arts, music lessons, tutoring. I can keep going on. This is the revolution India has undertaken, but we have no policy support. So I call on the policymakers to sit down in various forums and look at digitally delivered services, digital trade and services, a holistic policy, because if we don't do it, countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, Philippines are snapping at our heels. Okay, in merchandise, we know that a lot of the traditional areas of expertise, we have lost it out to other markets. Of course, they did a great job in terms of supporting. But I urge the policymakers to look at digitally delivered services, the online small value services exporters to be looked at. So that's my number two. kind of a remark. The last one, this space is super dynamic. As we speak in the room, let's say if Arpit organizes and is kind enough to invite us in 20 months, we are going to talk about a new scenario which will be already upon us. This is the era of AI. Okay, AI is transforming e-commerce, cross-border e-commerce. This is what is called as agentic commerce. It's already on us. What it means is that a consumer globally will not even come to a platform or to a website. He is going to, he or she, while she is on a treadmill, say in the US or UK, is actually going to give instructions on her phone, okay, to an AI agent on the phone, like say ChatGPT or any of those, and say that, you know, in the next 1 hour when I am finishing my run, please give me recommendations of, you know, lehengas for my friend's wedding next week. Okay, and if this is the price range, okay, look at all the offers on payments and also look at the delivery times and give me the recommendation. It's not going to, even before she has finished her run, in the next 5 minutes, the agent would have given her a full recommended set and say, should I go and purchase this for you? This is the speed in which it is moving. PayPal has just announced last week, it's public, so I can share a partnership with ChatGPT to become the wallet inside ChatGPT. So there is no, can we imagine that nobody is going to go and search on a mobile phone or a website? We are not even going to visit websites anymore. It is going to be a chat agent on behalf of the consumer, complete the entire commerce experience. This is what we are talking about. We will be talking about that. That kind of a, experience which is going to redefine commerce. So of course, there is a whole set of, responsible AI. How do we manage fraud? How do we manage security, privacy, all those things. But an idea whose time has come, like e-commerce, its time has come a few years ago. Okay, nothing could stop the change, right? We have to adapt and do it. Similarly, agentic commerce is already upon us. So I would say that people in this room, whether from all the stakeholders, look at that also as an area. It's fascinating. It holds out a great opportunity again. It's not to be seen as a challenge. We need to embrace, adapt, and take full advantage of it. So these were some of the remarks, Thiam, that I wanted to just leave this audience with. And, we're happy to kind of, also engage post the session offline if we want to discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we can hear from an entrepreneur. So Ms. Bazumda is currently building Okidokes, an AI native shopping platform. So we are slowly moving into AI territory, reimagining how people discover and share products globally. She previously led e-commerce export initiative at Amazon India, helping shape India's first national e-commerce export policy, and earlier built ride-sharing regulation with Uber across South Asia. Chan brings deep experience at the intersection of technology, policy, and global commerce. Ms. Mazumda, from an entrepreneur's perspective, what have been the biggest enablers and challenges in expanding your business across border through e-commerce?
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Actually, Mr. Bhardwaj and Mr. Parmeshwaran said a lot of things that I actually wanted to say, and he started off with this whole AI thing. I'll just share a very quick perspective from a startup actually building on ground. So what we're doing is building cross-border e-commerce for emerging design-led brands using AI. So what has been one of the major enablers, I would say that over the past few years, India's new generation of creative D2C brands has been growing really fast. Like labels like Napadori, Nicobar, etc. are already being spotted globally. In fact, I was traveling to Paris last year, and at the airport, I saw multiple travelers actually carrying Napadori shopping bags. And it shows that India is beginning to export not just products, but also taste. So these brands, and there are similar creative brands across Asia. I visit Thailand often, Vietnam, all these places, amazing, beautiful, beautiful brands. I believe that they need a new discovery model because traditional marketplaces can actually flatten them. Like they can show up next to a generic bag, like a beautiful branded bag. So there are new ways of finding. And as Mr. Parmeshwaran already said, like using AI, you can do a bunch of these things, right? Actually looking at the beautiful discovery. And along with, everyone knows, for practical macroeconomic reasons, with shifting import tariffs and changing trade dynamics in markets like the US, there's a growing need to diversify export destinations across Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. So we talk to multiple brands. A lot of people, like a lot of the brands, like they ask that how do they expand, new markets, what are the platforms, and all of that. So Okidokes is building that discovery and demand layer, and it is designed for cross-border e-commerce from day one to help these brands reach global buyers from across Asia, India, Thailand, Vietnam, all over the place. But then when you try to operate, and we are actually very early in the build, we are going to launch the products launch the product actually pretty soon, hopefully end of this month or early next month. But then when we are operationalizing that vision, the gaps actually become clear. And I've worked in e-commerce expos for the past several years. But for now, the very first step, even something as basic as verifying merchants across countries remains unsolved. There's no interoperable KYB framework. So when we are trying to onboard a brand from India or Thailand or Vietnam, it means that we have to navigate different KYB norms, inconsistent tax IDs, and actual manual checks. You have to also maybe take services, third-party services. I'm sorry, I'm a little unwell, so my voice is breaking. Third-party services, which actually adds up friction, adds up cost. Also, this verification happens 3 times at the platform level, when they are doing logistics, when they're doing payments, and each has its own format, own documentation. Like, why can't it be done once through a shared trusted framework that travels with the merchants across systems? So now you do the discovery, as Mr. Parmeshwar was saying, you do discovery, you find the products, you love it, you order it, and you get, but then the product needs to reach you, right? That's the thing with physical, when the physical and the digital world collide, the product actually needs to reach you. So the physical flow needs to be seamless. So if I'm looking at exporting between India and Thailand or India and Vietnam, the flight time from Delhi to Bangkok is about 4 hours, and to Hanoi just about 4.5. Yet a small parcel between those same cities can take 4 to 7 days to deliver. If postal networks like India Post, Thai Post, BN Post co-created a regional express lane, a dependable 48-hour small parcel corridor within Asia, I think it would really transform cross-border fulfillment for MSMEs across the APAC region at least. And again, many people said it, so not going to harp on it, but there is no interoperable system for returns. Most brands simply refund and abandon the shipment because sending it back costs much more than the product itself. In my view, the bigger issue is that every layer, payments, customs, logistics, they have all gone digital, but they're not connected really. So there's no shared data rail that allows startups like us to plug into verified exporter information, shipment status, or remittance flows. So in my view, 2 immediate gaps can be solved, which will help startups like us. First is have an interoperable verified frameworks for KYB, so merchants can onboard easily across countries. If a Thai seller wants to sell in India, India seller wants to sell in Thai, like they should have like a common verified framework. Regional express logistics, establishing a 48-hour small parcel routes within Asia that bring delivery times closer to actual flight times. And finally, everyone has talked about it, payments and remittances also need streamlining. Cross-border settlements for small exporters are still slow and costly, limiting participation. And in my view, if these digital and physical blocks actually connect, startups like ours could actually onboard and empower thousands of MSMEs across Asia far faster, turning today's fragmented progress into a truly connected trade network. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have now come to an end. I think the lunch is ready. Yes. So thank you very much to all the panelists for very engaging, both the one who are here on the table, and also thank you so much to Miss Bui Thi Thang Han and Miss Chan Majunda who are joining us virtually. Do they have time for questions or? Okay, so it's so exciting that people say let's talk rather than eat. Okay, so let's talk. So any question, please? Please go ahead, Mister.
Wish I knew the answer, but I think MSMEs are pragmatic lot, so we are practical people. So we'll try to see whatever best opportunities are there and then how we can maybe realize them. And we are prepared for the worst, and we are also preparing ourselves for the best of the outcome, that is 15%. Let's see what happens.
Just start with question. You gave us very interesting figures in terms of the number of MSMEs registered on Udyam. But the last survey and what Prabhakar also quoted is your 60 million, 6 million MSMEs, I think, which was 2011, 2012 data when it was done. And clearly a huge gap between those numbers and what is registered. Any way, I mean, what should we go with? The 6 million that is there, which is old, should we stick with this? Or any reason why there is such a big difference?
Okay. Thank you. So I'll just clarify on the issue of data. Data has always been a challenge. Am I audible? Yeah. What I quoted was the number from Udyam registration. So Udyam started in 2020 and everybody is registering on that. What you are quoting is from the enterprise survey of 15-16, which was done by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. That was the survey which happened and where it was an estimated number of unincorporated enterprises. So there are a couple of things which I'll say. So that was not the last. If you look at the ASUS data, ASUS has replaced the enterprise survey. Now it is an annual survey. If you look at the last year's data, that is 23-24 ASUS, they have again estimated the number of MSMEs. It is one of the part of the ASUS data, and there are two tables given about MSMEs where they estimate the number of unincorporated enterprises at 7.33 crores. So that is the new number. So Udyam is an administrative registry and data registry, and ASUS gives you the estimated number of unincorporated enterprises. MSMEs are not just unincorporated enterprises. We also, although the largest segment is definitely that of micro enterprises, out of the 700 crore that we have on Udyam, close to 699, in fact, 98% of them are micro enterprises, and again, of which 80% might be the OPEs, what you call in terms of, in statistics, we call them own account workers. Here we call them one-person enterprise. So that is the kind of, and with a single unit. So I think the data are going together in that sense. They behave differently because one is administrative data, as one is estimated data. And yes, ma'am. Yeah. And we are working with Ministry of Statistics to have an exclusive survey for MSME, maybe in times to come, where not just the number of estimates, because, Udyam is fairly giving us a fair understanding of what is the number. But more than numbers, we need to know the health of the MSMEs, and we are working on with the MOSPI to have a larger survey on MSMEs. Besides, incorporating more things in ASUS data. Last year, for the first time, we tried to get a number from them, exclusive MSME number based on the definition. We hope that we will be able to incorporate more questions, and we will have a good survey with them on the larger issues of MSMEs. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Professor Sahu?
Ji, ma'am.
So since we are working with women entrepreneurs, what we do is whenever we have our events, we ask whether they're registered on Udyam.
Right,
and
ma'am.
we have a person in office who helps them to register.
Ma'am, we would be very happy to connect. And in fact, as I said, Yashaswini is one campaign that ministry is running. It's a program where we are actually reaching out the what we call development facilitation offices in our in the states, where we have specific Udyam registration camps also for women also, and through Niti Aayog wala program, the WEP program, there also we are trying to bring in as many women. And in fact, now we have including Udyam and Udyam Assist platform, we have close to 39% of the Udyam registration is by the women. But the gap again goes into how much of the credit is going to the women entrepreneurs, how much of them are taking growth support, growth equity, equity support. Those are the numbers where we need to work more.
So we have taken up a constant drive, whoever when entrepreneur we come across, we enroll them onto the Udyam.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We have brand ambassadors.
And secondly, what we do is when we give our awards and recognitions, we ask them in the Google form, whether you are registered on the Udyam.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's how we encourage in this Udyam.
Thank you, ma'am. We will be getting in touch. Thank you, ma'am.
Professor Sahu, you want to say something?
Let me just clarify a few points. You see, I didn't want to get into that territory because things are in progress. We are almost working on each of the points pointed out here. Whether it is multiple compliances, dealing with different types of organizations, KYCs. In fact, it is at a stage which would really, of course, things are going to be implemented. It's a high-level committee set up by the Honorable Prime Minister. I'm just looking at the trade issue, not exactly the e-commerce, but most of the things. For example, the integrated portal, the BharatNet, which was announced like on the last budget, it's going to be operational very soon. There is a particular timeline. And here in this committee, of course, all the stakeholders are right there, whether it is DGFT, Department of Commerce, RBI, Minister of Revenue, Minister of Finance. So everybody is there. So I don't want to get into the very specific issues, but almost I can say 90% of the things are like there in the known phase of the policymakers. Things are taken care almost. A couple of things actually, I understand when it comes to the finance part, the working capital, the credit gap, we all know that for last 35 years. जब से economics पढ़ा हूँ, तब से actually I've been hearing about the credit gap. But how do we really, this e-commerce exporters, they present data? Is it like, no, e-commerce exports, the data they can really present, whether we can really sensitize the banks to recognize certain data and then do this? There's some of the things here when it comes to the, logistics and all that, there are certain things which we are working. Like I can tell you, the multilateral logistics hubs, they are in progress. Express cargo terminals. It's like, the small clusters, whether it is Surat or Ludhiana, getting into the seaports, then upgrading the inland, what you call the terminals, the dry port. We are working on it. But I can only end up telling this. The infrastructure, or particularly for the e-commerce, for manufacturing exports, it has its own challenges. It is not going to get over in a day or two. It will take time. And I really compliment the point, this digital delivered services. See, we have exported 3 times. Today, last year, it was 264 billion. We have done it. From 2015 to 2024, the DDS increased 3 times, 264. But there is a huge opportunity also there, because when it comes to e-commerce exports of the manufacturing goods, there are issues. Most of the issues are being looked at, but things sometimes actually would take really take time, because the integration of the organizations are not very simple. They have their own points, but it is working and it is really going well. So I can say that we have better days in the, going forward.
Thank you.
I will not stop people from for their lunch, but just wanted to again, with our hats of innovation and new opportunities, again for the policymakers, researchers in the room, and also to the community. See, India is the best by far, when we look at the world in terms of the digital public infrastructure, whether it is Aadhaar and the entire stack, but it is led by UPI. Okay, we don't see conversations in India or celebrating the linkage between tourism and trade. Okay, inbound tourism into the country. Okay, can they, when they come in, for example, when they go to Orissa, Sausar, they should be able to come with their PayPal wallet or their global wallet, whatever they use, their phone. Come and go to a sari shop in Orissa, select the sari, and they don't need to whip out cards. Cards are not accepted because it's too expensive for the small sari seller. He should be able to scan it like he would pay in his own country. Just scan the QR and pay on a UPI QR, but from his wallet. So this is a purchase, an opportunity to sell to a foreign tourist for this Orissa seller. That's the opportunity we should think about. And we have made some inroads by announcing a partnership with NPCI last month, where we are going to enable, PayPal is building a platform called PayPal World. So all Indians, when we travel abroad, can use our existing UPI apps to pay on global merchants, 2 billion of them. Similarly, when foreign tourists from multiple countries come in, they should be able to use on 50 million small merchants here on any QR. So that's the kind of opportunity. Again, we have to just think in a very innovative way, leverage the Indian DPI to grow trade, which is facilitated by tourism. It's a low-hanging fruit from a policymaker perspective. It's a lost opportunity. India has still a chance to catch up with this kind of an innovative approach. Just taking a food for thought. Thank you.
Oh. Any other? Please.
Of course, the main focus of this event is about e-commerce, but my question about the regulatory problems being faced by small and micro events. Although I'm a journalist, I'm informally associated with an organization which gives a skilling training and helps in setting up a small things like, say, beauty parlor or soap making, but there is so much of regulations and they are caught up in so much of regulatory frameworks that they cannot do business. I know one case, a specific case, which I will tell you unofficially. People just ask for bribe. If you don't give, a soap maker is supposed to have a place which is 10 by 10 feet, a room where he can make. If it is 6 inches small, he will not give the permission to. So something should be done about this regulatory and inspector Raj, which I just want to bring it to your attention.
Okay, so I'll not comment on the corruption issue, which is beyond the regulation. But to start with, yes, ease of doing business has been on the top agenda of the government, including that of MSMEs, and we do understand the specific and more severe issues that are faced by the severity of regulations become very much more for the MSMEs, and government has been going about it in a sincere and comprehensive manner, I would say. I'll not go into details again for the want of the people will not be liking it, but to begin with, within our home space, the MSME, the home space, we have done that Udyam registration, which is the first step of identifying MSMEs, is the easiest of the process probably. You don't need to do any kind of verification. It's a very real-time online PAN-based method. So that is one easy compliance. When you are onboarded on Udyam, a lot of things are open to you. You can get credit through priority sector lending. So we are trying to facilitate that. In terms of larger issue of ease of doing business, we are working closely with. And you might have read in the newspapers, you might have heard about from your government is taking this ease of regulation on multiple scales in terms of processes and in terms of law also. Jan Vishwas bill is also under preparation. First phase is over. In second phase, we are also again working on decriminalization. Labor codes are ready, and I'm sure that things are taking, moving there also, where all these issues related to kya compliance karne padte hain, the environmental related. So we have identified these things, and I think government is doing EODB at the highest office level and with a sincere sense of priority attached to that.
Thank you. Maybe we can stop here, and I think the panelists will be having lunch, so there can be further interaction there. Otherwise, we won't have enough time to eat before the next session. So thank you again very much to all our panelists, and thank you also to our panelists who joined virtually. And hopefully you can hear the applause for you also there. And also not to forget to thank the organizer for bringing all of us together to share ICRIER, UN ESCAPE as well. So thank you all. So I think for people here, I think the lunch is waiting. And for the virtual panelists, thank you again for joining.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, esteemed chair and panelists. Can I please request you to pose for a photograph?
Okay.
And thank you, everyone. We'll break for lunch. We'll see you back in about 45 minutes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. पर ऊपर से H1B वीजा हम यहाँ से डिलीवर करेंगे वहाँ पे कंज्यूमर को क्वालिटी सर्विस मिल रहा है वो लेगा ही लेगा he is not going to wait for Trump you know that is the opportunity we have हाँ Thank you for your beautiful question. Yeah.
यहाँ पे क्लीन कर लो, क्लीन करो यहाँ से सारा, ये सफाई कर दो। देखो गंदा है ना, वो सब उठा लो, ये तो रहने दो, वो खाओ, फिर ढक्कन में वो डालो।
Hi, sir. No, myself, Anu. Yes, sorry, sorry. We spoke. Yeah. हाँ वो अपलोड हो गई है सर. हाँ आप देख लीजिए सर.
मैं यहाँ खड़े खड़े बोल दूँ ना पीपीटी बैठे बैठे तो जरूरत नहीं है ना और वट एवर यू सजेस्ट मतलब
As per your convenience, sir.
ओके आई थिंक इट इज अ बेटर अप्रोच यहाँ से बोल
Because वो वहाँ पे
वहाँ दिख
show
रहा
होगा.
है और यहाँ पे भी
यहाँ पे
दिखेगा
show होगा.
ठीक है तो आई स्पीक लैपटॉप मेरे पास ही है ना
हाँ हाँ ये
परफेक्ट है
ये फिक्स है.
परफेक्ट है तो आई कैन यूज दिस ऑल्सो
हाँ हाँ
ये
ये वहाँ पे चलता है.
चलो ठीक है वो बाद में करूँगी आप कनेक्ट कर लेना मुझे
हाँ हाँ sure.
और बताओ
बस बढ़िया
ठीक है
सर.
सर
Please have lunch, sir.
More than that. But we only see. Now, when he spoke, but we have 30,000. 1,000. Actually, I also not that enough. Yeah, I'm on the So, no, I think another thing I see for price. So I would English is not there's six that I was I'm just, I'm looking at the theory of it. Equate the
Organizing. Can we start the session? We are running, I think. No, it was 1:45.
Ladies and gents, I request you to kindly get settled. We will commence with the next session in the next 3 minutes.
So with your permission, I will just make one more announcement.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly get settled in. We are beginning with the next panel. Our next panel is on APAC, the largest and fastest growing markets for express delivery services, learning from each other's best practices. I invite Dr. Preetham Banerjee, Head Center for WTO Studies, as the chair for this session. I now invite Mr. Deepankar Khare, Director Public Policy MATE, who will be giving us a presentation on efficient logistics supporting IT, telecom, and electronics hardware sector. I now invite the panelists for this session, Mr. Manish Mani Tiwari, Commissioner, Customs and Export Promotion, Center, Board for Indirect Taxes and Customs, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly switch off your mobile phones and keep the and reduce the volume in which you're talking. Thank you. I now require. Please stop talking and let us give our panelists the chance to share their views with you. I now invite Mr. Sunghyun Ramaha, Director, Korea Trade Network, to be part of the panel. Welcome, sir. I now invite Dr. Yan Duval, Chief Trade Policy and Facilitation Section, UNISCAP. Thank you, sir. Great to have you here again. I now invite Mr. Dinkar Singh, Director, Public Affairs, India Subcontinent, UPS. Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Manish Patel, Vice President, Operations, DHL, to be with us on the panel. Thank you. I now hand over the command of the session to our chair, Dr. Preetham Banerjee.
Thank you so much. And, because we have paucity of time, we will get right into it. I am very privileged to be chairing this session because I have two ex-colleagues in this panel, and most of the other colleagues are, friends who I have known for a long time. So wonderful to be here. The topic of discussion obviously is on e-commerce and of course express industry. And it's a very critical industry because it creates 3 million jobs, provides revenue of up to 1.5 billion in GST, close to 700 million in terms of customs duties. It plays a critical role in exports. And it's a very labor intensive sector. So the job creation potentiality is very, very high. Even more importantly, in terms of the internal trade, potentially democratizes access from all parts of the country. So if we look at the domestic part of e-commerce and the role that Express plays in connecting sellers and buyers nationally. And as we see the rise of social media and the use of platforms for our commercial activities, this will only increase. So obviously it's a sector that requires a lot of policy attention. Perhaps it needs greater deal of policy attention than it currently deserves. And I think, therefore, we are very lucky to have this panel here who will take up different aspects of those policy issues that are critical for this industry. A recent report was released, which was done by the Express Industry Council of India, EICI. My old friend Vijay from EICI is here. It was done by KPMG and it had some excellent recommendations. But one of the fundamental recommendations of that report was that the policy and regulatory framework that governs this industry is one of the key inputs that we need to look into and perhaps look at the recommendations how to make things better. My last point is please do not, I think you can speak for my friends in this panel, do not get fooled by their youthful looks. They all have spent quite a few years in this industry and they have come with a lot of experience. So they will definitely share the wealth of their knowledge. Do we have a particular order by which we go? All right, then. First Deepankar has a presentation. So Deepankar, why don't I hand over to you and then we'll proceed further.
Thank you, Dr. Preetham. Such a pleasure to be here in amongst the learned people. I need to use the podium for that, for the presentation. So good afternoon, everyone. I think I have my presentation ready. Such a difficult time, I think, after the lunch, I need to engage so many folks here. And such a pleasure to be here. Dr. Arpita, thank you so much for inviting me. My esteemed panelist, Dr. Preetham, thank you. So when I talked about, how efficient logistics can support electronics and IT hardware in the country, I think the major part is, I think all of the people are here very learned, and I'll try to add value in this content as much as we want to add value in our country in terms of electronic sector. So just to begin, why it is very much important to have logistics, which is needs to be very efficient. First of all, I think electronic sector is also a very time sensitive sector, and for that we need to ensure the right time at the right delivery of the products, especially during the festivities. There were a couple of cases a couple of years back also when we came to know that, products are not being right at the right time, and due to that there was some, go to market products were not available. So that needs to be very important in terms of electronic sector, and it is highly, changing times in electronics. So that's why we need to have timely delivery of those products. So one major aspect that I want to talk about is, while we talk about India as a global manufacturing hub, now it's also time to talk about global repair hub. So when we talk about global repair hub in the country, that's circular economy support. In that terms also, reverse logistics and all these aspects are very important. So to support the circular economy in the country and to reduce the e-waste also, I think logistics, the efficiency of logistics is very much important. And obviously during the, the doldrums of what is happening in geopolitics, cost competitiveness and the, the kind of leadership that India wants to emerge, I think it's pretty important to have, the efficient logistics. So I'll just quickly move to the, overview, which you all are aware, but just give me, I'll just explain you in a couple of minutes that we want to achieve a target of $500 billion in terms of electronics manufacturing, and the output by 2030. And then we have a target of almost 180 to $200 billion by 2031. So we have a strong growth in mobile sector, as we all are aware. So almost $50 billion in 2024, and we have a current base of $1.2 billion subscribers, 1.2 billion subscribers. We are now the second largest smartphone market with the third largest smartphone exporter. So we are aware of the semiconductor expansion also with the PLI and all those allocations which are being made in recently in the Andhra Pradesh and Odisha for the 6M and other companies. So these are the growth targets, and the recently launched ECM scheme, which is almost with the outlay of 22,919 crore. And for that, I think the first tranche has already been announced a couple of weeks back by Honorable Union Minister, which is almost for 5,500 crores. And which all these comes with the greater partnerships locally, which is with the help of MSMEs, which is the backbone of electronic as well as other sectors in the country. So this is just a glance of the table that you can see at the right bottom. It is the government's data, how production and the exports are also increasing year by year. So I'll talk about the logistics performance index. I think the LPI report, which is launched by World Bank in 2023, and the work is going on again also for, I think, probably by the next year. So in that report, it was, major key takeaways was, the dwell time of the container. The port TAT India stands as almost 0.9 days, which is we are ahead of USA, Germany, Singapore, and South Africa. And probably the reforms that are driving those, the outcomes is probably the PM Gati Shakti, which is a laudable initiative by Government of India, and also the public-private partnerships in maritime sector. So we talk about then the logistics challenges which are in electronic sector. I think the supply chain fragmentation, because it is not only a one country's product, it comes from various countries and get together in, probably if you talk about even assembling or value addition in the country, it is a fragmented supply chain world. And at times it relates to the lengthy port turnaround times when there are some mismatch of documents or probably issues not being fulfilled by the organizations who are importing it. And so that's why government also came up with few great schemes like AU, which I talk about later. And, we talk about the regulatory complexities wherein, the challenges are related to the cross-border logistics. So we'll dive deep into coming slides. So I talked about policy infrastructure enablements. As I know, Pritam sir told me I don't have much time to lead, but I talk about very specifics now. So I talk about, the efficient logistics. What are the enablers for that? So this is something very interesting. I met Principal Commissioner DIC, Director of International Customs, week back, and we talked that, AU is a very beautiful scheme, but why people are not taking it up? So if I talk about electronic sector, sir, electronic sector has, almost every big companies or even smaller, they are into export and import, trading method basically. So that's why AU comes for that. And, it is very important that if you have T1 or T2, even T2 criteria in AU, the things get very smooth in terms of logistics for those people. And if you talk about the regulatory support from the government, there was, we can talk about the country of origin document, which can be digitized. So probably in, before COVID or during COVID time, when India also reached out to Vietnam to accept country of origin documents in digitized format, it was not, appropriate. I mean, it was not accepted at that time, but now, things are becoming very difficult between countries like Vietnam and India in terms of having those ECO acceptance in specifically in the electronic sector, which I know. And to promulgate that, or maybe to take this forward, we really need to have some MRAs and acceptance of all those sort of MOUs between the like-minded countries. And this is something which G20 ministerial conference accepted that high-level principle for digitizing trade, which talks about, I think, digitizing the bill of lading document. So now the presidency has been moved to Brazil and then South Africa. So this is all being taken up there. So it's a huge, reform. It will happen if in this bill of lading aspect. So we talk about global trade and the e-commerce integration, which is very much important. So there are, challenges, earlier challenges, but our government proactively supported industry. And with the help of RBI also, we managed to solve issues in terms of cross-border logistics and, custom facilitation. So for that, I think there are global standards like GS1, which can help for the traceability. I am also aware that one of the startups by IIT Kanpur has been developed. It's called by, I think, Nixie or something like that. Checo, it's a product which can help, for the traceability in terms of custom facilitation. So when I talk about strategic requirements, I think seamless multimodal connectivity is important, real-time tracking and analysis is important, and streamlined regulatory processes and reverse logistics, as I told you about, the sort of when we are trying to make India as a global repair hub. So that one initiative I talk about is electronic repair service outsourcing, ERSO. In ERSO, what we initiated with Ministry of Electronics, Customs Bangalore, and DGFT is that anything which is coming to India, getting it repaired and sending it back, so that we don't have any scope for e-waste in the country. So that was enabled in terms of a pilot project in Bangalore in November 2030, and with the 5 companies onboarded. And now that pilot was successful, we were managed to reduce the turnaround time from almost 7 to 8 days to 3 to 4 days. And now it's a big success. And now we are taking it up as, from that pilot approach, we are taking it with a nationwide policy level. And currently in talks of Ministry of Electronics. And most likely you'll see a very soon nationwide policy on ERSO for that. Okay, so I'm almost on the one of the last slides, but let me talk about the case study of, how Singapore managed to get the logistics efficiency in every sector, but electronics as per se. And we all understand that Singapore is a sort of trading hub. It's not a manufacturing country. But let's say if you want to have a key takeaway from countries like Singapore, so I just jot down a few points from their official press release, which is available everywhere. So let's talk about how AI helped them. I think they have launched 2 apps called DocuMind and DocuMatch. It improves the accuracy and efficiency of the insurance certificate renewals for Singapore registered ships. So it will definitely help, to turn around reduce the lead turnaround time on that. And in terms of talking about the development of the talent, I think they have also expanded their workforce with sort of MOUs with their own academies of maritime, and their curriculum also includes AI, sustainability, and global trade. And if we talk about how to have a green logistics, I think they have piloting ammonia bunkering trials and supporting green retrofit for vessels. And under the Maritime Green Fund, they have created a dedicated fund for that. If we talk about how it increased the productivity for them, I think they have also started to have automation upgrades for local marine service providers. For example, a drone-based hull inspections, which is quite unique to, at least for me, for that. But I think it's a call to action for all of us now that, how can we take some ideas from, countries like Singapore or maybe some other countries. So recent example is that I visited Dubai, and I came to know that they have a very much, easier access in terms of port clearance, that sort of technology that they use. So how we can embrace those things, and especially when we talk about, India to be the trusted partner, not only the main only manufacturing hub, but also embraces as a integrator in the global value chain. So that is something more important. And I think obviously to promote public-private partnerships wherein all the partners like DHL, UPS comes on board, and how we can embrace the sustainable practices. So that's a quick slide from my end, sir.
Thank you very much, Dipankar, for that was an excellent presentation. I think in a very short time, you summarized a lot of key issues and priorities. Of course, we'll take questions on it subsequently. With the permission of the panel, what I have in mind is that perhaps we'll get our two industry representatives to speak first. So, Dinkar and Manish, because they will lay out a lot of the issues that the industry is facing. We'll then go to Mr. Yuan because he has for us some excellent examples from Korea to explore. And then I'll come to Jan because Jan has a specific intervention in terms of especially the paperless trade and how it can solve the problem. And Mr. Tiwari, with your permission, once you have heard all of them, you can bring in the Indian policy aspect in to what extent are you looking at these issues and are these solutions being suggested also applicable and easy to adapt in India. So with that and keeping the time factor in mind, we all know that the Asia Pacific is the world's fastest growing e-commerce market, but we don't really have much of intra Asia trade in e-commerce. It's mostly extra Asia, but it is very fast growing, and one imagines that part will also grow. But what was brought out by Dipankar as well, reverse logistics, broadly speaking, but returns, which is a key factor in e-commerce, remains a challenge. There are issues of limits. There are other regulatory aspects that are dogging that. And then, of course, when we talk about paperless, while the ECCS is definitely made massive strides and become a paperless system, integration with other elements of the clearance process still remains to be done, and there is of course inefficiencies, for lack of a better word, rationalization that needs to take place. That's the broad context. Both of these gentlemen are more well aware of the issues. So maybe we start with you, Manish. If you can perhaps focus more on the infrastructure related issues that are challenging for the industry, and then Dinkar, you can perhaps talk about the procedural and customs and other regulatory issues a bit. So starting with you, Manish. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Preetham, and good afternoon, everyone. If I were to specifically focus on the infrastructure bit, right, we're talking about e-commerce. We have a fantastic intent in the country to actually grow e-commerce at the level at which we want to grow. The challenge which we continue to face and what we can learn from other countries around the world is how they actually enable the transactions to go through in the overall infrastructure. So for instance, I can just give an example with the current trade situation being faced in the US and the removal of de minimis. And even before that, right? So they don't really hold on to shipments. They just send the shipments back, right, after a certain amount of time. And that's basically because in the express business, we don't really have, time is of the essence. And we don't really hold shipments in warehouses, right? So our warehouses are meant to process shipments as fast as possible. We in our country, we try and do that for exports, and we don't really have major challenges in exporting on the infrastructure front, other than making sure that we are able to connect shipments as fast as possible. On the import side is where we face the challenges because of the various requirements. For good reason, we understand all the requirements that the country would have as a nation. We need to ensure that the stuff which is getting imported is based on the country requirements. National interest comes first. And then there are other standard requirements in terms of not just national security, but also safety, security, and contraband, and so on and so forth. So we need to basically comply with all the other requirements. And while we are doing that, it sometimes leads to infrastructure challenges, because then we have to hold those shipments to ensure that we are reaching out to all the consignees, ensuring that all the requirements are being met. And those requirements and the storage of shipments, they lead to the infrastructure challenges on the import side. Yeah. So I'll stop over there, and then maybe we can take this point forward later. Yeah.
Thank you, Manish. Just if I can, 30 seconds, if you can speak. Surface. So this is the gateway issues.
Yeah.
But the last mile is, of course, always surface, and of course, distribution of the import also is surface. So if any specific challenge that comes to your mind.
Yeah, so one of the big challenges for us is if I may state it, is the actual address verification of the final mile, at the final mile, right? So at a regulatory level, if we are able to have some technological method in which we are able to get the consignee verification done at the gateway level itself, then the final mile delivery becomes that much more easier. Yeah. So I'll stop over there. We can elaborate more on this, but 30 seconds is all I had. Yeah. Thanks.
Of course, expected from a seasoned logistician to be on time, but over to you then.
Yeah, thank you, first of all, ICRIER, for this invite, and Mr. Pritham. When we talk about regulatory challenges, I think it's very easy to raise a lot of issues when we say we want to raise those challenges. We can have a list of those. Whereas, let me be limited here, taking the point from Dipankar and then Manish. The first thing when Dipankar was talking about exports of electronic items or IT goods. So what we see here is that one of the interesting thing is that through express or through courier, there is an export value limit per shipping bill, that is 10 lakh. So these type of commodities, if it is more than 10 lakh, then it will not have that faster exports. We have been in touch with the board, so it's not that they are aware of, and they are hearing also. A lot of discussion is going on. We hope that this limit should be removed or at least enhanced. So this is one of the export limit, because there should not be any export limit on exports, at least for the value limit should not be there. Now coming to the returns, which even Dipankar and Manish said. So when we talk about e-commerce, we all know that in the e-commerce industry, at least it varies. Some says 10%, some says 20% are the returns, which is a normal trend in this industry. Now, what is happening with those 10 to 20% of the goods? Either it is dumped there at the destination country, or if it is returned back by some country, then it is stuck here in India without clearance. So in other terms, we can say that the cost of the e-commerce commodity automatically increases from 10 to 20%. Or the overall profit which an exporter can make of 10 to 20% is stuck in with custom, either it is destination or in India. So And this has to be solved. This issue has to be solved. Now, there are returns notifications in custom, but traditionally it is for very high value, high weight shipments where you have to prove with the shipping bill exported, the same commodity has come, 100% examination. So all these are time consuming, and considering the number of officers at the port or the number of shipments getting returned, this is not going to work, and neither it is working. So somewhere we'll have to come up with a new idea on this returns. The first thing what comes in my mind is, if the courier regulation allows for redirection of this shipment, the shipments are there. If the exporter want to send it to some other exporter because he has got an order from some other exporter, and you know that, okay, fine, this commodity is with my logistics player at his custom bonded area, he can ask the logistics player to re-export it to XYZ, another consignee. So allowing labeling and repacking of that goods which can be, for which bill of entry has not been filed, now shipping bill can be filed. So this will at least move, not all, it will not consider all the goods, but some limited part of the goods can be re-exported back. Second is that how faster clearance can be done for these commodities or these goods without any other requirement. That can be that a license of some by DGFT can be issued of some 5% of the total export exported in last 3 years average, and those licenses debited immediately by custom officers, considering that fine for this e-commerce business 5% is allowed. Let it get cleared without any further examination or any duty or any GST or those things. So this will help the overall industry, that they will solve the 5% of the returns. So these are the few things coming into my mind on returns and re-export. This can be looked into. Another is when we talk about enhancing the e-commerce business of India. Let's see, is there any other restrictions on exports through express? Yes, there is. Any commodity which attracts duty is not allowed through courier. Traditionally, because there was a manual clearance earlier being done under Courier Regulation 1998, collection of duty at that point of time was a tedious job, and it was actually not practically possible. Now, after ECCS has come, system has come, we can leverage the system to collect this type of duties, and these will be mostly food items or processed food items on export. So if we can see how this restriction can be removed, and this will obviously open a door for a lot of the exporters of these commodities through e-commerce exports. Then the last point I will say, even though I have few more, but I will limit it to some new ideas and suggestions, and I will come to paperless trade also. We never look into the data elements of the shipping bill or the bill of entry. When I talk about data elements, how many data we are asking in the shipping bill or bill of entries? Let's re-look into it. After digitalization, can those be removed, eliminated, merged? Because we have to leverage the technology. Now we are online. I will give you an example. On shipping bill, we ask IC, import-export code. We also ask GSTIN. Now IC is PAN. And GSTIN is also having PAN. Let's not ask the same data element again and again in the same bill of entry. Yesterday, one of the exporter or even the panel discussed about IC getting registered on DGFT site, the PAN. And one of the concern was that why IC is required for exports. I say fine, for data collection and all those things, IC is required. But why not the first time when an exporter is exporting with a GSTIN in the shipping bill, automatically it can get registered. First time exporter will get registered. Why to get an IC first and then start exporting? Some people call it IC as a license. They are afraid of, they fear that I need a license to export. So let's work on those things, that how whether IC is required or not, whether data can flow directly from GS10 with the PAN to DGFT and customs, while asking multiple same information and again and again and on the Incoterms. The Incoterms are restricted in customs at present FOB, CNF, CIF. There are DDP Incoterms. If you talk about ECCS, so the interesting part is if you export a shipment to US charge custom duty on FOB value, whereas our shipping bill is on CIF. So the exporter is paying, Indian exporter is paying custom duty in US on CIF value, whereas US custom will collect it on FOB, but that provision is not there. So he is paying more duty. So these are few points. I think I will stop here. As I said, a lot of things are coming into my mind, but obviously we have time limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinkar. That was, I think you covered all of the key issues very well. And while the only comment that I have is that all of the reforms that you have listed were part of the ease of doing business task force on transactions cost report of 2013. They were part of the NCTF proceedings starting 17 to 19, the first NCTF report, the second NCTF report. So these issues and some of the solutions you're suggesting are well known. Now, having heard from both our industry partners, maybe, as I said, I'll turn over to you, sir, Mr. Ewan, because maybe we can understand better from you, are there solutions for returns? Is there more rationalization of data points? The points that Dinkar and Manish were raising in the Korean ecosystem. So,
thank you, Doctor. Actually the intervention actually I was thinking was talking about the customs policy introducing the risk management for the imported or exported cargoes. Because from my experience, as I said, there are some. Yesterday I mentioned about the case of Korea using the AI to the X-ray for the express cargoes. And I also mentioned some of the risk management that apply. I may brought up the issue again, because for me, what's important is like a private sector's business and the public sector's aspects. We need to deal both of them to address the issue of the delivery of the e-commerce cargoes. So the importance of the risk management was actually mentioned in the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. Member countries are supposed to introduce a risk management system. But what happens is it's not the case of the Korea. It's case of another country that I provide the consulting for that country's customs. Actually, this customs has introduced a risk management system for the imported cargo. And what happened was that actually, as when they increased the volume of the imported cargo, express cargo through the green channel, then the tax collection amount dropped. So there was a big panic among the customs officers. Oh, well, when we introduced the risk management, a lot of the illegal, the low value declaration slipped from their hands. So then actually they withdrew their risk management system, and then they went to the more higher level of the physical inspection again. So there was a very huge doubt whether the risk management system is something applicable to their customs system. And so as part of the solution, they wanted me to deliver the AI-based risk management system. And they thought AI is something that actually can solve a lot of issues. But then what I have actually consulted was that actually they need to develop some good database that they have collected from the custom clearance system. And then they need to improve this database to develop the good risk management systems. So there comes the importance of having the good data from the clearance. And then based on this information, they can identify what kind of the information is actually related with the illegal or the undervalue the declarations. So back to the AI system, when we think of the Korea Customs has introduced the so-called rule-based the risk management system like over 10 years ago. And then they have huge data in their custom system. And then using that data, they introduced machine learning and the machine learning, the analysis. And then they have identified some of the relations between the illegal or the drug-related cargo and then the informations. They categorize this into three parts. The first one is the declaration information base. And another one actually they have collected is actually supply chain stakeholder risks. And so if we, and so it's like when we thinking that risk management, when we introduce, maybe we analyze the declaration of the specific information of the declaration. But however, what they do is actually, they're not only looking at that information, they are looking at the behavior of the exporter, behavior of the importer, or behaviors logistics service provider, and also some of the related stakeholders' behaviors and their scores of the trust. So all those the supply chain risk factors they gather and they score them, and then they check the real-time risk scores for each transactions. Same goes to the e-commerce transactions. Now they do apply this AI the risk scoring for the express cargo as well now. So with the introduction of this AI, they have reduced a lot of time, and they has increased definitely the detection rate. But as I said, it is not because of the good AI system, but I direct emphasize that they have succeeded in this because of they have collected lots of good data from the declarants. So this is how these customs in Korea could succeed in good risk management systems for clearance, faster clearance for import, export, and the e-commerce, the transactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting, and I think it leads very well to my friend Jan, because as was rightly mentioned, you need the data and to look at the patterns and identify the patterns of risk, and that is basically what risk management is. And if you don't have a paperless system, which is giving you digital data, and therefore you can collect all that data and keep it in one particular database, it's all paper-based, it becomes near impossible to get all of it. So therefore paperless is critical. And Jan, over to you. How do you see what developments in the region and how you think moving to a more paperless system can help trade in general, but express specifically? Thanks.
Thank you. In terms of regional perspective, right? Because from ESCAP, we cover the entire Asia and the Pacific region. What you need is more collaboration between the countries if you want to achieve not paperless trade, but actually what we call cross-border paperless trade, right? So, and cross-border paperless trade, again, is about the electronic exchange of data and information, not between the trader in the country and the custom of the same country, but between all the stakeholders along the supply chains located in different countries. So the only way to do this efficiently is by doing away with all the documents and going paperless. So cross-border paperless, but it's the challenging part is how do you get to all the stakeholders to recognize the electronic data and documents that is being moved, that moves from one country to another. Is the data valid? Is the data secure? All those issues are there. And so one way to address this is to develop international standards to make sure that everybody use the same level has the same technology potentially, or the same regulations, right? That allows the data to be recognized in one country to another. The problem with just international standards, there are many organizations developing international standards, right? So we have, for example, in the UN, we have the UN CFACT. Some of you may know about UN CFACT. It's based in Geneva and is developing international standards for paperless trade, electronic business, and so on. But you also have in the private sector, for example, you've got ICC, International Chamber of Commerce, who are also developing a number of things. And you've got sectoral bodies, industries who actually develop their own standards as well. Some standards are also being developed under different conventions or agreements, specific conventions or agreements. For example, including UN conventions. For example, I can take the example of eCITES. I don't know whether eCITES is a convention on international trade in endangered species, right? So, and actually they are developing, working to develop the format and the electronic format of the form, the CITES form they want to be able to exchange electronically, right? So, and under different convention, different things, everybody is working on separate solutions, right? And so some of them use this type of international standards, some of them use other type of different standards, right? So there need to be a lot or more exchange of information, cooperation, and collaboration in order to come up to solutions that will really allow, the efficient recognition of electronic data and documents across borders. And so in ESCAP, one thing we've been doing at the regional level, if we've been developing this and promoting this CPTA, which I think those of you who attended yesterday already heard about it, right? So CPTA is a framework agreement on facilitation of cross-border paperless trade in Asia and the Pacific. So it's a mouthful, but it's a UN treaty dedicated to accelerating trade digitalization. It's very much an enabling treaty. So once the countries join it, they have a seat at the table in order to present and discuss, showcase to the others what they've done in terms of paperless trade, in terms of cross-border paperless, what solutions they have, and then maybe compare them with those being developed in other parties, and together come up with harmonized solutions or common solutions. And so, for example, some of the work that is being done under the CPTA now is coming up with agreements on which international standards the countries will prioritize when they develop their paperless trade and cross-border paperless trade system. So on the legal side, UN CITRAL model laws on electronic commerce, on electronic transferable records. I mean, there is agreement that all the countries will be working on that, on adoption of that. On the technical side, the WCO, the World Customer Aggregation Data Model, is one example of a standard that is really being agreed with all the parties, and also UNTDED, some of the UN CFAC standards. So moving forward, express shipment, on the express shipping consideration now. Under the treaty, there has been no specific focus on this, but again, for e-commerce, this is a very important matter. So, for example, assuming India will, in the not too distant future, join the CPTA, one possibility would be for India to set up a working group dedicated to interoperability of express shipping system, if it's a priority that India and maybe the stakeholders in India want to do. One last point I want to make in this area is when we're talking about e-commerce, express shipping is very important, but actually what is being used a lot by those doing cross-border e-commerce is postal services, national postal services. So what's very important is to connect customs and postal services better. And again, there is a number of players who work on this. And then for us, at least at ESCAP, we think that this is something important. And so we are doing more capacity building in this area. And there is colleagues from UNCTAD. UNCTAD so UNCTAD is the body responsible for trade at the global level in the UN. They have an automated custom system called ICRIER. So I mean, it's not used in India, but it's used in about 100 countries in the world, I think, something like that. And under ICRIER, they've developed specific modules that actually can connect the automated custom systems with the postal services. And that modules can be used also by countries who don't use ICRIER independently. So I think the postal custom interface, post-custom interface is going to be very important here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. I think you have covered the gamut of topics there. And of course, if India does agree to join the agreement, there are potentials to pursue specific interest. So without further ado, I'll come to you, Mr. Tiwari. I think you've heard across the board and what are the policy initiatives we can look forward to and what are the reforms we can expect? Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me here. First, I would like to brief the gathering about what customs has done in the last 5 to 10 years. Before 2017, the process of processing of both post and courier was totally manual. It was at EICI initiative in 2017 that we moved to an electronic system. And subsequently, this system moved from EICI's control to CBIC, which we know as ECCS as on date. It is operational at around 9 courier terminals across India. There have been, I would say, quantum leaps which have been taken by customs in terms of processing the documents. Not only we are talking of digitization and making it seamless, integration with other agencies as well, but how to integrate, how to encourage the exports as well as facilitate imports. For exports, as we know, during 2022 to 24, we have been able to automate the disbursal of IGST. We have been able to give benefits of drawback, ROCL, RoadTep to the agencies which are to the exporters exporting through courier mode. We have also been able to have a wide network. Reach of the post has increased tremendously in the last 2 years by what we call as Dak Niryat Kendra. It is an initiative of Department of Post by which we have 24 foreign post office. It's a hub and spoke model by which you connect to further 1,015 post offices. And it really facilitates in terms of export of goods through using the wide postal network that we have. So that is what we are doing at present. But I will come more on the issues that have been flagged today and what we are doing about it. Number one concern which was raised was why there is an export limit of 10 lakhs. This was revised, I think, a few years back from 5 to 10. And we are under active consideration as to increase it to 25 lakhs. There has been an RBI circular which is already there, I think, 2023, which says that for payment aggregators, the limit is 25 lakhs. So on the same lines, we have taken views of stakeholders. We are in the process of increasing this limit to 25. Number two, which is a major concern, which many of you have raised, is returns and rejects, what to do about it. Now, if I can tell you the process in a very simplistic manner, there is a notification of 2017, which says that whatever is coming back, the customs officer has to satisfy that these are the same goods which are coming back. Now, if I put you in that same seat and ask you, is this the same goods? You will say, how do I satisfy myself that these are the same goods which are coming? So here we need some kind of technological intervention to help that officer make that decision. There are two categories here which we are looking at. One, where the goods have not left customs control. Now, for me, that is easier and a low-hanging fruit to tap, because I know that the goods haven't left customs control. But something which has left customs control, there are issues when I'm handling with rejects. I'm also told there is something called cargo security declaration, which is submitted as a security documentation by courier agencies. My friends from UPS, FedEx, and DHL would confirm that, which is given and at the time of export. And since one of the parts here is how private sector can help in making this process more collaborative. If there is an X-ray which is being done of the commodities which are going out, is it possible to integrate it at the time of coming back to have two images being scanned, being correlated with the help of AI? However, to give a very reply, which is for the time being of interest, is that we are trying to integrate how risk management system, which is facilitating 90% of the imports and approximately 93% of exports in Korea, how we can integrate it into the risk management system to facilitate these rejects and returns, because there is a profile of exporters, there is a profile of the consignees who are there, there is a profile based on the commodities that are being exported. There is also a profile of the offense cases which are being booked against people. A huge number of cases are being booked. If you are on the social media and X, hydroponic weed is a major concern, which is being exported and imported through couriers, posts. So that is something which we have to take into account when we have a policy on rejects and returns. But let me assure you, this is something which we are working on very keenly because the volume is almost 20 to 25%, and that's a major concern. Another project which is under the aegis of Department of Commerce is the e-commerce export hubs. Now, from the customs perspective, we have shortlisted 5 companies as a pilot right now, which are in the process of taking the necessary approvals so that they can go ahead, test the model, and on the basis of whatever are the results by end of another 3 months would be the pilot duration. We will be tweaking in, as somebody also mentioned, whether it is possible to have a warehouse where the goods come, they can be packaged, repackaged, relabeled, and the same goods can be re-exported on the model which China has or Thailand has. So that also is in the pilot stage. And on the basis of results of the pilot, we'll be tweaking the regulations as much as required. On the postal front, let me just apprise you, because that is something which we are keenly following. Postal as well was on a manual basis, but in 2024, we have issued the regulation for automating the imports. It's still in the final stages. Regulations have been issued. We are in the final testing stages, and by December, I think we'll be rolling out the electronic system for post as well. Export is already automated, and the IGST benefits are being given. We are trying to see how the road tax drawback and ROCL benefits can be integrated as early as by end of this year, so that we have that liquidity situation with the exporters. We also spoke about authorized economic operators and how they can be integrated into the present regime of couriers and post. Right now, the Directorate of International Customs gives a recognition to the courier operators only as a logistics provider. So the benefit that you get is that instead of giving a bank guarantee, you are exempt from that. There is not much tangible benefit in terms of facilitating the consignment. Perhaps we are looking at a model where one can allow deferred duty payment based on certain operators and their credentials being checked and certified by DIC. Instead of paying on a consignment basis, it can be once or twice in a month, something which is being explored for that. Jan also spoke about what is the arrangement of having a seamless paperless trade. Now, India has a bilateral agreement with various customs formations. We have a bilateral with Maldives, with Uzbekistan, for pre-arrival exchange of customs data. Now, once you are able to exchange that data with us, that can be integrated and pushed to the risk management system so that the consignment can be facilitated in advance. And those delays, the dwell time decreases. But this is something which is yet to take off. These are bilateral mechanisms existing. And one of the reasons why there is a mismatch is, as he mentioned, the systems that are being used by different countries are different. ASICODA, Maldives is using ASICODA. We have our own different system. So there is, for example, Maldives does not capture the transport documentation at present in their present system. They said they will start capturing. With our movement to the SCNTR, we will be capturing the bill of lading. And once this happens, both the systems will start talking to each other. There will be a common identifier which is required for integrating these systems and start talking to each other. And it is a part of the WCO mandate, WCO data model, globally networked customs, where this has to be the way forward. One last point that Jan also referred was the post. Now, why is it so difficult for us? Why the delay in the postal consignments? One of the reasons is that CN 22 and 23 forms do not have a provision of either the email address or the mobile number. Now, this issue was raised by India in the last UPU meeting, that why don't you start capturing it? And our friends from the European Union said that we won't be able to do that because of confidentiality reasons. We'll be raising it again in December in the UPU meeting and let it be documented, because we feel that that is something which will fast track the system of either raising the query or getting a response. Right now, the whole process of sending the queries through the postal department. Once we have this, perhaps directly sending a message or to the final consignee would be possible. Also, there are many countries which don't send us electronic advance declaration. So these countries have to be on board. Unless you have EAD coming to us, it will not be possible to assimilate that data. So these are the broad concerns which we have and the way forward, because all these things that I'm mentioning here, I have joined in April, so I have reviewed all these things. These are something which are doable, and we are almost, you can say that, in a very advanced stage of implementing all these measures. But some of them need cooperation from other departments as well. So we are working with Department of Post, we are working with our friends from the courier, but it has to be a collaborative process. One example which I gave for returns and rejects, and EICI can take the lead in that, is how to integrate the X-ray images, which is being captured by some of you as a pilot, and share it with customs so that the returns and rejects issue can be resolved very quickly. I'm told GMR Hyderabad is doing this project on a pilot basis with either DHL or FedEx. So I've been trying to get in touch with them. They've been very secretive. So it is something which I came to know as late as last month. We interact in forums like this, but I don't see much information sharing from the part of private sector. If there is something good which is going, please share that with us. We can use that information, which you may think it is only for security, but it can be integrated into the customs system and we can make use of it. So these are my 2 cents. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you very much. I think all of those, at least for me, were music to my ears, because you actually suggested either solutions that are work in progress or elements to make it happen, facilitate the solution. So I think that's very, very encouraging. We are exactly at 3 and we are out of time. But what I'll do, with the permission of the organizers, is allow 30 seconds, just last words from all members of the panel, because question answer, I don't think we have time for. So starting with you, Manish, we'll go down the line in that.
No, thanks a lot. I think a great session and lots to do, but I think made some notes and I'll take that point from Mr. Mani Tiwari, my namesake, to catch up on the learnings that we are also imbibing in industry. Thank you.
Thank you. The risk management has significantly reduced the time and efforts that comes for the clearance. But however, there's always the risk that when we open the gate with a lower inspection, then the illegal or dangerous goods can come into the country. So we need to balance how to expedite the process while the increasing the detection of those kind of the dangerous or illegal goods. So there is some sensitive issue. I believe we need to utilize the technology to overcome these kind of challenges with the increasing number of the e-commerce transactions. Thank you.
I'll save you 30 seconds, sir. So I think great conversation with everyone. I think, sir, we at MATE, I can commit that we are fully committed to make meaningful collaborations with customs and all the industry stakeholders also. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pritham, and thanks, Manishji, because a lot of things what I see, there will be some positive changes. Only one thing what I would like to say is that whenever we are thinking of digitalization, let's think also of leveraging the technology and automating the compliance and reducing the time so that ultimately it will reduce the cost. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think trade digitalization is essential for efficient e-commerce and trade. But I think as we've heard also is that a lot of agencies, a lot of private sector, everybody's doing pilots and trying new things, but nobody is sharing information with each other on what is happening or what was the lessons learned, right? So, it's music to my ear if the private sector is willing to share, but also governments, right? In one country, sometimes you've got 5 different agencies. I mean, custom is doing some pilots on paperless trade. Agriculture Ministry is doing another pilot on paperless trade for their own forms and things like that. But lessons learned are not being there. So to solve that or to a little bit to contribute to that, I think this is one thing that is specified in the treaty on paperless trade is pilot and sharing of information that can be done at the regional level together. And then related to that, as part of the implementation of the treaty, we've developed a database called digitalizedtrade.org. So if you go there, you will see, and this is in collaboration with the International Chamber of Commerce. If you go there, you have a lot of the pilots, all the pilots we can find on paperless trade and cross-border paperless trade, all the services for the private sector, public sector related to paperless trade. We try to put all of this in this website called digitalizedtrade.org. So you're welcome to take a look, and then all the panelists, since you're working on this, I mean, please take a look, and then if your service or your pilot is not there, please consider adding it to the website. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I have already spoken what I felt, but there was one point which I missed, which was the request of granting refunds to consignments below 1,000, where the refund is below 1,000. That is also under active consideration and most probably would be through. So that is the point which I missed in my contribution last time. But yes, the way forward is digitization and cross-border interaction with the other customs as far as customs is concerned, so that you have authentic data which is being shared and you integrate it with your risk management system to facilitate consignments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent panel, and I'm very grateful. For a panel on logistics, we are right on time. So I think we can congratulate ourselves. With that, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for running a tight ship. I think all of members of the audience were quite intrigued by the discussion that happened today. May I now request you to please arise from your seats for a photo opportunity?
Some of my colleagues work with the reason when we support each other.
Thank you. May I request all members of the audience to kindly settle down? We will be starting with the next panel now. Let us now begin with the third panel of day 2. The panel will be on building consumer trust through secure cross-border payment systems and will delve into strategies for bolstering consumer confidence in digital payment ecosystem. May I now invite Mr. Sunghyun Ramaha. Sir, thank you for rejoining us today. He will be the chair for the session. May I now invite the panelists? Mr. Tehseen Ahmed Khan, ex-Vice Chair, UN Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, and Member Advisory Committee, Human Next. Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Somnu Kirito, Director, Institute for Information Technology Innovation, Kesasat University, Thailand. Thank you for joining us, sir. May I now invite Ms. Hirva Mamtora, MD and CEO, India Exim Bank, Exim FinServe. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. May I now invite Mr. Abhinava Kumar Singh, Vice President, Global Trade Transition Leader, GenPact. May I now invite Ms. Nirupama Saundara Rajan, co-founder and CEO, Policy Consensus Center. May I now invite our final panelist, Mr. Deepak Maheshwari, Senior Policy Advisor, Center for Social and Economic Progress. I now hand over the command of the session to the chair, so please.
Okay, thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to welcome you to this session, panel 3 of the second APAC e-commerce policy summit. I am Sungman Ha, introduced, been a couple of times yesterday and today. And let me start with some of the experience I heard, and also one of my experience regarding the e-commerce payment. One interesting story is about Amazon was that in 1995, when Amazon was operating their business in the United States, they received a cargo, small parcel from Bulgaria, and then this was including the floppy disk and a letter, and the letter was saying that they wanted to purchase a book from the Amazon website. However, there was no possible way to make a payment through the website. So this guy decided to send the money. Yeah, cash. That was right. There was about $200 inside the floppy disk so that the customs guy cannot take the money out. So, and then he sent it through in the envelope. So according to Amazon, that was their first international customer outside of the America. And they were thrilled to have their first transaction overseas. And that was a very the showcase of why the cross-border payment, e-payment solution is critical for e-commerce. But however, another experience that I had was that once I had a customer in Africa, some countries' revenue authority, I was developing some revenue authority system for them and needed to deliver some equipment. Due to some budget constraint, I decided to buy it from China and deliver it to Africa. My concern was how to find the proper vendor that meet my the quality requirements, also my budget the restriction. So I checked the vendors from the so-called Alibaba website, and then I found that actually there are a huge number of the vendor actually that can support and provide the equipment that I was requiring. So the thing was like it seems that the Alibaba at that time was providing the escrow service. So Alibaba take the money, and then they keep the money until the vendor ship the goods. And then once the shipment is confirmed, then the Alibaba provide the money to the vendor. Then actually the challenge I had was whether the quality of the product that they are shipping, how can I guarantee the product will be delivered and then the money can be safely transported to them. So actually I myself went to Shenzhen and then checked all the quality of the product, like 500 of them each. It took like 3 nights actually, day and night, to check all the qualities. And then when I confirmed, and then I found that actually Alibaba, for their escrow, they come and check and take the one sample, and then they took the quality test, and then once it approved, and they took the picture of it, and then they saw that all the parcel are shipped on the truck, and then they closed it and they sealed it and took picture of it, and then they made the report. So I saw that kind of process, and okay, at least Alibaba do some the quality check and then do the escrow payment. So somehow I managed to believe their quality test support, and then use the Alibaba service couple of times. So from my experience, the e-payment is something that make the cross-border e-commerce available. But however, we need some kind of trust among the stakeholders in the financial pipelines. So taking this session, I invite the expert to make an intervention on the themes regarding the policy framework or technology innovation, and maybe public-private partnership cases, how to address the cross-border e-payment issues. So let me invite Professor Somno Keletho first, the famous paperless trade and e-payment leader in Thailand and also in Asia. Professor Somno, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman, Mr. Lama. It's a surprise that I start. But anyway, I would like to perhaps with the time limitation, just concentrate only one very important platform for the country domestically, but this one will be able to enable you for cross-border, paperless payment transaction. My recommendation, my message is that I believe each of our countries needs to establish a national bank-to-bank transaction payment platform that is inclusive. Okay, so I'm talking about just one key foundation to enable trust and confidence for consumers and also for the sellers. We need at the national level, we need to establish a national bank-to-bank transaction payment platform that is inclusive. Allow me to briefly share my country experience that somehow showing that we need trust. Interoperability and inclusion can grow hand in hand. First domestically, then cross-border. Our national online real-time bank-to-bank payment platform and its services in Thailand, we call it Prompt Pay. Prompt Pay have been established serving daily person-to-person money transfers online real-time, okay, using for salary disbursements, online and offline commerce, and also for government welfare financial transaction supports. As of early this year, Prompt Pay services in Thailand has reached more than 81 million registrations nationwide. With some of you may know that Thailand has about 70 million population. So these figures of number of registration using Prompt Pay indicate near universal adoption of this platform. And the key infrastructure that enable this everyday bank-to-bank transaction exchange is the platform so-called National Interbank Transaction Management and Exchange Hub. Let me call it ITMX. Okay, this is a key enable. And this national ITMX, interbank transaction management and exchange platform, connects all commercial and government banks in the country. And since they have different platforms, different system at the back end of each bank, but all these banks can do interbanking transaction because they agree on a common payment data standards, agree on the business processes, and secure communication protocol for this interconnectivity, interoperability. Okay, and also another important infrastructure to enable this, to support this national digital payment platform legally. Okay, this is legal side. Perhaps that is a technical side. For the legal side, Thailand has revised our Electronic Transaction Act. Okay, to legalize digital identity or digital authentication services. So that means that, for example, all commercial banks and government banks could act as the national digital identity providers, so-called IDP. We need IDP, okay, that everyone that have, certain kind of, meet certain kind of regulations. So now all banks could, act, as a service to each citizens and also, companies with the digital ID, digital authentication and digital authorization, okay, somehow governed by central bank, which is called Bank of Thailand, and this allow, this is strengthen consumer trust, secure authentication, and secure authorization, as mentioned. So this technical, legal network and operational infrastructure is, with its very low fees. For everyday transaction for normal citizen, it is zero fees. Only up to certain level of money transfer that will be they will charge for fee, but very small fee. Somehow these have enabled mass adoption, and especially by SME. So maybe a woman with a small store, they could have a QR code, and her client could find the payment for the food, for example, very efficient, okay, very fast. And it's also enable several other, trade finance or finance application, including, for example, loan online also possible and widely adopted also. And then from this national payment platform, Thailand has expanded to enable cross-border QR payment and limited services now with Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And more partners are under development. This support tourists and digital trade with low foreign exchange costs. And that's, I'm talking about not 4 or 5 days, money exchange, but this is online real time. Within seconds, okay? Fast settlement and higher transparencies. So my recommendation for the APAC countries, I think we need to build, each country, we need to build our own national payment platform that is inclusive. For example, maybe start with agreeing on a common standard. We will recommend ISO 20022, which is financial payment standard, QR code framework, and share security rules or protocols. Number 2, legal and trust frameworks must be progressed with technology. Number 3, inclusive bill scales, okay? Not only banks, all banks could participate. Fintechs, SME, micro merchants can be enabled to connect. All right, with that, I think I have take 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
Chair.
Professor Sumner. In Korea has been operating like a national level, the bank-to-bank payment network for a long time. So when I went to the other developing country, I was very surprised that actually the bank-to-bank transfer is not very common in other countries. I was very surprised when I was developing e-payment system for other countries, the custom systems. So this is something that definitely we need to make some sort of like the sustainable payment solutions. And then the method, that the Thailand took was to implement within the domestic level payment B2B the network, and then you went to the cross-border QR payment system. So the methodology was, I think, I can quite agree. It was a good tactical approach. But however, when it comes to this kind of like a zero fee network service, it may need to compete with other commercial payment networks that maybe credit card service provider has developed, which is costing high the fee for using their networks. So that's something that we can learn from the case of Thailand. And this time, let me invite the Mr. Thaksin Khan, the Vice Chair of the UNCFEC. The long time, the lead in the international standard for trade facilitation, not only in Asia but at the international level. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Rama. We are talking two things: the payment and the trust, and trust in the cross-border paperless trade is so important that you can do many of the transactions, but when you lead up to the payment cycle, it is viewed with great lens by the finance department that you have to have a greater level of trust, which is to be in the process. I will quickly do two things. One, that I have been part of a Government of India initiative for a cross-border paperless trade. I worked for it for quite a number of years. To be very frank, that I was instrumental in working out a project for this. That was the time when in India we didn't have a payment mechanism, online payment mechanism when we started the project. The project was that Government of India said that all those who in any manner regulate or facilitate international trade transactions within the country have to deliver their services electronically. That was the project. So of course, any activity done by anyone who regulate or facilitate international trade, the payment is the last mile of this. And that time we didn't have a online payment system. So I'm talking about late 1990s when we started the project. And we have from there traveled a long journey. It will take another 5-6 hours to narrate this story. So I have to sum it up in 1 or 2 minutes. So say from there we have reached a stage that even if you find in India any corner a petty payment for 1 or 2 rupees, which will save few cents, that payment can be done electronically. You will find a vegetable vendor also is capable of facilitating this payment. So that's the journey we have. At the same time, that time we didn't have a system for online interbank transactions, which is now a reality in India, and which is a big reality that you can do interbank transactions in real-time environment, which used to earlier take few minutes. That one has to wait for a few minutes or few hours to see that this happens. I have given this background because it's necessary to understand that we have traveled a long way to reach a stage that I can go and buy vegetables for 5 rupees and I can make the payment, and the fellow will 90% of the time he will be willing to facilitate these transactions. Now see what is in the trust, how a trust service is required within a country. and how internationally this is required, and what kind of mutual recognition arrangement need to be in place to see that these trust services facilitates electronic cross-border payment transactions which are necessary for us to do and travel in this. Take the case of electronic fund transfer, or say secure electronic letter of credit, or say digital invoice and all that. I would like to do all this electronically and also ensure that the transaction is secured. So, there is a need for a trust service in a country to see that this service induces a confidence in all those who have started doing electronic transactions for paperless trade within the country. And in India, that is the reality as on date. But if I say, if within the country there is this trusted environment that we are able to do transactions electronically, I have said example that even the 2 rupee payment I will do electronically. That is the kind of trust which is there within the country. But when it is cross-border, when I don't know to whom I am paying or from whom I am receiving the payment, that is a big issue. So there is a need for us to rely on a trust service within the country, which happens in India. But at the same time, there should be a mechanism for me to also rely on a transaction which is a payment transactions, which I am receiving or I am issuing, that there is a trusted environment created in this one. So if there is a trust service within my country, which is there, but if I'm transacting with my friend in Korea, because we have a MRA with Korea for accepting each other's electronic transactions, then in that case, a trust service of Korea is to be mutually recognized by the trust service of India. Then only this transaction can go through and it will be reliable and would be trusted by the parties, those who are transacting the business. So I am only trying to address the elements which we have tried to address within the country and would be expected from all of us, all the APAC countries to begin with, as the discussion is to happen, that we have to create an environment which identifies, addresses, verifiable identities and authorization electronically is done. Verifiable credentials are verified by someone to whom trust is created. There is an element of electronic time stamping done. This is proof of when a payment instruction was issued, and it is to be respected by other party. And electronic seal, which basically replaces the seal. An electronic registered delivery when the delivery is done. And KYC process is visited within the country and is respected in other country. And electronic and signature and authentication mechanism, say in India, which authenticates a document, should be respected by my friend in Korea and maybe in other countries in the APAC region. That is what is required. Now I come to what the facilities created in India and under what facilities we studied in Korea as to whether it is comparable. And in India, an authority has been created, which is called Controller of Certifying Authorities, who has the responsibility to oversee the existence of the trust services in India, who deliver all these things which I have narrated. And they give the authorization to trust services to run the service. And if they sign an MOU with the participating country, say example Korea, then their trust services, I believe they have. If they have a mutual recognition, then perhaps the trust is created between two countries. And that is what is the environment which is created in the country. So CCA authorizes a trust service in India, and it is run, and it is running. It is good. the other thing which I wanted to share with you, that electronic website authentication certification. I'm giving you a very short story. My friend sitting next to me rang me up on Saturday saying that I have got my visa done by a private company. Can you just check and tell me whether this is authenticated? I see something fishy in this. So I said, okay, let me check it up. Since I was heading an institution in India, which has the responsibility to authenticate and issue certificate to the websites, so I know how this is done. I said, the website appears to be authenticated, but the transaction appears to be fishy. Then he said, am I traveling? I said, I have my doubts. Then I requested my friend Harpita that can you ask your travel agent to see that the electronic document which is issued is real. And we had 1 or 2 hours of investigation. I can, as a technology man, can only say that this document is issued by a website in India, which is authenticated and authorized. Beyond that, whether they have charged, he said, they have charged me $100+. I said, it appears fishy. I said, which domain? That he says .com domain. I said, Government of India will not authorize somebody to issue you a e-visa. So these were the issues. So finally, it turned out that yes, there is an authorization. It works. So I said there is a need for us to have a system for mutual recognition of trust services within the country. I have been given 1 minute time from Rama. I'm concluding. So I am concluding saying that a trust service operates in India. Maybe a trust service is required by all APAC countries, and so we mutually recognize each other trust services so that these issues are taken care of. And we need to adhere to the international standards for the trust services, which is very well worked out by UNCITRAL, and see that we move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rama.
Thank you, Taksin. Yes, each country has their trust service with their regulation and the law. And somehow these laws and regulations are not interoperable. So we need to find a way to mutually recognize this trust service each other, so that this can support the trust in the payment, in the contract, electronic contract, and all kind of international electronic transactions. Thank you. And let me invite Ms. Hirba Mamtora, the Director and CEO of India Exim Finserv, subsidiary of Exim Bank. Personally, I've been a bit surprised to see that this Exim Bank has an interest in the trade financing solution for the MSMEs, because in Korea, the Exim Bank actually seems that they don't care much about the MSMEs. So I really respect the project that she has been leading. Let's hear from the Ms. Hirba Mamtora.
Thank you for that introduction, Ram. And thank you for inviting me, having me here. I think I would just clarify that, yes, as you're rightly saying, even in India, the parent organization, Exim Bank, is largely focused on facilitating, large value export trade out of India and also projects. But over the last decade or so, there is a shift in also, intervening in areas where we feel, with our intervention, if we can facilitate or promote or make, export from MSME sector easier. One of the aspect which we had identified when we started this subsidiary is that The big one, of course, is the, whether the payment is received from authenticated source, whether the payment will be received or not. But a larger part for an MSME across the world and emerging market like India is that MSMEs are, lagging behind in access to, trade finance. So they have everything which it takes to do an export. It's just that, they do not have the financing means easily available, unlike a large corporation, to finance their trade finance gap. And what we are providing currently is we are giving them cross-border invoice factoring, which is largely non-recourse or non-collateralized. The moment we step in and provide them this sort of facility, looking at their importer's credential, majorly four key risk from an MSME shifts to our company. The primary, benefit that they get, of course, they will receive trade finance up to 80-90% of the invoice value. But the entire risk of, collecting the payment from the importer on due date, providing them risk credit cover on non-payment of an importer, and also sometimes a very important part of an MSME is also to see that, collection services are on time. That means, if some payments are overdue from the buyer, they have to do their follow-ups, they have to do their checks. So all of that, the moment they assign their invoices to us, our company takes over. While we are trying to do, provide with much wider coverage in terms of, going beyond the developed market of EU and US, we are also shifting focus to a lot of Asia Pacific countries. With the help of our insurance partner, last couple of months, I would say that our reach in Asia Pacific and Latin America has expanded. So this is what we are doing. But today, I think, largely maybe I would also like to kind of, represent a large MSME fraternity when they are approaching us. So in terms of, I think what we were just now mentioning or the previous speaker, I think each of our country, because we did not have legacy system, I think the transition to technology-driven payment system domestically has been very good for all of us. I think India, few of our internal payment system like UPI is now adopted by Singapore, are adopted by, is being adopted by France. Similarly, I think you're saying that you were surprised when you visited few European countries that bank-to-bank payment is taking so much time, whereas I think in most of our country, it is at a click of our mobile button that we can move payment from our bank to some other bank. But when it comes to moving from domestic market to international market, I think the systems are not able to talk because each system is catering to your domestic market. And the moment, and similarly, I think even trade finance. So for us, the key to providing trade finance is, first of all, verifying the trade documents for an MSME. So the moment he has done any shipment or he has, moved a consignment and he comes and asks us for finance, my team will have to review his trade document. So in India today, trade documents is not fully digitized. I think he has to collect different papers from different authorities. So sometimes by the time he has actually done the shipment and then he receives the final bill of lading, depending on which part of the country he is situated, it may take 5 to sometimes 30 to 40 days to finally get the bill of lading. And only after he gets the all set of documents, he can come and ask us for providing finance. So he's already lost 20 to 30 days of period collecting. So I think, first of all, within our country, and I'm well aware, this year Government of India has already announced setting up of a digital public infrastructure, Bharat Trade Net, to kind of, cater to these challenges. So entire trade related documentation is trying to be brought under one unified digital umbrella, hoping that that gets rolled out very soon. But even after we do that, it may happen that what is domestically accepted now in our country may not be acceptable to say, when you're tying up with an overseas agency. So I think the right thing to do from my side or, from the perspective of all of us here, so we are representing, say, Asia Pacific, but even beyond that, is to have some unified acceptance of the system or of the authentication that is being adopted locally with your partner countries, and rather than getting into a bilateral country to country arrangement, it is more suitable when a collective countries put together adopt a common unified framework, like how we have when we are doing a bank to bank transfer or an release of authenticated messages across the world, people will accept messages coming through SWIFT. So similarly, if trade documentation, e-bill of lading, if it comes under a common framework, so there are, I think, discussion, MLETR is one, but region specific, I think different countries are adopting different documentation framework, which I think even Jan was saying in the previous session. So maybe if we can collectively move to a unified framework for adopting even digital trade documentation, I think a financier like us or exporters across the world are going to immensely benefit, because their access to, cheap and faster trade finance become much more viable, feasible across the globe. And apart from that, maybe from our side, we would like to say that I would also want to know from maybe your experience as to how is the access to, MSME trade finance in your countries, like for example, Korea or for example, Thailand, because in India, the conventional banking is still more stuck to, security-based lending, collateral-based lending. And when they have the MSMEs at a growing stage, they do not have much of the security to offer. Most of the time, they are kind of, left with having an accessible trade finance.
So you are ending with question? It's not working. Okay. So actually Korea is very well known for its good policy and the laws that that suppose the export of the MSMEs. So for example, let me make it short 1 minute thing. The Korean Central Bank, Bank of Korea, they provide a big loan, trade loan to the commercial bank. When for that, the commercial bank can use that fund to provide the trade financing to the MSMEs. And to get that kind of the trade financing, they need to provide the performance of the last year's exports, or they can use the documents, trade documents such letter of credit that they receive from the importer, and then they can use this kind of trade document to get the trade financing using the prime loan, prime rate loans. So maybe after this session, we can exchange some information later. So I'm quite sure that the case of Korea can be a good cases that you can benchmark in India and other country. And let me invite Mr. Abhinava Kumar Singh. Okay. So he's the Vice President and the Global Tech Transition Leader at the GANPACT. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I've been listening to all the panelists so far, and yesterday and today, some of the common words that I've picked up throughout the discussion was enabling, transparency, interoperability, and even today I picked up those words and I've been scribbling that, said, what's really important in cross-border payments from a consumer perspective is transparency and security, that whether my message, the payment instructions that I issue, they are absolutely secure while they travel. Do I have a complete transparency on the rates that would be applied to my payments, the fees that would be collected by the correspondent banks? The next thing is the speed of payment. Will I get it out real time, or will it still take 4 days for my payment from, let's say, Federal Bank in India to reach Royal Bank of Canada? Right. And then, as I said, the fees part, the cost of the whole payment, and interoperability, that when I send the message, is it the same message that travels throughout? So it's trackable, right? So from those four perspectives, I mean, I would like to talk about what's really happening in the world today. And the biggest, I won't say emerging, but the emerged technologies already. Payments, of course, is one of the most, dynamic and innovation prone area in banking. So I think one of the biggest things that's enabling it is ISO 20022. It's a structured message, standard message format that all banks have committed to use. And I'm talking about cross-border payments, of course. And when I say all banks that use SWIFT messaging for transferring the payments. So ISO 20022, while it is something that facilitates cross-border payments with a uniform messaging format, XML based, so everybody understands it uniformly, there cannot be ambiguity about it. But internally, also within the working of a bank, it brings about a great efficiency. Because the way payment works is that you put in an instruction through a channel, then there is a clearing and settlement mechanism that just parses through the whole message, sees that the person who's paying, the person who's receiving the beneficiary, it all confirms to the AML, the account balances, everything, the clearing and settlement activities. So if it all happens across a uniform standard message, then there is no friction. The passage of the message through channels, through the payment processing engine, and outward to the settlement mechanism, they can all follow a simple single uniform message. It allows for innovation also, because then the scope of work that can be done, the coverage of the innovation can be right from the customer to the backend processing work. So that's ISO 20022. And I'll also talk about how it's actually helping not just the cross-border payments, but adoption of newer payment methodologies, like, I wouldn't say it's new anymore in India, but UPI, for example, to connect with international local payment methodologies. So for example, you can use UPI now in Singapore via their Pay Now system. So standardization of message is actually helping them. UPI is actually being adopted by not just Singapore, but a lot many more countries now. And ISO 20022 is actually driving it. That's one part. Then on the tracking side of it, there's a mechanism that's now available called UETR. It stands for Unique End-to-End Transaction Reporting and Status Tracking. So when a payment goes from one bank to another, exactly when it has reached where, what is the fees that is being charged, it's all now possible to be tracked. So it builds trust in the system. So that's on the ISO 20022. It's been there since March 2023, but now it will be in force from third Saturday of November. So anybody who deals with payment knows that third Saturday of any November is the most important Saturday for us in our lives, because that's when the payment regulations take place, whatever is there for that year. So all the standards get implemented. And if you don't adhere to those standards, you will stop doing payments. So it's a question of bank's existence. So every third Saturday of November. So this year, ISO 20022 will being in effect completely. The other emerging technology, or something that's gaining pace rapidly, is distributed ledgers. And we heard the eminent panelists talk about bank-to-bank networking, which can help such payments internationally. And it is actually being brought to life by technologies like blockchain. So it is now possible to have distributed ledgers on blockchain, wherein instead of going through the normal set of intermediaries and correspondent banks and hops to deliver a payment, you will actually be able to have a hub and spoke model where a settlement bank in one country or one currency is like a hub for all the spokes who would like to do the settlement. So the settlement happens through a set of digital nostros, which of course requires pre-funding, and that's one of the con sides of it, that pre-funding is required, so capital gets locked. But there are of course solutions around it, because liquidity and market makers can come on board the same network and provide just-in-time kind of liquidity. So what digital ledgers allow us to do is, one is real-time settlement. It's almost real-time, that you click that for a payment instruction to be put into the system in, let's say, in Thailand, and the payment of Canadian dollars happens in Toronto almost real-time. Because the message, the APIs, they are all interconnected. Once the message reaches the system, the settlement across the digital nostros is almost instantaneous, and the value gets credited. Then it's end-to-end transparent, and there's a complete traceability because it's based on digital ledger, which all the authorizers have access to, and nothing can change it. It's immutable. That's the characteristic of a blockchain. If it has to be amended, there would be a different block that would be added to it. It cannot be changed, and the amendment must be approved by all the parties who are members as authorizers for that sort of transaction. Okay, I just have a minute, but I would like to then, sort of go to the last important part of digital ledger settlement, is that there's a huge amount of risk management that it allows, in the sense that the settlements are almost atomic. And what atomic means is that there is no two leg of settlement, that one is a credit leg and one is a debit leg. There is one leg that the values get exchanged, and that's recorded as a single transaction. Therefore, the risk of credit default or credit risk, that's taken care of. Apart from that, couple of emerging technology things which I wanted to talk about, but I'll quickly touch, is one is digital identity, portable, cryptographically variable identity, and then zero knowledge proof identification, which means that you trust what I say, but you don't have to see what the information is. So things like GDPR for European data, etc., that cannot travel across boundaries. But what can happen is that you have a trusted bank or a trusted party that says, I have verified it, this is the token of verification, you don't need to see anything further. So those are the things that is really enhancing digital KYC, digital remittance provider verification. So that's of course helping the cross-border payment systems. Yeah, on the tactical technology side, AI ops is helping all of these very much, wherein the buzz now is that, we cannot have a system that goes down because it's all 24/7, it's all real time. And hence, it has to be preemptive maintenance. The monitoring has to be in place, not alerting, because alerting is retrospective or after the event. So it's all monitoring based, and the system needs to take charge of fixing itself, right? So when a database storage is getting up to 99%, the system has to have the ability to make sure that it can add 20% more storage and it continues. So that's the kind of artificial intelligence-based event management that needs to happen. With that, I will end. I know my time is finished, but yeah, as I said, technology, it's a very tactical thing. It's very emerging. It's always dynamic. But there's a huge amount of interoperability that's coming across the world, and that's sort of helping cross-border payments. Thank you.
Thank you, Singh. So you started with the conventional the bank transfer message using the SWIFT, and then moved to the blockchain or distributed ledger, and then to the AI.
Yeah.
But the thing is, this distributed ledger or those kind of things sometimes go beyond the control of the government or central bank. So the many governments are worrying how to handle this distributed ledger coin or those kind of things. So also there's nowadays this stable coin that recognizing or making the value same as the like a dollars or gold, those kind of things, making payment technology more complicated and the regulation is always left behind. It's very difficult to, how to make the policy regarding, because it's giving a big impact to the economy. So giving you 1 minute.
Yeah.
So
So I'll give you my example. So I was working for a fintech company called Partior. It's a joint venture between JP Morgan, Development Bank of Singapore, and Standard Chartered. Now, of course, Deutsche Bank has also joined the network. So if you look at the kind of banks that are backing it, they are all highly regulated banks, all champions of fiat currency transference. But they are still coming together because this is something that's the future. And of course, they will abide by the regulation because ultimate settlement that happens, that's auditable by the central banks at the payee end. The initiation of the payment and the pre-funding of the account, that happens as the initiation end, that's again regulated by the central banks. It's only the intermittent transference that's not. And we are those companies, they're highly controlled. For example, for anything to be settled, any dollar to be settled, the infrastructure must be approved by the Office of the Controller of Currencies in US. So it's there.
Okay, thank you. Still, I personally have many questions, but let's invite the other expert in here, then that we can come back later.
Indeed.
So let me invite the Ms. Nirupama Soundarajan, the co-founder and the CEO of the Policy Consensus Center. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think when we talk of, particularly in the context of this panel, when we're talking about cross-border payments, I look at it from two different perspectives. So one is cross-border payments to be efficient, for it to be effective from a consumer point of view, which means you're looking at efficiency, probably close to real-time payments, a certain level of transparency. The second part of cross-border payments, which I don't think we've discussed as yet, except I think for what Hirva mentioned briefly, is from the exporter or from the seller point of view from the domestic country. So two aspects that I want to actually touch upon. The first one, of course, is what most of us have discussed is, in terms of from a consumer point of view, what is it that they want? What are we looking for? And I think transparency and trust for that to happen, I think the biggest challenge that gets repeatedly mentioned is you don't have uniformity when it comes to cross-border payments across jurisdictions. Everyone operates on their own. And this has been a challenge also because most of them are catered for their own domestic market, and suddenly to come and try and find a via media for cross-border payments is becoming difficult. Because we also need to remember that in the larger scope of things, cross-border payments, that too, those driven largely by e-commerce, is a relatively new phenomenon, and it's grown very fast. But the good news is the Bank of International Settlements, BIS, is now working towards it. They have taken this up. There is already a G20 roadmap, I think, on creating, on how to unify certain processes, at least across jurisdictions, to ease your cross-border payments. There is a project Nexus that's been started already, I think, between India, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines, where they can look at also creating common protocols for linking, multiple national instant payment systems. So these are some examples which are actually, which is driving unifying cross-border payments. And I think that's the way to go eventually, and that's the only way it would work. You also have the entire, so you spoke of your distributed ledger technology. You also have the advent of now central bank digital currencies. So CBDCs, I'm sure, will play a very, very significant role in the near future. I know in India, the RBI's own CBDC is on a pilot phase. They're trying it out with certain countries. And for those of you who remember, the first thing that they said about CBDC was when it comes into effect, it will not only reduce your compliance costs, it'll also reduce the transaction costs. There'll be greater transparency in the system. So all of that hopefully will pan out. But that would be the next step, I suppose, in terms of how cross-border payments work. But again, it requires a certain kind of working together, which I think from a banking perspective, BIS is the best suited to do this. I don't think anyone else can. And in the past, I think BIS has kind of taken the lead, and hopefully with it becoming a very large focus, we will see some kind of unification in terms of processes, in terms of messaging, which is already happening. I think that will happen very fast. So this is on the side of consumer trust, building consumer trust, because once this happens, I think consumer trust will also increase to some extent, because you will start seeing close to real-time execution. You will have better tracking facilities in terms of being able to trace your payment from one place to another. They would, as you also spoke about in terms of transparency of charges, you will know upfront exactly what you're paying. You will also have an idea of at what exchange rate it's happening. So all of this will help. And ultimately, I think nothing fosters consumer trust than close to real-time payments. I think that's why UPI in India was such a major success for everybody, because today I sit here, you're across the table, I scan the code, I give it to you. Even if I'm not here and I'm making a payment to somebody sitting miles away, I make a payment with a QR code. They're able to track it instantly over phone. I'm saying, have you got it? They say, yes, I've got it. Transaction complete in a second. And once the transaction is done, then the movement of goods, whichever way, all of that happens instantly. So if we want to move to that kind of situation, I think unifying certain kind of processes becomes a very, very important first step. And I'm glad to see that it's happening. Now to the other side, which is basically from the exporter's point of view or from your sellers, in our context, any of them, particularly in the Indian context. See, why is it important? Because at the end of the day, I think a big part is e-commerce has challenged your traditional export models. Traditionally, for export, it was the large people who had great networks outside of the country and who had financial wherewithal who could even think of exports, because money gets tied up. You have to be able to travel abroad, explore the market, and probably also trust somebody else to handle your distribution, and possibly account for a fact that you may not even be a success in a market and spend that money. MSMEs cannot do that. Small businesses could never dream of either locking up that kind of money, or it was too expensive for them to even opt for something. E-commerce changed that for them. So therefore, e-commerce becomes very important. And therefore, it's also important to remember that MSMEs are smaller businesses with not that kind of financial wherewithal that like the rest of the traditional exporters have. So I think even in India today, a lot of the systems, whether it is RBI's own EDPMS, whether it is customs, whether it is DGFT, any of the regulations which are export oriented are having to undergo a very, very dramatic change in terms of concept and in terms of vision. I don't think, again, as I said, it's a new phenomenon, and it's an impetus that the government is very keen on providing, because we have now under our foreign trade policy a very specific target for e-commerce exports. So to enable that, some of the regulations have to kind of be revamped and reevaluated completely and changed. And I think that's what is happening. RBI recently did make significant changes to their EDPMS, which is their export data processing system, so that they've set better limits. They've kind of lowered the value for many of them, paperwork filing, all of that. So steps are being made. But I think in the previous panel, as Mr. Manish Manitawari also said, I think in terms of customs, there are many more changes also that are happening. And but the biggest thing I think, which I've been saying for a while, is that your FEMA regulations, basically, which is your Foreign Exchange Management Act, which the RBI usually governs, can be incredibly daunting for your smaller players. They don't know enough about it. It can be difficult to understand, and RBI can be a very intimidating regulator to interact with. I mean, even for those of us within the financial sector, we know the difficulty sometimes, but for people not within financial sector and the smaller people, and it's not that they don't listen. We did have a very, very successful interaction, but I think the ministry, MSME ministry, or any of them need to facilitate more of these conversations on the financial side. I think the financial education, particularly with regard to foreign exchange management and how all of that works, is still a little lacking within our own exporter community. And when they have better knowledge of that, I think it will also eventually help with better cross-border payment solutions. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember that I have been in the negotiation team when it comes to the digital trade agreement with the other country between Korea and other countries, and always there's articles regarding the electronic payment. So countries bilateral level, they try to achieve some sort of like interoperability between the initiative that they are taking in e-payment areas. But somehow I guess that is because of the effort of the two countries not good enough to change the horizon of these kind of the e-payment things. So I guess that there is the result of those kind of the bilateral effort has been always limited. So we, as you mentioned, we may need to have some sort of like international arrangements like led by the BIS, or at least some regional economic initiative led by the like ASEAN member countries or SASEC member countries initiative. Those kind of things may need to lead the e-payment innovation, not by the one country level thing. Okay. Thank you. And let me invite Mr. Deepak Maheshwari, the Senior Policy Advisor at the Center for Social and Economic Progress. Floor is yours.
Thanks, Rama. And many of the things that I wanted to touch upon, to some extent, they've been already spoken about, so I'll skip those. But when we are looking at e-commerce and we are looking at cross-border payments, I think we need to look at beyond just these things. So, for example, just a few weeks back, there was a 150th year anniversary of Universal Postal Union, and this was in Dubai. And there, UPU signed an MOU with the India Post, the Postal Department of India, and this was done so that UPI, Unified Payment Interface of India, can be used for remittances from all over the world to India. So this was just in the month of September, mid. So effectively what it means is that the post offices in India that are already digitally connected, not all of them are connected, but the fact is India does have the largest number of post offices in the world, 156,000 of them. But those that have already been connected digitally, if there's any remittance coming from overseas, can come there easily. Okay. Now the same thing, instead of thinking in terms of remittance, we can also think in terms of receiving and facilitating payments for MSMEs through the same channels. So if there's any transaction which is initiated from any post office anywhere in the world, and that will happen instantaneously. Okay. So that's one thing. Second thing is, as Abhinav as well as Nirupama did mention in terms of use of CBDCs, the central bank digital currencies. Again, in terms of remittances, they are being looked at. But beyond remittances, we should also look at how these things can happen both in terms of B2B as well as B2C commerce. The other aspect is the type of innovation that have actually happened in developing countries in terms of e-commerce. So, for example, if you see in the US, the e-commerce was initially basically predicated on use of credit cards. And by the way, yes, I used to work in a startup called MasterCard long back. But it was credit cards. In India, also e-commerce started actually in 95. So it's not that new. Of course, the scale is much, much different today than it was in 95, I remember. But it was there. But it was one of the reasons that it was restrained and constrained was, apart from logistics, was also because of payments, because it had to be only through credit cards those days. And one of the major innovation that happened at that point of time in India, as well as of course in China around same time, was cash on delivery. Even today, apart from the, of course, even in the urban areas, yes, there's some cash on delivery, but not so much. But in the peri-urban and rural areas, even today in India, e-commerce using cash on delivery is a pretty high level going on there. So I think we need to be cognizant of different type of models as well as modalities which are at play in these things. The other aspect is in terms of how do we ensure trust and interoperability that have been discussed. One of the major challenges in the payments is about frauds. And those frauds can happen in different ways, and because of the digitalization, the speed of fraud increases, it amplifies, and at times it can be debilitating in terms of the impact. So there again, as Abhinav was also mentioning, that we do need to look at use of AI tools and other things in a more judicious manner, not only within the country, but also across the borders. So this whole sort of notion around data sovereignty and many other issues, yes, there are certain concerns, every country has those. But when it comes to issues around cybersecurity, when it comes to issues around fraud, etc., we should have ways and channels of communication across borders, within borders, of course, as well as across the border, for sharing this type of information in real time, so that these things can be mitigated at the earliest, rather than let them fester and let them propagate for a long time. The second aspect is in terms of what type of impacts can be there, which is very different in terms of the exchange rate itself. Because exchange rate is more volatile, and most of the people may not realize, but the trade in foreign exchange far exceeds all the trade across all the stock exchanges in the world. The margins are very thin, but the volumes are pretty high. And because if there's a more delay between the time of invoicing and the time of receipt of the payments, there's a huge challenge in terms of that volatility and absorbing that risk. And that can be minimized if we move more and more towards the real-time payment, so that the spread and that can be locked in. So for example, people could even look at futures and options, etc., those type of things also to hedge their risk. And that cost will be not that high, which is right now much higher. The other aspect is with respect to use of protocols and standards that has been mentioned. So, for example, I remember way back in 1999, we were sitting in Ministry of Commerce with Mr. Nipin Mishra, then Additional Secretary in Commerce, and he was talking about use of EDI, that those days, electronic data interchange for exchange of documents. And by the way, EDI in India has been allowed under the telecom licenses since 1994, when you used to have a license for email service. There was a specific telecom license for email services under the Indian Telegraph Act. Internet services came later, but EDI was already allowed even at that time. So I think there have been situations about those standards, and as Mr. Khan did mention, that EDI and these type of things are already recognized as part of Information Technology Act 2000. And as in fact, with all his humility, he did not mention that he was one of the control of certifying authorities, the CCA, the statutory body that he was heading, which was established under the IT Act. And it was during his tenure that he also came up with this website certification for trust also. I have also been a co-founder of the company that issues all the .in domain names in India, National Internet Exchange of India, which is a MeitY company now. And the other aspect is with respect to FATF guidelines. These are in terms of terror financing as well as money laundering. Now, these two things are extremely sensitive, but very important. And that's where, again, we need to have much better data capturing and analysis, because especially with a lot of small transactions, it is quite easy to create millions of mule accounts and do those type of unscrupulous transactions. So that's again something that we need to be cognizant of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tipa Maheshwari. So you covered the wide range of topics in payment, kind of like alternative payment using the post office. You also mentioned like some kind of cybersecurity areas and also the laundry of the money through the kind of like a financial through the financial scheme and also the trade financing for SMEs. So you mentioned a lot of things, and actually among them for me what's concerning is the how to monitor the transactions that happening outside of the transactional financial scheme. Like we are talking about like a dispute ledger transactions as a e-payment solution. And then money laundering, would that be a challenge? Would it be a challenge for monitoring for central government?
So yes, that will be a challenge, but at the same time, what will happen is if there's more and more use of CBDC rather than private cryptocurrencies, then the central banks will have a better handle in terms of monitoring any transaction using those, because after all, they are the ones who are controlling the source of it. So obviously, the distribution is there across, but they are the source. Thank you.
So you are emphasizing that even with the new technology-based payment solution, the regulation should be there to govern those the payment.
Regulation should evolve, and I'm happy to see that the regulators like Reserve Bank of India are actually doing sandboxing and doing these type of pilots, which is a good thing to do.
Okay, thank you, all the expert panels. We've been actually a bit taken some time compared to the time given to us. So maybe I open the floor for just one or two questions, maybe. One questions only. Okay, any questions to the panels? Do you?
Blockchain across payment.
Yeah.
When blockchain will happen, where the ownership of those blockchains would lie? How would that unify all these things together?
Yeah. So blockchain is a technology, right? So it is So blockchain is a technology that's implemented by a central body. That central body can be a business, that can be a government thing. What happens is that, and the way
I understand blockchain technology.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that somebody has to own that.
Yes, that's where you're
And
right.
every country is a different entity. It's not going to allow the other country to own it.
Yeah. So I'll tell you, the settlement of the currency will happen as per the regulation of that currency. So a settlement of Singapore dollar can happen only in Singapore as per the rules, right? And that will be regulated by the rules of Singapore government, the Monetary Authority of Singapore. How that will be enforced? The payee and the payer in Singapore, they are going to operate through a bank. That's a regulated bank. So the entire KYC, AML, confirmation of payee, everything will be done as per the regulations of that country. And that's how the whole, the cross-border payment is regulated. So blockchain only provides a mechanism for transfer of money or the transfer of information between digital nostros that are hosted within the settlement bank and the member banks. The actual transfer of value is regulated as per the law of the land. Yeah.
Okay.
May I now request members of the panel and moderators to please rise from your seats from a photo opportunity.
I waited for this for 2 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. We will now be taking a short tea break for about 10 minutes, and we will then convene for the last panel of the summit. It is very interesting. Topics that they shared today on AI will now be discussed at length. So please join us for the next session after the short tea break. I request members of the audience to kindly settle down. We will begin in the next 2 minutes. We will now begin with the last panel of the summit on regulations of artificial intelligence and impact of digital trade. We will discuss how AI is likely to impact supply chains, job, and digital trade in the APAC region. May I invite the chair of the session, Mr. Srinidhi Kalvapudi, Head of India Global Selling, Amazon India. Thank you for joining us, sir. May I now invite the panelists for the session, Dr. Amit Kumar, Assistant Professor, Research and Information System for Developed Countries, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Ms. Jamila Sahiba, Associate Director, AI and Public Affairs, The Dialogue, will be joining us virtually. Welcome. Mr. Roshan Menon, Principal Associate, AI and Emerging Technologies, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas & Co. Thank you. Welcome. May I now invite Dr. Mansi Kedia, Digital Development Specialist, World Bank. Sure. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. May I now invite our final panelist, Ms. Tamanna Islam Urmi, AI researcher, Network Science Institute, Northeastern University, Boston, US. Thank you for joining us. I now hand over the session to our chair, Mr. Srinidhi.
Thank you. Am I audible? Right. It works now? Okay, great. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the very last panel of these 2 days. And of course, it's a very, very interesting topic. The power of technology to transform businesses, to enable businesses, is something that we've always known, we've always seen, and in fact, that was also the key point of a lot of our discussions that we've been having over the last 2 days, right? However, I think Gen AI and artificial intelligence in general, both Gen AI and machine learning, they are a technology unlike any other that we have seen before. And of course, there have been transformative technologies over a period of time in human history, from calculators to internet to computers. But this technology seems different. It seems far more transformative than what we would have seen in the past. Like with everything, like with every technology, of course, we should approach it with curiosity and not with fear. And that's sort of the point that we are going to discuss today. Understanding the transformative effects of any technology. How do we harness it well? How do we approach it with curiosity? How do we regulate it? And at the same time ensure that we are not killing innovation, right? I think these are some of the things, and most importantly, very pertinent to the topics of these 2 days. How do we ensure that the transformative effects are inclusive, and and they don't really exclude large sections of the society, right? I think this is what we are going to discuss. But before I begin, let me very, very quickly introduce all our panel members. So we have, of course, Dr. Amit Kumar, who's the Assistant Professor at the Research and Information System for Developing Countries in Delhi. And he specializes in technology assessment and the socio-economic implications of emerging technologies like AI. And his research has been cited in India's Economic Survey 23-24. So, gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Amit Kumar. And we have Mr. Roshan Menon with us as well, who works on AI policy in Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas, the very popular law firm. Thank you very much for joining us, and a round of applause for him as well. Yeah. Sorry, I have this thing about applause, so some of you there yesterday would have seen it as well. I kind of like that. Right, and we have also Ms. Jamila Sahiba, who's the Associate Director for AI and Public Affairs at the Dialogue. Ms. Jamila leads initiatives on responsible AI and public policy, including the Coalition for Responsible Evolution of AI, and she has over 5 years of experience in tech policy and prior work as Chief of Staff to Dr. Amar Patnaik, who was the MP Rajya Sabha. She brings a lot of insight into governance frameworks. So thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Sahiba. Welcome to the panel. Yeah, thank you very much. We also have Dr. Mansi Kedia, who's a digital development specialist at World Bank. She works at the intersection of technology and public policy, focusing on digital inclusion and competitiveness. And she's a member of the CIA National Committee on Telecom and Broadband. And she has co-chaired G20 and T20 task forces. She'll share global best practices on regulating AI for equitable growth and job creation in the Asia Pacific. We shouldn't feel anybody left out, right? Yeah, it's all about inclusion. And finally, last but not the least, we have Ms. Tamanna Islam Urmi, who's a researcher at Network Science Institute, Northeastern University, Boston. She specializes in AI systems for healthcare and digital infrastructure and leads Bangladesh national AI policy effort design with the ICT ministry and has experience across academia, startups, and governments. And most importantly, her work spans the full AI lifecycle. So yeah, so we do have a quite a power pack. Yeah, we do have quite a power pack panel today, and maybe we'll start off with Dr. Kedia. Maybe, ma'am, if we could start with you. Welcome to the panel. And I have a couple of thought starter sort of questions, right? And if I could request that we all keep our remarks to around 5-6 minutes, crisp, and then so that we could have some time for audience interaction later, right? So, ma'am, we'll start off with you. And I think one of the things that I had also spoken about earlier was how do we ensure that technologies like this are inclusive, right? And they ensure equitable development across. So on that note, if you could sort of talk through and draw upon your experience and talk through how can countries strike a balance between automation and employment in an AI-driven production system, which seems to be the reality of the day.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's wonderful to be back here. I used to be at ICRIER like not more than 3-4 months ago. So it's like coming back home, and to all the other organizers. So on the question directly hitting at AI and jobs. So, the question about AI being different from all the other technologies, different from all the other GPTs, that's something that's still being debated. It's speculated. We don't know to what extent things will change. For some of us who've been following the academic literature on the possibilities of labor market implications of AI, there has been enough and work, at least coming from the Western and developed countries, which are able to map the exposure of occupations to the AI technology. And they've done it fairly comprehensively, trying to identify two things. One is jobs that are, or occupations that are highly exposed to AI, and occupations, even those that are exposed to AI, are very complementary to AI. So, for example, if you could automate certain types of clerical work now, like let's say segregation of HR applications, but an HR manager can use so here is displacement. So you have exposure at the lower level, but at the higher level, the HR manager can find himself much more augmented, his productivity increased by using an AI tool that helps him assess these CVs or applications much better. And this cuts across all sectors, all types of services, functions. And in academic literature, they've done a fairly good job of trying to identify what is at risk and what is not at risk. From some of the work that has come out from the World Bank, or is in the process of being developed at the World Bank, we see that South Asian countries, including India, given the informality of the labor forces, the exposure to technologies, typically AI, is relatively low. But I think that is because of the nature of jobs and the large scale employment in the informal sector or in manual work such as agriculture, even some of the services sector jobs, not easily replaceable by AI, and also given the human touch that one expects to see in some of these jobs and services. But in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of a lot of people, this is a very static view. And we don't know how the adoption of these will change in India, one, but we also don't know how the adoption of AI will change labor markets in other countries and have an effect on other countries, which then links back to the topic of this summit, which is what happens to trade. And if you would have noticed, I mean, everyone's been reading about the loss of jobs in the IT sector, some of them not only coming at the entry level, but also at the managerial level, because the nature of demand or the nature of job that is now required by managers is very different from what it used to be. And IT services are one of our largest exporting sectors. So therein lies the whole connection between labor markets and trade. And how do you manage this transition, and what is the policy that you need to allow for the equitable and inclusive transformation that you're thinking of? I think the point number one is to be able to understand it as much as we can. I don't think anyone can predict it 100%. We can only understand over a period of time how the transformations are happening. Right now, ChatGPT and other generative AI bots are largely very consumer driven. We don't see that large scale transformation happening in the industry. As users, we are all using it much more than it is happening. And where the actual economic transformation happens is through adoption by industry, which is still very nascent in India. So we don't know yet how it will all unfold. But from previous experiences, from this emerging literature, from this emerging analysis, all we can say that there are certain jobs at risk and certain not. How do you upskill? How do you allow for the displaced workers to be refitted back into the economy and to different? How do you allow for labor mobility? How do you allow for upskilling? Those are the policies that will need more focus. It was a very long answer, but I hope it addresses some of
Yeah,
the-
no, it was quite crisp. Thank you. And in fact, let me ask you a sort of follow-up question on that. So what I hear you saying, of course, is that we don't completely understand this technology yet, and all of us are figuring that out. And that obviously is true. But that notwithstanding, are there any global best practices, let's say at World Bank, that you're observing that would in the realm of regulation, which would which are sort of addressing this entire competitiveness and inclusion angle?
I don't think anyone's figured it out. I mean,
Right.
And so at the World Bank, what we're trying to do, at least from what I know, I'm fairly new, is that they're trying to understand the experiences and the journeys of different countries and exchanging of knowledge so that countries can know best to do. But different models have emerged. And if you look at policies and regulations, they're coming on two sides. One is the production side of AI models and AI applications. And the other side is the consumption, where it is, or the usage, which is the skills and the digital literacy and that part of the policy. So on the production and the consumption side, there are very interesting models in terms of how countries are trying to create democratized access to compute and infrastructure. India itself is a great example of how they've aggregated demand under the AI mission, trying to make it available to a lot of, and you would obviously know this. And so that is an interesting model. The Chinese are working their way through a lot of open source that also everyone knows, and through a lot of innovation on chip design, the matrix computing that they are coming up with. US has its model of putting in a lot of data into their systems, a lot of GPUs, high-powered research that is going on. I'm not so aware about how African countries, but I'm assuming that there's a lack of everything right now as far as they're concerned, especially on the infrastructure side. So we are doing a lot of work trying to see how to develop the production side, including in terms of both large AI and small AI, which is your narrower AI applications, which are more relevant to use cases and transformation. But on the consumption side, on the user side as well, there is a lot of interesting experiments going on how to use AI to skill and how to skill people to start using AI. So both those, and there's a lot of industry interaction that is going on in terms of industries constantly being that, you might introduce all of this in school curriculum, but it's not translating into us for jobs. We're not getting the skills we need. We're having to reskill. So what is it that vocational programs should look like? What should Future Skills Prime look like to make it really effective? Future Skills Prime it's the government's flagship program that they're doing with NASSCOM in terms of imparting the basic AI skills. So what is it that they need to be able to do this on both sides? So we're trying to collect all of this information, trying to allow for more sandboxing through the World Bank technical assistance and knowledge production activities to see what is it that will work. And we know that there is no cookie cutter because the resources of the countries are different. sovereignty in all of this, there is the whole issue of sovereignty, as all of you know. So, countries want to safeguard things even if they don't need to safeguard it. Some legitimately want to safeguard their resources and their data. So it's a lot. I don't know if there's one simple answer to say, but I think what I can say is that it's evolving, and it's good to keep our eyes and ears open in terms of what other countries are doing and what is working where, and not get very married to a single idea of innovation, development, and inclusion.
Cool. Thanks a lot. So, let's keep our minds open and ensure that there is democratized access to upskilling. I think, that perhaps is very important as we go along. All right. So we'll sort of switch gears, for a bit, and, Dr. Amit, I'll come to you next. So from your research, from whatever you've been studying, what is your opinion on how is AI expected to influence trade participation overall, and what may be its impact on global supply chains?
Thanks, Srinidhi, and first of all, thanks organizers for inviting me, and especially Professor Pita for your kind invitation and pursuing this to join me here. Let me first put a disclaimer that I have a technical background, so I'm not a trade expert, neither economist, though I work in an economist organization. But I bring the perspective from technology side, and that's why I'm here, I guess. So, so on your question regarding how AI is going to first shape the global supply chains, and second, how it helps the countries of the region to take part in effective trade, digital trade game. So it goes without saying that AI is going to have I think the most impactful role in shaping the whole narrative of global supply chains. And the very basic nature of this technology is that it works to optimize the scenarios based on data. So if you have, and it is the based on algorithms which works on data sets. So which is hitherto was not possible if you run a simple program and try to analyze or simulate the situation. So AI is there to do that kind of job for you, that it will analyze, it will millions of data sets, and then it will help you to forecast and help you to help in decision making in each stage of your supply chain. So right from demand, forecasting till distribution,
right,
it has the implications. The idea is that so it will help. It's there to help you to plan your whole strategy of how you try to explore markets, how you try to target the audience for your businesses, and how and where to optimize the costs. It could be your transportation cost. It could be relating to your analysis regarding geopolitics and issues related to how to cater to the potential disruptions, which will be all real-time monitored using an AI algorithm. So that person, that technology is working for you 24/7, and every moment, every data set is helping that to optimize the results and feed to you to take a call. Now, this is all good. I mean, this will bring the efficiency which this technology is for. The challenge, I will focus on that part, because this is good things everybody will say, and this is that is the best part. The problematic part which we personally focus is on what are the problems it could have when this is how this technology works. So the basic thing is that it works on data sets. It works on the data you provide or you train them. So if that data set has some problems, so the inferences it will draw out of from them would have implications.
Right.
So the quality of data and the inclusivity of data. So if it is not diversified, it is not, if the data set is not your local or context specific, the results would not reflect that sensitivity when it will feed back to you. Feedback to the firms. I'm talking about because this is the firms are the ones who are using that whole model LLMs or these kind of AI based for their own decision making. So what data sets have been trained with and which how much inclusive that data set was, that will guide. And so if the data set has issues related to say, so again, so data set, for the data sets to feed there has to be data. What if some sectors or some areas do not have the digital data at place? So the danger is that those things, those will be excluded. The chances of that exclusion is very much pertinent when this model works in that sort of scenario. So how do you proof that foolproof your that whole ecosystem is that how you more inclusive, how more you design that whole ecosystem in a more inclusive, diversified manner, that every region of this, say APAC or every countries have somehow an inclusive and equitable footing, so that their markets are not bypassed just because they don't have data sets to provide for. And since the decisions are made by the algorithms, that the dangers are very much there, that it will be seen as there is no potential scope for a market, and the whole focus will shift to those markets which have large data data where the analysis was made. So the second question is how you see your whole engagement of this company, these regions, countries. Now, interesting fact is that out of all trade agreements, only 2% had the AI exclusive explicit provisions, and that is 16. And out of that 16 trade agreements, only 14, those 16 had the AI explicit AI provisions in their trade agreements, and out of those 16, 14 are emerged from this region only itself, Asia Pacific. So this region is, you can always say that the most digitally advanced or digitally aware, or what you can, and the ones who understands the importance of this technology. And so they have included AI provisions, but again, they have left it with one very important caveat, that it needs to be ethical and governance model based approach. So ethics and governance to ensure that it is inclusive, safe, and trusted. So that's where we see that the whole conversation going on, and where the cooperation actually also is important when we'll discuss it.
Understood.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Dr. Amit. I think you bring out a couple of very interesting points. That one, of course, that it's very heartening to see this APAC that seems to be sort of leading the charge. That's very good to see. And in many ways, perhaps we have been more digitally aware, what with their UPI and stuff like that. But one very interesting point that you mentioned is GenAI, of course, is only as good as the data that goes into it. If it's garbage in, it's garbage out. Right. So yeah, thanks for sort of sharing that with us. And on that note, Roshan, I'll turn to you now, right? And sort of taking that point forward, because digital trade is about operating across jurisdictions, right? And there are going to be challenges, right, in terms of interoperability, in terms of security, and so on and so forth. So what is your take on that, and how can jurisdictions cooperate across to make that happen?
Am I audible? Yeah. So the digital trade question or the cross-border question, one of the things that happens when technology is mapped to the law is sometimes you look for a coherent, uniform response in one single instrument. Like you would want to have a cross-border digital trade law,
Yeah.
but instead what you get is 17 laws from 18 different regulators. and a scattered or a fragmented regulatory response. So remedial measures lie in consolidating that response. So let us take data as a site for consolidation and response. In the context of digital trade, I think there are estimations that suggest that restrictive cross-border trade provisions can lead, or like a provision that restricts cross-border trade by even 1% leads to a loss of 630 million US dollars.
Wow.
For India.
Mhm.
And when you contextualize those facts in the backdrop of Indian law, you understand that the first wave of response has to be consolidation. So localization in India was effectively a fragmented mandate. It was spread across regulators such as the RBI, the IRDI, and there was some stuff on this that the companies law also tried to do. The idea therein is effectively, if I could communicate it in 3 principles, is firstly, clarity. You want to look at the cross-border framework and you want to have every single term of reference being clear in its scope and applicability. Sometimes you've led with definitions of data that are too granular.
Mhm.
So you go from personal data to payments data to, token data. And then sometimes that granularity can be confounding to smaller enterprises and it can restrict trade. The second principle or guiding principle that you want to be adherent to is consistency. You want uniform application. You want a sense of equal for equal, and you calibrate only if there is a justification, right? Sometimes we see that technology becomes a site for calibration. So more recently, we saw some draft amendments on AI-based images, and you want to really think more deeply about whether you want technology to be a justification for your calibration or you want harms occasioning out of trade to be the justification for calibration. And if the harms are the same, you want the same set of provisions. And the last thing you want is a sense of certainty. So in the context of cross-border trade and more particularly cross-border data flows, you'll see that the regulatory posture is anticipatory. We want to blacklist, or we effectively want to create a blacklist within the context of personal data transfers. We don't really want to talk about non-personal data transfers because that regulatory domain is globally not active. We saw some movement on this in the context of the European Union back in 2016. Then there were some mandates that could best be described as coercive in the context of data sharing, which India has not been very willing to adopt. There have been policy efforts to do the sharing of government data. Outside of that, most policy movements on cross-border data or regulatory movements have been about personal data flows. And in this context, we've ended up with this framework where data may or may not be transferred on the basis of a notification. There are safeguards to this. So the law or the Digital Personal Data Protection Act says, well, this notification will be tabled. But what's more sharper and more precise is a clear enumeration of what will be the criterion behind the creation of a blacklist, because that will effectively stymie concerns of, of the global world. Like if your friend gets blacklisted, you may want to adopt a more forbearing attitude towards India as a trading partner, and that impacts your digital trade agreement, right? So it's clarity, consistency, and coherence. Yeah.
Great. And it's very interesting what you said, I think, and that sort of maybe echoes what Dr. Mansi was also saying earlier, that, hey, we don't know yet, what GenAI can be. And, what you seem to be saying is that it's not the technology, but, if there's an equivalent harm with like any other technology that would do, then, the provisions of the law would be very similar. Very, very, very interesting. Thanks for sort of sharing that with us. All right. We'll move to you, Ms. Aiba, now. And it's sort of a two-part question, right? Because, both of them are related. I think one of the things that I've also mentioned earlier was that, hey, how do we ensure that there is transparency and accountability, there's regulation, but we don't stifle innovation, right? And of course, and because the private sector, of course, seems to be innovating quite a bit, in this particular sector, what sort of, stakeholder consultations need to happen to ensure that we do it in the right fashion?
Correct. Thank you so much for having me as part of this panel and for allowing me to join virtually. It's an absolute honor to be here. Srinidhi, on your question, I feel that currently, I agree with a lot of what my co-panelists here have also mentioned, right? that there's a lot that we need to still understand about the technology for us to be able to regulate it right. Which then brings us to the question of how is it that we can involve more stakeholders in the conversations that lead up to discussions on what these governance or regulations framework should essentially look like, which is something that is super close to my heart because that is a big part of the work that I do at Core AI, which is the coalition that we drive. Now, circling back to your question, I think trust in AI doesn't really come from oversight alone, in my humble opinion. I think it emerges from an understanding of shared creation, of shared responsibility, and also like a visible public benefit, right? What is it that we can sort of all derive from the technology in the long run, so to say, right? And this also brings us to the bigger conversation here around like the need for more cross-border digital trade adoption, etc., which is also something that this conference has been deliberating upon yesterday and today, right? For me, I see it as three broad things of how we can strengthen this ecosystem of stakeholders that are willing to contribute to the discourse on AI regulation while ensuring that innovation doesn't essentially get impacted. The first of this is to sort of institutionalize continuous collaboration rather than episodic consultation. I think a lot of what happens sometimes is that there's a draft rule that comes out and then the ecosystem gets activated and then everybody's commenting on it. I think Roshan also mentioned recently the synthetic generated content draft rules that has been out and is actually open for public consultations right now. And we've seen similar documents come out in the past. But from where I see it, I think innovation is moving pretty fastly, and so will and this policy around it will also have to adapt to that. But I think there's need for more structured conversations, more experts group convenings, which can actually sort of get these policy makers informed on the real-time alignment of how things are shaping up globally, what needs to be done in India and also broadly in the APAC region. So basically, the designing of consultations and ecosystem conversations that support more discussions and inclusion of different types of stakeholders to be able to sort of continuously provide their inputs on how these things truly shape up in real time. So that is something that we really need to work on rather than sort of going after knee-jerk reactions around draft rules, etc., that come out and suddenly everybody gets activated to come in and contribute. While that is one way to look at it, I think for us to be able to sort of, strengthen this engagement of stakeholders, we need to institutionalize the ways in which we engage with the ecosystem to begin with. So that's point one. The second part is to also sort of, other than, of course, the technologies, the companies that are developing AI actively, there's need to sort of also bring in more civil society, more, expert voices in the sense of how things are also shaping up in the broader digital ecosystem context, right? I think the work of civil society also brings in a lot of public legitimacy to how, we adopt technology in the long run. It builds that trust factor. It highlights issues that are relevant from that perspective. So I think in addition to the technical and operational expertise that sometimes we run behind, it's also important to sort of, reduce friction with respect to how other stakeholders can also come in and contribute to these deliberations that truly shape up the way that we will choose to sort of regulate technology, especially AI, which is so cross-cutting and has so many use cases for integration across different sectors. So that's point two. The third also is to sort of, I think just to build more trust of the public in the technology itself and to continue and as from the POV of policymakers to also sort of, look at ways in which they can, allow for more innovation to happen. I feel it's also important to look at more clear public visible innovation outcomes, right? So the one big factor that comes in here is the ability for the government also to sort of build that trust factor through more demonstrated value, right? Now, how can we truly sort of work towards this is to sort of, do more pilots around regional, more scalable and openly evaluated use cases wherein different stakeholders, especially smaller groups, SMEs, etc., sort of can come in and showcase how they are also sort of, building more innovation driven outcomes from the technology and thereby signaling more reliability to consumers, to investors, to trading partners at large. So I feel in these three ways, we need to sort of expand our vision with how we want to sort of, engage more stakeholders and how we will move towards building that trust factor. Because I feel that trust is not something that you can only build by sort of policing fear, so to say. It will actually have to come through by demonstrating a lot of value add and by designing systems where everybody in the society can sort of contribute for a technology that is to benefit the society at large. So I'd like to sort of pause here.
Yeah. No, thanks. I think that's quite interesting, and I think the theme seems to be that hey, it's not about ad hoc consultations. I think it's about these consultations being sort of a continuous process. And one of the interesting themes that seems to be emerging across all panelists is that hey, we don't know yet. All of us are sort of figuring that out. And if that being the case, then we better be as open as we can be and as consultative as we can be. Yeah, great. Thanks for sharing that with us. Cool. We'll move to you now, Ms. Urmi. So, of course, you've been in the academia, and of course, academia is obviously is going to play an important role, right? So, how do you see the academic collaboration and the knowledge exchange? What role do you see academia playing in shaping AI policies?
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you so much for having me here. I think one undercurrent that I have heard in this panel and that kind of connects to your question is that there is a lot of fear around what artificial intelligence is. And the reason behind that is that we see it as a black box model. Like we don't know what is going on inside it. And there's a huge segment in the artificial intelligence research, which is called explainable AI. The job of this segment is to explain what AI is doing. And I think I want to start by emphasizing that we need to, as institutions, organizations, or governments, we have to work towards dissolving the fear around artificial intelligence as the first step. Because when people are afraid of AI, they are not going to approach artificial intelligence or learn how to harness the tool. Whereas what we need to do is make sure that people are empowered enough to learn the tools and make it usable for their day-to-day activities or in jobs. So that brings me to a point of collaboration between academia and industry. I think one big thing about AI is that we still don't know what are the specific areas of applications that is the priority for the specific countries. So for each country needs to sort of set their priorities, and that's where the industry can help. Like industry partners can help in identifying the priorities for developing artificial intelligence. And when it comes to APAC region, actually recently, just 5 days ago, BCG has published a report saying that APAC region is actually leading artificial intelligence adoption. And so they have some stats that I want to present here. So firstly, there are some stats about the amount of fear that is in the countries of APAC. So for example, Singapore, South Korea, and Thailand have the highest amount of fear of AI. And the lowest level is in Japan, which is at 40%. So among the survey population, 40% said that they were still a bit afraid of adopting AI. India is right in the middle with 48% of the workers being sort of afraid of job displacement due to AI. On the other hand, fear and adoption is related, right? Like if you are afraid of AI, you're not going to adopt it. The adoption rates in APAC region, the countries, India is actually at highest level, which is at 92% of adoption. China being second, Malaysia 68%, Japan 46%. There is a lot of adoption happening. So we need to identify the areas where this adoption can increase. This study also says that the group of the employees that are at the most vulnerable position are the frontline employees, because one quote by the Nobel laureate Darren Acemoglu, who is an economist and has done a lot of research on AI, he says, and I'm sure everyone will agree, and a lot of other panelists have mentioned that AI is good for jobs that already have very unambiguous decision trees, does not require high level of judgment. It is highly repetitive. So this is the area that AI is actually good at. The jobs that require high level of judgment or human judgments, or the jobs that require creative productions. These are not jobs that are still at threat. So this is something that collaboration between research, academia and industry can inform to the general people. Based from that point, there's also a study that was recently published by MIT's Sloan report. They said that the jobs that have shrunk the most in the last, or is predicted to shrink the most, are jobs of analysts, certain engineering, and information science, because these are things that you can teach a machine. Whereas legal professions, so Roshan might be happy to know that, but legal professions are not at risk of as much of risk. So 6 to 4% of legal.
Clip that and share that everywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. So 4 to 6% of the legal jobs are predicted to grow. So these are the kind of knowledge that I think is important to dissipate between academia and general audience or even industry. And we should not be approaching this with fear, rather than with the curiosity to learn more, and not treat as AI as something that we don't understand, but something that we can actually ride with enthusiasm.
Great. Yeah, so curiosity, not fear, and ensure that we understand the transformative effects that AI has been having. So actually, this has been a very crisp and sharp set of panelists, right? So let's go to the audience. Maybe we could have some. We have time for audience questions, right? Yeah. Okay, great. Maybe I think that will be a good use of our time. Yes, sir.
All these AI models are there and being used extensively. What about the regulation around the data that it's using for learning that?
Right.
AI models are learning from some data.
Right.
It is still not regulated as such.
Right. So I wouldn't say that they're still not regulated. I think it depends on the nature of the harm that is occasioned by processing that data, right? So if the risk is a copyright risk, there are aspects of copyright law that are being extensively looked at. The only difference is that copyright is not a globally consistent law. So many a times what you see, for example, in the US is a more rigorous analysis of a set of tests that apply to this law. And, there is some determination as to whether the nature of the expropriation or the nature of the use of data constitutes infringement or not. Another vector of risk is just contracts. So what we've started seeing is businesses that are interested in protecting their data will introduce some kind of an anti-scraping clause as part of their terms of use or their terms of service when you go onto that platform. So once you kind of violate that anti-scraping clause, there are remedies under contract. I'm unsure of whether there has to be some kind of targeted regulatory intervention, because most of the internet was built on the promise of sharing of information. So if there is a restriction on utilizing public data or data in which no privacy or business interest persists, it must be in the spirit of innovation to be able to use that data. So I think if you want to make a claim, you look at copyright, you look at contract, but don't look at law.
Extend my question also.
Right.
You're talking from the point of the view of the person who's developing the AI model. I'm talking from the point of view of the person who's using that AI model, who doesn't know on what data it has been trained.
Right.
For example, ChatGPT is being used by everybody.
Right.
If it has violated any law and the results of that thing that I'm using it has violated some law, then how do I know and how am I put in the regulation then?
Right. I think, again, from the perspective of the average individual, the law that you would be looking at is privacy law. And the law that you would be constructing some kind of remedy or response around is the idea of the individual's personality or the individual's data. The definition of personal data under Indian privacy law is substantively broad. So if an individual feels aggrieved that something that had to do with him is being used by ChatGPT or any other AI tool for that matter in a manner that exposes him to some kind of action or some other kind of harm, the response will lie in privacy law. I do understand this concern that we don't see a lot of that happen. And that's mostly because we live in a nascent privacy jurisdiction. Knowledge of individual privacy, I don't have empirical data to back it, but we've studied some responses to how consent frameworks operate in India. And most of the time when you get a pop-up on your screen, it's exceedingly likely that you don't read all of it. But outside of that, we need to anticipate how the Digital Personal Data Protection Act will change that, right? It'll change how information about ChatGPT is communicated to individuals. So we are at this anticipatory stage and we can have this conversation next year. Yeah.
You see, my issue is that Tamanna. Hello, can you hear it? Okay. Your conclusion, I mean, Tamanna's conclusion is that there is not much threat from AI. AI does not pose much threat to jobs, as he said. But one thing we forget that the AI is in its infancy now at the moment, what we are talking about. I know it is, I just give one example. When telephone was invented and the news came to England, one aristocrat was told that, there is a machine and you can talk from one corner of the city to the other. So London. So he said, well, why should I keep this bloody machine? I will send my butler with the news, So we are talking that kind of language because AI, the way it is developing, it is going to be a real threat to all kinds of jobs. And it is not that maybe 3-4%, but already I am told that a lot of research in legal profession is being with the help of AI, which earlier human beings used to do. So I don't think that the progress of AI is going to be so optimistic for the mankind. Anyway, I would like to hear your answer.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that up because I did want to talk about this, that AI is not exactly going to put a lot of people out of job. This is what I believe. Instead, they are going to redirect people towards different kinds of job. So for example, when, I don't know, some 50 years ago, 100 years ago, there were mailmen who were delivering mails, and now this is almost obsolete. We don't write letters anymore, but a lot of jobs have been created for people who design the back end of email systems. So in a way, you can say that people who used to deliver mails by hand are no longer needed, but we do need a lot of software engineers who are going to design the back end of email systems. Or you can also think of it as technology developing e-commerce, which is leading to the need for a lot of delivery men who are now delivering products from that you are buying online. So in a sense, the way we should be looking at is that AI is going to complement, either it is going to complement our jobs. So for example, if I'm a analyst or even if I'm a lawyer, I could draft contracts more faster, or I could generate codes faster, but it will still require the human judgment or the creative potential of people. So it's going to make our processes more efficient. And yes, we do need to upskill. But I don't believe that at any point of human civilization, people have really lost jobs which have not been offset by other jobs that this new technology have created. So I think it shouldn't be that we are complacent about it, but we should be thinking about it in a way that how do we redirect ourselves in directions where we can use AI and complement our jobs with AI. Yes, we will probably have to say goodbye to some jobs which we don't need anymore.
Add one more point.
Yeah.
You said about the creative thing, but in Hollywood, there was a long strike for many months because AI was being used to write scripts, film scripts. So it is not that way. Even creative things can be done by the AI.
So to that, AI is actually very good at repeating what it has been told to. So when we are feeding in a lot of literature, so a lot of movie scripts, a lot of books, a lot of comics, so basically all of this language is being turned into large language models, which is ChatGPT. And the creative output that you're getting is sort of like a hodgepodge of what has been created already. And it's not necessarily generating absolutely new content. So there is still value of human creativity, and the uncertainty of entertainment industry that humans can generate through their innovation, which AI, which is currently basically relying upon the existing literature, is generating. So it's going to be different, which is why we still have movies, and we are still not looking at directors going out of business.
Last point about
So we are running actually out of time. Can we please take this off stage once the panel is done? Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. And I think that if there's one takeaway, it is that ensure that we are approaching this with curiosity, not fear. Our lives are going to look different. And I think just to add to what Ms. Urmi was saying, I think when calculators were first invented, there were actually protests by teachers in America saying that our jobs are now at risk. We have now calculators, computers, internet, and perhaps far more number of teachers per capita than we used to have at that particular point in time. So yes, it's going to be transformative, and the most important thing is to ensure that curiosity, not fear. That perhaps should be our watchword. Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
So can I request everybody to please rise for a photo opportunity before we... Feedback and then give the it's written and...
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Srinidhi sir, can we please request you to deliver the concluding remarks for the day?
Good evening once again, everyone. So I'll be delivering the concluding remarks for the closure of day 2, and I'm very, very happy to actually do that. I think that we obviously exchanged a wide variety of diverse topics. Wide variety of brainstorming happened. We talked about a lot of things. Which should be the case, and I'm very glad that that's what happened. But what is important to note is that the intent, there seems to be a convergence of intent while there is a diversity of ideas, right? And I think that perhaps is one of the best things that could be said about these 2 days, and this particular day specifically. I think that across every conversation, we saw that digital trade seems to have become the connective tissue of economic growth, across APAC. We start off our plenary session by just shared by Dr. Nisha Taneja, which actually focused on women empowerment, through digital trade, which I think was one of the key flagship, points of this, particular summit. And this conversation, of course, highlighted when women are equipped with the right digital tools, network, and policy support, they don't just participate in trade, they end up actually transforming it, which I think is, very, very powerful and sort of indicative that how digital trade, e-commerce, and, e-commerce exports can actually lead to empowerment and economic upliftment. Towards panel 1, we talked about integrating MSMEs into global trade. We discussed the role of MSMEs, and rightly so, because over the last 10 years at Amazon Global Selling, we've also been seeing that MSMEs are the backbone, I think, and if MSMEs actually start participating in this entire digital revolution. The transformative effects will be there will be no end to those transformative effects. Mr. Thiam, he actually chaired this session, drawing attention to the importance of policy partnerships and integrating MSMEs in the global e-commerce trade. And the conversation concluded with a forward-looking view of how digital payments and e-commerce platforms are removing geographical barriers, enabling entrepreneurs across smaller towns to connect with global customers. Panel 2, we talked about the express delivery ecosystem. It was chaired by Dr. Preetham Banerjee, and it brought together industry and several policy perspectives as well. Overall, there was a strong call to harmonize global logistics standards and strengthen postal e-commerce linkages, supported by initiatives like the Dark Niryat scheme and e-commerce export hubs. I think together the panel reinforced that obviously efficient logistics and cross-sector partnerships are foundational to making e-commerce exports scalable, sustainable, and truly inclusive. And of course, it's also something that we have seen at Amazon Global Selling, how an integrated ecosystem can actually help MSMEs, succeed across. Our panel 3 was building consumer trust through secure payments. That's what we talked about. Mr. Rama actually steered the conversation on cross-border payments, highlighting something subtle, that as our systems get smarter, trust has to get simpler. Speakers agreed on the need for smoother national and e-payment systems, noting how tools like UPI and online interbank transfers have already made transaction faster and more convenient for MSMEs and other stakeholders. The panelists also noted and lauded some government initiatives like Bharat Trade Net and RBS update to the EDPMS process, which is something instantly I've also been talking about, and been very happy about over the last, 1 month or so. And of course, the last panel was around regulating AI and the future of global trade and digital trade. And I think that conclusion was that we obviously don't know enough yet about how transformative this technology can be, but I think it is very, very important to ensure that there is curiosity and not fear, and that consultations are not ad hoc, and that we ensure that upskilling is actually democratized and not limited to a particular elite. So I think that across all these discussions, one theme, of course, stands out, that is interdependence. E-commerce is not a siloed sector anymore. Its success depends on how trade policy, digital infrastructure, logistics, and regulations speak to each other. And I do believe that the Asia-Pacific region is uniquely positioned to demonstrate that kind of integrated thinking, because the region doesn't just adapt to change, it seems to often lead that change. And at Amazon, we see these efforts come alive every day. Thousands of sellers across APAC are using digital tools to reach global customers through Amazon Global Selling. And I'll also be remiss to say that we have spoken a lot about Amazon Global Selling India, but I think Amazon Global Selling Korea has also done a fantastic job, actually, right? And I think it will be remiss of me not to essentially mention that, indicating that this is a transformative thing that seems to be happening across borders. I think as we close, I'd say that today's sessions didn't just cover what's working, they mapped what's possible. And if we can keep aligning vision with execution, technology with trust, Asia Pacific can truly lead the next decades of digital trade. So thank you to ICRIER, to UNSCAP, and all the partners for curating such a rich, forward-looking summit. And thank you to every speaker and participant for lending your voice, your experience, and your ambition to this collective conversation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the guiding star of the summit, without whom this would not have been possible, Dr. Arpita Mukherjee, Professor ICRIER, to delivering the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. And before I give you the vote of thanks, it is my privilege to actually give you the background why it is second Asia Pacific Policy Summit and how is it different from the first one. In the first one, it was a one-day summit, and it was a very experimental summit, bringing together ESCAP and us. The common partnership was ESCAP and us, and of course, we depended heavily on Amazon for funding that event. The continued partnership goes on to the second summit. In the first summit, ESCAP sat and said, we will bring more and more policymakers and things will be very fine. But things did not go very fine after that. We had gone through many hiccups because at that time we were facing problems in bringing Chinese, but then we faced problems in bringing Chinese, Bangladeshis, and many more. Okay, so Mode 4 became much more difficult when we landed into the second summit. So one of the key takeaways of these kind of summit is like plan 1 year in advance. And because Arnav always claimed that it is his brainchild and he has developed this baby from infancy, the father of the baby has done one job, made it 2 days. But to get 2 days international speakers, your time starts now in the public forum. So you are on YouTube with your timelines now, Arnav. Now, coming to the point of thanking, I definitely cannot stop thanking the entire ESCAP's team, starting from Rupa Chanda to Jan to Rajan, Ratna, Mikiko, all of them. They have worked hard enough to get it sorted, and ESCAP processes and procedures. And in this kind of a summit, if you plan it for the next year also, please remember that even for the researchers that are sitting here from different think tanks, you should have 1 or 2 papers that you can release, think, get it through your institutions. And believe me, getting a paper from RIS, ICRIER, Center for WTO Study, was no less a rocket science, which we finally succeeded. So given this scenarios that you bring in 2 or 3 flagship papers to the summit, you can even now bring in some international papers to be authored and bring it to the summit, and some flagship reports of companies to the summit, like through their CSR funding, would be a new road to look ahead as you move to the next session. Coming to the long list of thank yous that I have to give, ESCAP deserves a very big thank you for the entire process, not here, but coordination in Asia across ministries is a very, very big job. So they did that. They also helped us to identify speakers. We would not have Rama without Jan. So let me put it, they have really helped us to identify the speakers across the board. We would then go to thank the Amazon team. So Amazon has been quite amazing in this respect for their continued support for us. Aman Jain, Srinidhi, Bala, Vidya, Piyush, Divya Jyoti requires a special mention, but there are many others behind the scene who has helped us to make this a success. Kudos to all of you, because I really, you are probably the only client who got more scolding from me than I, ever from any of your partners in getting this event sorted. MSL team requires a, if you are reading the moderator note, they are made by the MSL team. So if you are reading a press note going right or wrong, please blame it on the MSL team. If your social media post, you don't like your picture, please blame it on the MSL team. But do thank the entire team, starting from Amit Mishra, Tushar Bajaj, Arnab Ghosh, Lipika Jain, Avinay Chandan, Tejwashvi Sarin, Samayang Jaswal, Palakshi, and Swati Jaiswal. They are all, they have all worked, and they have all, I don't think they have taken a leave in the last 1 month for Saturdays and Sundays. So we also thank their families for this. Coming to my own EICI team, Vijay Kumar. Vijay is a good friend. And when we were not able to raise funds in this particular case, I said, Habitat will not give room. We are not able to raise funds. Vijay did not ask me for what purposes. He released the funds. So that's the kind of faith we have in EICI, and I really thank Vijay, Dinkar, Manish, and all the EICI members for their initial support of the event. Basically, they sponsored the event, food and drinks. So that's where they come from, and apart from identifying and helping us with the speakers. Last but not the least, my own team. So Neha and Rajesh, our events team, my finance team with helping with the clearances. I always keep the finance thank you to the last so that they close the projects. You know, they should not be too happy about being thanked at the early part. I would also like to thank Latika standing here. Latika, can I have you stand up? And because Latika has been drafting all your emails, and each of these emails were customized to your needs so that you actually felt that you are invited specially for this event. So you didn't get a common invite. I would like to thank Anu. Anu's without help, he's sitting outside, and generally Anu doesn't come to office very often, very quickly, but over the last couple of days, he has been at 10 o'clock and he's leaving at 8 o'clock. So it's a genius work by Anu. I would like to thank Chaya. Chaya is always there for any publication and publicity. Thanks are due to Rajkumar. He controls our IT system. If he is not thanked, he can crash it, and tomorrow you will not get your pictures loaded and uploaded into the ICRIER website. I would like to thank our chairperson, who has been always very supportive, and he actually had to travel to US, so but he stayed back, and he traveled just after our event. He came back for the release of the CPTA report, as you can also see. Our new director, who joined, and he was jet lagged, dragged to the event and on the inaugural session. So all of the ICRIER team really worked hard. All of you really worked hard, and I see a much happy Jan now than I saw Jan in June, I think so. Jan, you are a much happier person now, right? So with all of that, I would always see to make Jan happier and to make this event again next year a success. CPTA 1. And for that CPTA 1, I would like all of you to really push for cross-border paperless trade, really push for more exports through e-commerce channel, push for removal of barriers to e-commerce, and let's work together to make India a global e-commerce hub. Thank you very much.